It's that time of the year again. It's time to get back into APL, and finally we make our way down into Asia. I am so stoked to be back on the APL after kicking things off at the start of the year. We had our major, and now we're well underway in Stage 1. All paths leading to the Esports World Cup in August. Pangu, we have already kicked off our Stage 1 journey, you and I, over on EML, and meanwhile, we missed out on a bit of APL. OSA's already gone by. We've had 2 play days, and now we're on to Asia. How are you feeling?
Feeling pretty good. Like you said, we had a bit of a warm-up run on the EML side of things. Now we're in the peak form now for the APL, the beta region, by the way, right? All the sub regions are lovely, they're fun, they're explosive, and they're exciting, so I can't wait to get started.
That's right. Of course, it's been a crazy year already for Siege, and just recently we went and saw the Salt Lake City Major over in North America in the United States, and it ended up being an all-North American grand final that Dark Zero took the championship. Hey, didn't you used to work for Dark Zero? Weren't you a signed content creator for them for several years when you lived in the US? Now you're smack talking. What's going on, Nick?
Wouldn't you rather have them succeed when you're working for them, not after the fact? It feels like I left, they started winning, I was the problem. I don't like that, James.
Yeah, G2 also won a major. Oh, sorry, won a Six Invitational without you, if you remember that one.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm starting to see.
There, so he came back, so they won with Fabian, but dude, this means that Fabian carried my entire career as well, man.
I feel like we're starting to recontextualize your legacy, Pengu, but let's quickly digress. We'll move on. We'll talk about what APAC achieved at the Salt Lake City Major, because one particular team went really deep, and it was Enterprise, hailing from down under in OCE. Look, Weibo, they did okay, but I think there were higher expectations than what they managed to achieve. Of course, that has now rejigged the way that we get slots to the international events from the APL. Of course, we've got 3 parts of the APL in Asia, APAC North, and OCE, but we've got 4 slots, so one of them has to get 2 teams. In stage 1, or rather in kickoff for the Salt Lake City Major, it was Asia because Weibo had done so well in the past. They've now been overtaken by Enterprise, who have won that slot over for OCE.
And it's so well deserved, honestly. That entire roster has been doing phenomenal, but the big thing for me was actually Magnet going back into a coaching position, being a former player, made a huge difference for this entire roster.
Absolutely. Let's start talking about the game, though. The game itself has had plenty of changes. We have a brand new season, Operation System Override with a Dockerby rework. It has been a crazy time already. I don't know if you've played much ranked yet. I have. We have ranked 3.0 firstly, but already the pros are playing what feels like a completely different game.
Yeah, I saw a lot of people, of course, being confused by rank 2.0, the ranking system. Rank 3.0 is really focusing upon that your rank is your real skill level. It's going to take longer to get to the highest rank of champion. A more grindy, lengthy season, which should also rebalance the matchmaking itself. This should be really good if it ends up being like an accurate representation. Because I think a lot of these players have been missing understanding, hey, I am gold, how good am I? What does that mean? What can I work on? And the answer in rank 2.0 often was, well, I don't really know what kind of gold you are, because there's all these different hidden MMR matchmaking restrictions. So now much more open dealt cards, and I'm super excited for the future to come.
Yeah, no, it's a real jam-packed season. Of course, we have a brand new map as well, Calypso Casino. I know you had a chance to play a little bit of it in the testing, didn't you, Penguin? What did you think? You reckon it could be perhaps one day a competitive map?
It's gonna go to the competitive map for sure. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when it's gonna join the tier 1 scene of pro play. I would say it's quite a lovely map. I enjoy it, but it's rather large in terms of scale and size. So once you figure out how to navigate it, you know, a bit like Lair, once you get an understanding for how to get from point A to point B, it plays really nicely. Yeah. But I think the learning curve of getting how to go from point A to point B is gonna be the most difficult part.
Yeah, I've played one ranked game on this map so far. It was in solo queue, by the way. I hadn't even done a run through in a custom game or in a training grounds of this map. I was so turned around, and yet we still won. I got hard carried by my random teammates. So a win is a win is a win. That's what's new in Year 11 Season 2. There's so much more, though, that we'll actually unpack once we get into the game. But I guess we can't ignore Dockerby. Obviously, this operator's been out for quite a while now and has always been a really powerful operator. But the Jago payload and the changes to her gadget are massive.
Yeah, they have been. We saw that in EML just a couple of days ago, also yesterday when I was watching it, and it just made this operator from being like a global menace, calling everybody with like a small effect, to targeting one specific character, similar to Deimos, but having a much larger effect on that individual. So TLDRs at Dokkaebi is going to be stronger towards one person rather than a little bit weaker upon all 5 of those surviving defenders. So generally speaking, expecting a lot of pick rate and ban rate for the Dokkaebi rework.
Yeah, of course, we've seen a taste of that already in some of the other regions. Let's see what Asia is cooking up, because tonight we have 4 jam-packed matches coming to you. Here in the group stage, of course, our format is pretty straightforward. You'd be used to it by now. We play a round robin, which means in our 8-team league, every team plays every other team once in a best-of-1, and then we move into the stage finals, where we play what we used to call the playoffs, this bracket that then determines which of these teams will make it to typically the major, in this case, the Esports World Cup. And we only have one spot up for grabs here in Asia, so all eyes will be on Weibo or potentially an upset of a team like Daystar, Orchid, Soulsheart, Elevate. It remains to be seen. Let's talk about our first match of the day. HL Tori taking on a massive target here tonight in Team Orchid. HL Tori being very much the newer kids on the block. It's their first year debuting into APL, but that doesn't mean they have no hope.
No, they don't have any. They don't have no hope at all. But
sorry, take that again. Pengu Unleashed.
It's not that they don't have any hope. It's that it's going to be a bit of a rough one. You know, into kickoff, they had a stint against Elevate. That was a very one-sided loss. Then they go up against Unreal Nightmare, the Psychic Company now roster organization. And then they faced Fury for the 7th place position. HL Tor had a very short, didn't go very deep into the bracket. They got 2-0'd, 1-2, and then 2-0'd again. So they didn't get a ton of experience. The big thing is, how effective have they been in this change, or the off season, if you will, between kickoff and stage 1, and how much improvement have they gotten in that short stint of time?
Yeah, of course, it is a battle of Thailand. Of course, HL Tari and Team Orchid. But as you said, I mean, HL Tari ended up losing every single game and coming dead last at the bottom of the standings, but there's still a lot to fight for here, and they're going to have to lock the hell in, because Team Orchid is ready for this game. Team Orchid, of course, once upon a time known primarily under the Fury banner. It's like Colus's team, it's Critche, it's BG Man, Exalotic and Peeps, the newer members of this team, but of course quite a history that these guys have, particularly like Colus, BG Man and Critche. Back on the day with Fury, they went to international events, majors so many times over and over again. They were at one point the best that APAC had to offer.
Yeah, and then that's why, you know, this matchup feels just a little bit one-sided on paper, but anything can, of course, happen. Orchid also had a pretty good run in kickoff. They actually almost took down Weibo in the upper bracket, which would have been phenomenal if they were successful. It was a 7-8 loss, 5-7 loss, and eventually in the lower bracket, they fell to Daystar. So the only losses Orchid suffered in kickoff were to the 2 best teams in the region at that point. That's really good. That means they're basically locked in 3rd place, and that sets them up beautifully to try and fight for an even better position this time around. Yeah,
of course, in kickoff, we had 2 slots open for the Asia region, whereas now in stage 1 we only have 1 slot, which means that Team Orchid might be a little bit bummed because they missed out on that 2nd slot and therefore going to the Salt Lake City Major just by 2 rounds. 2 rounds is all that they lost to Daystar that prevented them from making it to the Major. Now they have to fight twice as hard, because not only do they need to be in the top 2, they need to be the best team in this region. And what better way to warm up into this game than a big win here over HL Tori. That's what they're hoping for, a nice decisive statement at the start of their season.
That's exactly right. Decisive is what we have to see. And if not, just like the confidence. They can start a little bit slow, but they gotta ramp up round by round. But the big question then leaves us, where are we gonna go? What's the map video looking like? Are they gonna go to the good old clubhouse from these guys from Orchid, because that's what they used to play a ton back on their Fury? Or are they gonna take us to a more cookie cut map like Border? We are gonna go to ding 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 ding.
Oh, it's a lair.
That's a lair,
Love this one. I'm a little bit sad that we don't get to see Fortress, but lair, always a favorite of mine. Man, I can't wait until we get Calypso Casino into the map pool, because we already have so much fun in Lair and Fortress, which are our 2 most recent maps added to the pool. It's going to continue to get spicier. But of course, HL Tori taking on Orchid, it's a big, ambitious game for them. Lair is a map that has been quite figured out now. If you want to throw a spanner into the works, you need to bring the fire. Quite literally, you're probably going to be playing that Tachanka on the top floor, but when you're on the attack, you really need to get in there quickly and not stall out at the choke points, because you can fall apart very easy. Quick prediction from you, Nick. What do you think about these 2 going head-to-head on Lair?
I'm gonna be boring and say Team Orchid. I mean, I think there are a few maps maybe where you know HL Tor is gonna have like a decent chance at it. I don't think Lair is one of them. There's so much map to break apart. Step 1, Step 2, Step 3, and it's gonna be very difficult to go for bombs that executes on the attacking side in particular. So I'm gonna say Team Orchid with a decisive 7-2 or 7-3 victory.
Oh, that's exactly what Team Orchid are looking for tonight. It's a big banger in Thailand tonight. It's Team Orchid versus HL Tari to kick things off for the Asia League Stage 1, and we're going to Lair. What a fantastic battleground to kick things off tonight. Definitely a lot of expectation on Team Orchid's shoulders after they failed to make it to the Salt Lake City Major. Let's see what they can achieve in their debut here in Stage 1.
Have fun going out and chat, and it's always one of those moments where when you have like a really top dog team up against the newcomers and you go, have fun guys, like yeah, I'm sure you guys will have fun, but we as the newcomers, we're fighting for survival. Like every round matters so much more. It's so much more scary feeling in the server. Of course they have this experience, probably a little bit less prep work, and like we said earlier, HL Tori had a bit of a short run in kickoff, so really hoping for them that they're having some good effective practice between kickoff and stage 1, and just to show a bit more confidence, I would say, inside the server. Because I remember when they were playing Nighthaven Labs, and I think their opening game even, it just looked like they hadn't shaken off all those nerves. And it makes sense. When you're new to tier 1 competition, you're gonna have a lot of nerves going into Pro League play days. So the fact that HL Tori now are starting on defense on Lair, they're getting comfortable, and you called it, they fired it up, right? To try and get on that top floor hold, it's being locked in from Tenno. They got a pretty basic setup, and I like this from HL Tori. They need to work on the fundamentals and the basic setups. And this defensive lineup, this kind of thing they're aiming for right now, it's not screaming crazy, unpredictable, in your face. No, it's cookie cutter basic. And that's exactly what I gotta get good at. So I think on paper, a great start here for HL Tori.
10 seconds left before.
Love that. I said that I hope they bring the fire with the Tachanka on the top floor, and they did.
Yep,
It's so much fun. I love, the double up fire and the smoke. It's great. What are Team Orchid going to do about it? The interesting one to see here for me is the Bravo. What's that targeting? I guess that's primarily going to be the Aruni gates, because there's not a ton of util here that you're necessarily getting value out of. Perhaps some of the traps and the Ella and the Thorn. We really are in a bit of a trap meta at the moment, so
yeah,
Twitch and Brava do get a lot of play, but when it comes to most gadgets, Twitch is a bit of a safer bet. Just a little bit easier to get around with that drone. It's much faster to clear util. I guess, we've got the Flores. You can kind of put Flores in that special drone conversation.
Oh, you certainly can. Now, one thing you don't see all that often is no shields being banned and also no shields being played at the same time. I feel like usually we're going to see 1 or 2 shields being banned away and at least 1 shield being brought, if not. But not for this starting round. It's going to be, as you said, utility, the Bravo, the Flores, a little bit of flank downstairs from Shadow, looking for that engagement. Knows there's a shotgun play on the corner, doesn't want to get too close forward and goes up the stairs instead. But good stuff again here from HL Tori. They're not overstepping, not overcommitting, they're not fighting first. They got the reinforced walls, they are Rooney laser case, and they're saying, hey, we know that Team Orchid, they have to come to us. They got to deal with our setup first, and then we can fight them later on. The best or the biggest thing here to look out for is the opening kill. HL Tori have to take a good fight together in a strong position. That can be the rocket staircase. It can be on the bomb site by the reinforced walls. It has to be 2 people fighting together and helping each other rather than an individual looking for a fight.
But there is Critche loitering down below. He's running shotgun Hibana, which is very unusual. I was wondering if it was to be a bit of a pseudo buck, but perhaps it might be to take these close range hallway gunfights. The Bearing 9, also a very deadly weapon in close to medium range. Like Colas has taken down Zoshav. That's a big pick. And Team Orchid have now taken a lot of map control as HLT decide to fall a little bit back deeper and deeper into the bomb site. Wolfing another corner. This could be a pretty decisive gunfight as Chataman misses his opportunity onto Lycolas. And Team Orchid decide it's time to head into the bomb site. Killers completely cornered out, gets traded back. It's now Sunstrike against everybody, and Crit J's there with the Supernova to explode the first round for Team Orchid.
And the thing that I feared happened, right, ended up being Tori getting 1 versus 1 versus 1 gunfights and not being able to force the 2v1 or the 2v2 where they're gonna have more guns fighting the same attacker. And the problem is, when you are a weaker team with weaker individual players, you need to use the power of teamwork, the power of friendship to put yourself into a much stronger position. And that's why I said the opening kill is going to be oh so important, because if you start down at 4 versus 5, you're going to have even less people to help you when you need help. So Team Orchid, they can leverage this. They can do this by playing operators like your Dokkaebi Deimos and isolating a kill. They can also play the shield operators because all 3 are open on the attacking side. All 4 if you count the Qs, I guess. So they have all these different tools that they can leverage to force man advantage positions. Tori, I think that's going to be their biggest problem-solving area. They need to try and fight together. This individual gunfight on towards like Colas from Shadow could have been the saving moment, but then we look elsewhere. CritJ got 2 separate individual gunfights. Peeps got an individual gunfight, and CritJ with a 3rd individual gunfight. We gotta see more teamwork from Tori.
That's the thing. All it takes sometimes is one player to overpeak a little bit too much, and that is the gap. Like, that's the meta we're in at the moment. It's the meta that has been pioneered over the last, I'd say, 2 years. People talked about split theory for a long time. It's about closing the gaps when you're on defense, making sure there's nowhere that the attack can sneak in. And yeah, if you're giving up a free kill, then that's not really going to be good for you on defense, is it? But they're going to change things up immediately. After losing that first defense, they go down to the basement. The thing I'm excited for is the Pulse. Now, we talked about game updates. New update to the Pulse. Gets an extra 1.5 meters of range on his cardiac sensor. And also these days, you're running the shotgun a lot of the time because you've got that secondary automatic weapon in the automatic pistol.
The Reaper? Yeah. Oh, okay.
I know what it's called, man. I
thought for a second you were fishing for it. I was like, you know what it's called, James. Come on now.
I got it, man. I'm a bit of a Reaper main myself.
Okay. Dokkaebi's new weapon name, go.
Oh, XK23. Bang!
Yeah, that's it. Boom! Good job, man. I thought I got you there, but no, you study your thing. I respect it. Same with the Jago payload. Is that what it's called? Jago?
I think it's the J. I don't know how you pronounce it, but it's Jageo, I believe. Payload.
Okay, well, I'll go with Jago.
Oh, man, that was an interesting maneuver from Peeps. He ran straight into Killer's arms. Thankfully, CritJ is able to trade back for 1, which brings the round back to the realm of possibility for Orchid. CritJ, don't get too egregious here. He does get caught out, takes a lot of damage, but he manages to escape. Knowing CritJ, he's probably going to win this round. No, never mind. He's caught in the backstab. Meanwhile, Killers actually turns around and catches BG Man, who was looking to flank him, all up to Exalotic. Now, this is a much better shout for HLT. Looking nicely back into it. I don't think that smoke's going to help out a lot. Maybe it will. Killers is so low on HP. Here. It's the F2. You never know.
He's got a good gun. He's got 2 Twitch drones in pocket, by the way. Not being spent just yet. And time is slipping away, and as is the round.
What's Bro been doing the whole round with two Twitch drones in his pocket?
I don't know. I mean, he spent his regular drones, just not the Twitch drones. But I mean, the Renegade's just gonna lock him out. Could, of course, now spin one of those 2 drones to burning it, or the smoke grenade to trap the door. Does he tank it? He does. He's a crazy man. He's a crazy man. Okay. Well, Tori looked a lot better. I like what they did there with the Renegades, the Goyo Fire, the trap operators saying, hey, the bomb site is covered by gadgets and the room is very much alive upstairs. And it's actually Team Orchid that go into the individual 1v1s and caught mid-sprint getting shut down on those staircases.
Yeah, bit of a rough one for Orchid, but really just want to give some credit where credit is due. HLT, they contested that nicely. They played off around that early pick. They made sure that even though CritJ did sneak into the map with the solid snake, didn't snake his way too deep in. Killers was massive though with that Goyo. Oh, it was actually a wallbang from CritJ, the cheeky bugger. Love that from him.
Of course.
Yeah, nah, good round from HLT. They're on to the board, at least, finally.
The smoking off the Renegade, tanking the laser. It's smart in theory, but there's that massive sound cue that sap like shoo whenever you go through the laser gate. So they'll be very much aware of it. Sound cues are. There's just so many things in Siege, right? There's the sound cues, the verticality, the angles, the self-destruction. And whenever like new players pick up this game, they always tell me like, how do you know Like, what's going on? And the only real answer that I have for people is, you'll figure it out after like a couple hundred hours. But mind you, if you're a new player, every map is already out there. Whereas if you've been a continuous player since the beginning, or since like, you know, 6 years in or whatever, you've only had to deal with a new map every once in a while. But you download the game right now, first time ever, boom, 20 maps to learn. Now that's a handful. How people actually overcome that, I don't know.
Yeah.
That's a mouthful.
I'm keen to see what happens on this third bomb site. Big part of this tertiary bomb site, as we always love to talk about, is it's really the name of the game is plant denial for defense, because you typically fall off of site eventually and look to try and retake it from above. Sens, what am I talking about? Sens is on the brain because Sens is usually picked, but I was thinking of Solus from chat.
Solus, yeah,
is really the main way that you're figuring out where that plant's going down and denying it. Solus actually got a little micro buff as well, slight increase to the range. Or is it? I think it's the duration.
Yeah, a duration, yeah, I believe. Maybe both, but at least duration I know for a fact has been increased by like, I don't know, 3 seconds or something like that. Which is always lovely. Tux Babe goes out. There's all utility here though. The Monty, the Glass, the Capital, and Critter with the opening pick as well into Sunstrike. There's a big pick, right? There's a smoke going down, meaning less plant denial and less ways to control the Monty of Lycolis. And I mean, this could just be a vault in smoke, and Glass can kind of peek through the smoke as well. Look up towards the ceiling, because there is no warden. So there is no counter to the Glass itself, just a counter for the plant going down.
Yeah. The critical thing here is, I mean, technically, you don't even need the smokes. You just plant directly behind that Montaigne. If the Monty does a turtle plant, yes, they're vulnerable to their feet. But if the Monty just blocks the doorway and the Glaz or somebody else plants behind it, then this might actually be doable. You can see Lycolis has actually dropped the diffuser. He's pretending to be planting. That's genius. He's just dropped the diffuser behind him. The Solus will look at his gadget and think that the diffuser is being planted. Instead, all that Orchid have done is forced HL Tori to expose themselves, desperately trying to deny that plant. Now the Glaz can move in with cover of smoke, and now it's time for Lycolis to start getting that diffuser planted. Chatterman by this point has been so distracted and now eliminated. The last one remaining, 1v4. Critche having a big impact with the Glaz. They know exactly where Chatterman is. Shotgun is not going to be handy-dandy at this range, and Lycolis can just continue staring at him. What a beautiful attack from Team Orchid.
It has been. I mean, Crazy and Lycolis working together, the Glass and the Monty, getting down the diffuser, getting the intro kill, the second, the third, and in the end, vertical kill from Exolotic to finish off the round. And the most important thing to note there for me is every single smoke grenade was incredibly high in value. I was checking the lineup. How many smokes do these guys actually have? It was 4 smokes, 2 from Monty, 2 from Glass, and of course the Capital arrows as well. And it felt like they had like 20 of them because there were smokes everywhere all the time in the right places, but they were just being so cautious of where to throw those smoke grenades and really maximizing the duration of them. They weren't stacking 2 smokes in one spot and they both expired at the same time. They were staggering them. The first smoke went down from Monty, then one went out from the Glass, so they're kind of sharing who's using it. Where sometimes you'll see the Monty, for example, use both the smokes, and then Glass can use both the smokes. But then if Glass were to die with 2 smokes in pocket, you just lose some value because now Monty doesn't have any. So they're sharing utility, they're staggering them for timing, and they're getting pretty much a kill from every single smoke grenade itself. So beautiful util usage, and that is what we speak about, like shields not being banned is kind of out of the norm. Now Monty's been target banned by HL Tori. All it took was 1 Monty round, and they said, no, get it gone. We don't know how to deal with it. Because they don't really have a ton of counters. You can try and play Smoke, you can try and play Tachanka, but at the end, if the Monty plays it perfectly, that won't really matter.
And Team Orchid are a really good Monty team. Lycolis has been loving that operator for a very, very long time. But what's more, on the flip side of operator bans, Team Orchid decided to get rid of the Goyo, which is interesting because it's not the Smoke and it's not the Tachanka, which are being picked this round, but it does fulfill the same role in terms of area denial. And what's more, I think that Goyo would have been very useful last round if HL Tori had been able to use it to deny that time a little bit and keep the Monty at bay. Regardless, that's how we sit for the rest of this half. Team Orchid up 2-1. Realistically, HL Tori need to be looking for 3 rounds on this half to have a solid chance at winning this game. But even then, it does feel like the minimum for me. 4 would be ideal.
Ooh. Bit of a timing right there. Bottom of the staircase. Shadow is looking to get active once again. He's been on the solo roam majority of the rounds here for HL Tori. The issue is when Dogebi's on the board and a Nomad as well, getting that flank timing can be quite tricky. So again, if HL Tori can time this and fight and bait a play somewhere and make noise for Shadowman, then he can actually walk up that staircase, because the issue is when you're walking on a metal, it's quite loud and a very distinct sound cue, and Peeps is literally right up that staircase. So here comes the timing. Every step he could be heard.
Wow, nice shot. Peeps goes down. That's a bit of a waste, really, losing your Dokkaebi so early. You didn't even need to go for that kill necessarily, just ideally like keep Chatterman at bay. But for Team Orchid, they've given up an early pick. XLRtic's also taken a lot of damage, and HLT are now in a very, very happy spot. A lot of pressure on Orchid to figure out how they're going to pivot.
Yeah, there's no main push just yet. I mean, they're just kind of, I don't know, say baiting. They're fishing outside the doors and windows, hoping that HL Tori will peek them first, but that's not been their playstyle. They're mostly, you know, close by the bomb site, waiting for that first move to happen. The air jab goes off. Doesn't matter though. Critjay still gets the kills. He's got 7 kills and 1 death so far, having a great game.
Yeah, classic Critjay, isn't it? The best player from Thailand, some might say. He's with this Nomad now, and he's made his way into the bathroom. Still has another air jab to use, as Lycolis makes a rotate to come and support him. But at the moment, they just kept at bay by the fire from Tenno on that Tachanka. How do Team Orchid look for a plant here? They realistically don't need to try and kill the Tachanka here, but they do need to figure out a way how they can plant that diffuser.
I mean, if you've been counting the Molotovs, he's out. He's on 0. That almost never happens, so a plant would be possible.
Oh, this is
good. Air jab?
Doesn't detonate. I think he must have shot it out of air, mid-air. No, it's still there. I heard it on the ground, but somehow Tenno has managed to dodge that air jab.
There's no mute jammer.
But Critjay doesn't allow him to dodge the bullet. That's a huge round from Critjay. He needs to find the next couple. There's another one for him. 3k on the round, but he is the last one left with XLRtic on the floor. Zoshav goes down. No. Surely don't give him the ace. Critjay has to go hunting for Sunstrike. He has an idea of where he is. Gets it out with the pistol. Got a ping. Doesn't have the time. And thankfully, by the skin of their teeth, HL Tori survived the round.
Way too close for comfort though. I mean, that should have been an easy round that ends up in a 1 versus 1. I didn't really take a note of where the diffuser was on the ground, but you know, 10 seconds left for Critjay, teammate injured on the external breach. Maybe there's a world where you go for a revive diffuser if it's in the area, or you go hunting for the kill. But when you're sitting on those 4 kills fighting for the ace, you're gonna go hunting. You got the confidence, you got the adrenaline. Ends up being just, you know, stalling for time for HL Tori. And it's honestly thanks to Tachanka burning so much of that early on. Spending every single streamer launcher fire Molotov as early as he did was simply just stalling things out for as long as possible and ended up winning the round for them. So huge stuff. But Team Orchid, a little bit struggle on the entry. It was Peeps just solo lurking on the skybridge, looking for an opening, gets shot down by Shadow, who was roaming. I want to see more shield gameplay perhaps. I know Monkey was banned away, but Team Orchid, they can play the blitz, they can play the blind pit right now. We saw them hovering for the replay here, both the blitz and the thinker, so it could get crazy in the server. For now, enjoy the Critjay highlight reel.
It's classic Critjay, really. You said he was 7-1. He is now up to 10-1.
Well, he didn't even die, yeah.
Yeah, he didn't die. I mean, yeah, the only reason that Orchid lost that round at the end of it was because Critjay did not have enough time to get that final kill, but you absolutely back him in to win that gunfight, no doubt about it. Is this a rush?
Oh, it's a rush. Sophia, Finger, Blitz, they're gonna storm the bomb site.
Oh, I love this. It's beautiful. Big Nitro cell from Tenno! 3 kills with a C4. And now Peeps is the last one standing after a big follow-up from Zoshav. Now Peeps is awkwardly, desperately trying to take this fight. Chatterman's about to peek him again outside the building. That's a bit of BM. Eventually he goes down. But a 1v5, I mean... Credit to one guy, it's Tenno, for having that C4 primed and ready. It's got to be because he was on the pulse. You can't doubt it at all. Massive play from Tenno to put to bed what could have been such a beautiful rush from Team Orchid.
Insane. We saw Peeps looking at the floor as well, looking for the C4 mid-air, but couldn't land the shot, and everybody dies because of it. And I mean, that's the issue with going for this single doorway rush. I mean,
Oh!
it's right. Oh, that's a beautiful, nasty one tap, actually. It goes straight into the bomb site, but you just stalk into such a small area, like a single Goyo Fire, Toxic Babe, a C4. It's gonna do so much damage and stall the entire push or just end it outright. Crit J made that almost 1v5 ace happen. Peeps looking for a similar story. He's gotten 2 kills thus far. He's got an EMP, but no round to be had for him. Tori shut down the rush. They take the round, and they are looking better and better as time goes on.
Well, I like the idea. If it wasn't for that pulse and
Love
that
the
C4,
idea.
then it would have been a very different story, and we would be singing Orchid's praises. So you can't really fault Orchid too much. They did almost as best as you possibly could from that, but the fact that they didn't know there was a pulse on the board probably changed that situation a little bit. Can I just say, I noticed the, I don't know if they're like bomber jackets or something that they were wearing, but the, that looked really cool. I haven't seen much Team Orchid merch before.
Now, at first I thought it was just Crit J that was like being very fancy. Because I think there's like a tie and this like red collar and stuff like that. I thought he's just being dressed up for the first game here. But it's actually, yeah, all of Team Orchid's players in the player camp wearing the same outfits. It must be their uniform of sorts.
I love that. It didn't quite look like a normal jersey, perhaps. You know, sometimes teams have bomber jackets. I've seen polo. Wasn't it G2 had polos at one point?
Yeah. That's in the polo era. Obviously, when you have some support staff, I think Call Out when he was for Space Station also had like an SST polo he was wearing.
Right.
So it's pretty cool.
Yeah, very cool, very cool. Well, Crit J, his KD's been completely ruined. He's now 10-2.
Ah, bummer,
that's a
man.
shame.
Only a 5 KD.
Bit of a write-off for him, I guess, this game. But he is back on the glass, which is very exciting because of how beautiful that round just a few rounds ago on this Bunks briefing bomb site was. He was so great with that glass in tandem with Lycolis' Montaigne. Monty being banned, Lycolis goes over to the Twitch instead. But just look at the drones that Orchid have managed to get inside of the bomb site. So much information.
Let's see if the Twitch drone can get more value this time around. It has a couple of targets, right? The mine magnets, Elamine, the thorn traps as well. Meanwhile, Peeps, sometimes still could be, sometimes Solid Snake. Just looking for that initial kill, always backstabbing and fighting for map control. Tori, I mean, I will say this, they've been a lot more active in the server than I thought, but as I say, they're a little too active. Gets caught off guard by the window from bottom green. Crit J again on the glass, same spot, same success story thus far. But there's no Monty this time, there's no easy way to plant. So those smoke grenades, but you can still get a kill by the bomb side. How do you deal with the Solus? How do you deal with the trap operators once you get inside the building? That's the problem.
Oh, pink black ice from Peeps there on the F2. Love that. Looks like there's been a pretty solid job here from Orchid to really force Tari to start moving. And now Crit J wants to contest the vertical angles. Spots a player for a brief moment. Oh, really struggles to land enough shots. Does a bit of damage. Contesting further. Chatterman gets obliterated. Oh, it's a disaster for Tari. As Team Orchid have found 3 picks, the Solus is dead, and there's no information for HLT to figure out where the plant's going down. If it even does go down. I mean, Crit J still hasn't decided to go for it yet. He's just dropped that diffuser. They're trying to bait it. I don't think they realize, but the Solus is already dead. Now Lycolis has that diffuser back. Peeps almost goes down. But meanwhile, Zoshav becomes the last one standing. Impact out, and he drops down below. He's actually impacted the fire extinguisher to create that smoke. Whether that was deliberate or not, I'm not sure. But
oh, man.
1v5 not going to happen. Team Orchid, a beautiful, flawless round. And what a way to cap off the half, 3-3.
So after the first half being played out, we had a pretty surprising point in this matchup, a 3-3 scoreline. Going into this, we're thinking Team Orchid gonna win this. I was saying it's 7-2, 7-3, and while one of those is still possible, it does look like HL Tori spent a good amount of time between kickoff and stage 1 just simply practicing the basics of the game, the fundamentals, the operators, the setup, because what they've been showing us so far in Lair has been a lot more common and like basic setups, whereas when we saw them in the beginning of kickoff, they were doing some stuff that I had barely never seen before, and it wasn't working at all. So good stuff from them so far, but here comes the biggest challenge, going from the defense onto the attack inside on Lair. Now the big question comes, how good are they actually when it's gonna be on the much tougher side?
Yeah, no, a great point. And look, yeah, just to put it into perspective for people back home, HL Tari came last, 8th out of 8 teams in kickoff. Team Orchid, top 3, very close to top 2, and they almost got a map off of Weibo, the number 1 team in stage 1. So, you know, Orchid are in the conversation for one of the best teams in this region. They are one of the teams that's vying for that spot at EWC. HL Tari, quite the opposite. They're just doing their best to keep pace. And look, any win here is a first for HLT. They are yet to win a match in APL. And 3-3 at the first half, pretty damn good. But like you say, attack is a very different beast. Orchid are a very good defense team. They always... I mean, Orchid is just one of those really strong, experienced, stable teams, right, in APL. They played this game for such a long time. They're always on top of the meta. They know what they're doing. They're always very organized. They always come in with lots of prep work. A round like this, they've got double wall denial in Kaid and Tubarao to support as well. They've got a good balance of time delay / plant denial in the Goyo and the smoke. They got some traps in the Thorn and just a ton of fragability as well here with a DMR, 2 TCSG slug shotties, and then, you know, Crit J, doesn't matter what gun he's got, to be honest, he's always going to fall.
Oh, it doesn't. He's got half of his kills on Glass at this point. I mean, Glass not able to see all that often, and I think even more rarely we see it actually working out to such a great effect, but wildly successful. HL Tori, they didn't really bring the Warden whatsoever, despite the fact that we saw Creature bring out the Glass. Bit of a surprising factor, but I think the problem right now for playing defense, that is which operators do we pick? You know, there are so many insanely strong attackers, the Shields, the Capital, the Deimos, the Dokubi, etc. But on defense, you need to figure out what you think they're gonna bring, because you have to take a repick. That means that they can see that you're playing Warden. Now you can attack a repeat away from the Ying and the Glass and place like Dokubi Deimos instead. That screws with Warden. It's such a hard position to be in these days, to be a defending team on the majority of maps in Pro League.
Looks like the way that Orchid want to play this defense is by peeling back the layers. They've done so. They've already peeled back away from operations. I like this. Is this... No, I thought this was, again, the shotgun down below from Hibana, just like we saw from Crit J on Team Orchid. But no, Tenno is running the DMR. So there's actually no real vertical potential here from HLT. Yeah. Looks like they're trying to hit everywhere at once, though. You've got Sunstrike on the Nomad in operations. You've got Chatterman on the Dokkaebi on the opposite side.
I mean, this C4 could change everything though from Peeps. You can throw it over towards Obstroom above the railing or down in towards Lobby underneath the rail as well. So tons of different options of usage. But with 60 seconds to go, HL Tori, you're too quiet in the server. Nothing's happening. No pressure being felt by Team Orchid. And they have 2 people outside the building still. B-Train opens things up for taking down Tenno first. And fighting happening now elsewhere, like you said, with Tori attacking from all directions.
Oh, yeah. BG Man has really held down the fort on that R6 room side of the map. Nitro Cell ripped by Peeps, but he actually gets spotted. Sunstrike able to make an entry. Maybe there is a way in here because Zoshaz found a pick as well. Diffuser is in the hands of him, the Capital.
Oh, the fire.
He needs to try and find a way back inside. Zoshav, though, does find another kill. Wow, could this be the moment for HL Tori? Not if XRLotic's got anything to say about it. He makes it a 2v2 once again. Killer's low HP, and the Diffuser needs to be picked back up. Sunstrike caught off guard in the bomb site by Crit J. And now it is a very lit up Killers who has a hell of a lot of work to do. Good flashbang, but XRLotic is not blind. He and Crit J managed to pull off the 2v3 and take the lead once again for Team Orchid.
Bit of a bummer because it would have been such a great start for HLT to, get a first round attacking victory. And I mean, they did lose the opening pick to BG, man, but they were quick to trade, quick to get back into the action, and they set things up pretty nicely. It was a 3-2-1, let's all fight together, one element backstabbing, pressuring the staircase, and the back portion of the bomb site. But you kind of mentioned it earlier on, there was no verticality. That means you're walking into tiny doorways, into a breach, fighting defenders on the bomb site where they are the strongest. That's where they got the Razor Booms and Thorn, the Goyo 5 cannons, etc. to help them get into a strong position. Had you had a Deimos or a block in that round, or even a shield for the more direct attack, you get so many more different ways of picking that apart. So it seemed a little bit simple, a little bit direct, but at the end of the day, it was close enough, I would say, for that to be a successful round for HLT.
Well, I think the question, can HLT hang with Orchid when it comes to fragging capability? That answer has kind of been found. I'd say it's yes. Zoshev had a few big kills there.
Yeah.
And the way that HLT tried to play it, so split, they found a few picks, and those picks generated gaps. And, it's not necessarily a hammer anvil type of strategy. It's not exactly a... it's going to work every time type of strategy, but if they find their picks, then yeah, they might be able to make something work, and I have a lot of respect for that. They're not afraid. Even with Critche going 13-2, they're still happy to peek him or anyone else from Team Orchid.
That's why I like the idea of Deimos here as well, right? Because when you have like one player popping off as Critche is at the minute, you can just individually target him with Deimos, Stokebi, and or Shield. Because if you take down Critche, you take down the vast majority of the firepower that's currently active in the server. But with that being said, unless Critche is roaming on his lonesome, it's not gonna be that simple. But they do bring out the Tokobi, and they got the Blitz. They're working off the upstairs roam clear right now, working the verticality, working the walls, it's progressing the map step by step. And honestly, seeing that there's an extended roam setup in this area of armory and weapons, they've done a pretty good job in the first 60 seconds. And as I say that, they lose the shield because the Yokai Drum was hidden upstairs in the ceiling, and the moment he peeked the door, it stuns him, he's exposed, and he gets pre-fired.
That's so well coordinated by Lycolis and... was it Peeps? I didn't manage to see. Exalotic, that's right. Yeah, between Lycolis and Exalotic, so well coordinated. Lycolis would be saying, hey mate, come here, look at this guy. There's a guy on ping right here. I'm going to stun him, and you're going to get the kill. 3, 2, 1, go. And he's just done it again with BG, man. That is massive value from Lycolis. The support main for Team Orchid, the captain and IGL, is really helping them run rosies around HL Tari. Now, a 2-player advantage. The flank watch Gridlock and the Shield of Blitz have been taken down. And Team Orchid are looking very happy to continue roaming.
Speaking of operators, right? Defenders, they pick the 5 operators first, and you have attacker repick. They must not have seen that Echo was being brought out from Lycolis, or they thought, we don't need the IQ, it's fine. Because without the IQ here, you've lost 2 people to yellow ping pre-fires and the Yokai stun. That's essentially the whole round being lost to one single operator. And instead, they have operators like your Gridlock. Great for flank watching, but what flank are you watching when you can't enter the damn building? That's the issue. Now we see Killer stuck outside the garage on that main breach, taking a long-range gunfight with a new weapon, the XK-23, but there's 30 seconds left. You're still outside. Both the attackers outside the building. You gotta get inside, try and make a play, try and get a kill, and not lose in a flawless fashion.
Yeah, Zoshev's in an awkward spot here. Goes for pre-fire. How does he lose that? 15. It's Critche, that's why. A flawless round to cap it off for Team Orchid. And a beautiful start to their defense. 2 very solid rounds. The second even more dominant than the first.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? The defensive side, you play your paper, you do your strats, you do what you've discussed. Most teams can figure that out to a decent degree, but when you go into the attack, it's about adapting. You lose an important player, the enemy's bringing out like a weird operator, you don't have the correct read. Those constant small adaptations and adaptations you gotta make in the middle of the round, they're so difficult. And we see here Tori, they're saying, guys, let's do a direct attack from weapons armory and use the blitz. That was obviously the goal. Blitz died first about the 60-second mark into the round, and then the second plan was not there. Then there's just outside the building, they're holding long angles, the Gridlock gets flanked by another Yokai yellow ping from Exalotic. There was no real plan B. And that is often we see from the lesser experienced teams, that when plan A goes wrong, often that just means the whole round. where the more experienced teams, you know, even Team Orchid here in this game, plan B is Crit J go pop off. That is a legitimate plan B. He will just get so many kills out of nowhere and can bring back a lost round and turn it back into a victory, or make it extremely close at least. So that's the thing I'm seeing missing right now from the first two attacks from Tori. Plan A is alright, but when Plan A gets disrupted, they need a strong Plan B.
Yeah, we'll see. They're clearly interested, though, in continuing to try out this blitz, though, despite the bomb site changing again. Sunstrike returns to the shield. No shields were banned, by the way, here from Orchid, so this blitz was a distinguished choice compared to the Blackbeard or the Monty. Now, the Montaigne tends to be the safest shield, the Blackbeard the deadliest at long range. Oh, we're going to have a mirror trick here. Oh. Okay, he decided to wait for the freeze from Tubarao. Here comes the mirror trick now, and that's one exothermic down. Thing is, these days with Thermite getting 3 exothermic charges, I don't know what value. Do you realistically get a lot of value out of that? I mean, what other walls is he going to open up?
I mean, it's pretty good disruption, right? That's the mirror window place. They can see through it vertically, and on the side itself, they got C4s they can toss into the window frame as well. Unless you just want to risk it, Tenno has 2 options here. Either you go for the risky play and try and breach the wall, you may or may not die, or you go elsewhere and don't breach the wall until later on. And for Team Orchid, what they're doing is just, again, they're forcing Tori into plan B. So that the weak rat, shotgun close quarters, Peach gets the kill. So, denied the breach they have, they got an opening pick, and they're locking out Tori once again. Look at the bottom left, 2 people outside the building. The other one who's inside, he died just now as well. Chattermint on the Solid Snake goes down. It's just Blitz and Thermite now inside the office now.
I was going to say we really need Sunstrike to get active now, but he has been taken down. Tenno now needs to use these exothermic charges upstairs to open up more avenues between these narrow hallways. However, Orchid have such a strong position still. Multiple players on this top floor. There's 4 of them working together, and they re-aggress. PG Man actually team kills Peeps. The only thing seemingly stopping Orchid from winning a 3rd flawless round. I wish I could read Ty right now, because I'm sure Zoshev has something hilarious to say. But Killers is now forced to be the clutch man. 1 versus 4. And on the other side of it, I don't think it's going to be anything other than Team Orchid finding match point.
He's going for a trip into spawn. Yeah, this is one of those unofficial tactical timeouts where you can discuss with your team or just look into the sky and go, oh boy, how have we gotten to this position? This round sucks. It's hard. I don't know what to do. And it started off well, right? They had the Thatcher for the Kaid and Tubarao. They were countering, but then the mirror tricking came into play. And as I said before, the plan A, when that gets disrupted, Tori does not have a strong enough plan B. It was Capital or Socia just walk into a hallway and dying to Peeps in the shotgun. That was it. Round ended.
And with that, I believe that's a tactical timeout called by Tari as well. Team Orchid have just made a clean sweep, 3 defenses in a row, which is, I guess, made us think twice now about what happened in that first half. Yes, HLT managed to get 3 rounds on defense. Attack is a very different beast, and they are not looking too confident here whatsoever. They now need a comeback of the ages, 3 in a row. With how the last couple of rounds have gone, it seems very unlikely they're going to be able to achieve that.
Yeah, I mean, it's a tough spot to be in. Like expectations were, the attack inside of Lair is quite tricky, and combine that with the fact that Orchid are having very strong setups and they're good at disrupting and punishing their opponents. That's how you find them yourself in this. It looks like it's impossible to attack for them. They need, like, not a miracle to happen, but they gotta get at least the opening pick, then restabilize the round, and then not kind of get caught by Crit J or somebody else on that Team Orchid roster. And that's just been what's happening. They're usually losing the first player, they don't get the main breach, and then Crit J happens, or somebody else, like Exolotic pops off with a 3k in a round. If they can just get 1 attack in round, that'll be a good enough start, of course, just 1 round at a time, and losing 4-7 wouldn't be the end of the world, but not being able to get a singular attack round on the board before this game is over, that would be a shame.
Yeah, it's not just about the scoreline, it's like you said, about getting that mental barrier crossed of we can win an attack round. You know, if you go through a couple of games and you only win defense rounds, there's certainly something that starts to creep in. You're like, do we just suck at attack? You don't want to have that. hanging over your head come next game. Is that a Return of the Jedi shirt I see? I think it is. I love that, man. That's sick. Do you believe Star Wars is like 50 years old now?
Yeah.
That's insane.
I mean, it holds up so well though. Like even the the first movies.
Yeah.
There are certain areas where you can see that it's old, but generally speaking, it holds up very nicely considering how dated it is.
I need to do a rewatch, but hey, Empire Strikes Back and Return of the Jedi. I mean, look, the original one is cool, but like it's a bit cheesy, a bit cringe. But hey, I'm a big fan of the other ones. I need to do a big rewatch. I think our producers are very angry at me right now.
They're a bit cringe, he goes with. I'm not sure about cringe. They're like when it comes to movie making, they like broke the industry back then. Like they revolutionized what movies could be. Come on now.
They did. No, I'm a big Star Wars. I was a big Star Wars guy when I was a kid. Like,
go watch the Mandalorian movie, man. Go watch that.
I haven't seen that. I don't know if I did enjoy the show up to a point, but I don't know if I'll.
Yeah, up to a point. Yep. He knows ball.
I got bored after a season and a half, I think.
Man, these young people and their attention span, man.
You know, I did watch a good movie recently, Pengu. It actually reminded me a lot of you. Have you heard of Obsession?
I haven't seen it, but I need to. No spoilers, please.
It reminds me a lot about my feelings towards you.
Okay, sure. I've been following, it's called Curry Baker, the director, producer guy. I've been following his YouTube skits for years.
Yeah.
So when I saw it, I was like, no way, it's the YouTube guy.
Yeah. Oh, it's definitely not like his YouTube skits.
Oh.
Great movie, though. Would recommend. Come back and we'll talk about it once you've watched it. But for now, let's talk about the current horror movie at hand, which is HL Tari really struggling to get back into this. 4 rounds in a row. Orchid have won from a 2-3 deficit to now sit on match point. And with Sunstrike tanking that Thorn Trap, it doesn't look like HL Tari are doing much better. Zosha, though, here he comes, and he's shut down. Kuche looking for his 16th kill, plus 14 KD at the minute, with Peeps finally finishing off Sunstrike and Critche hitting that 16 bomb. This is going to be the end of the line for HLT, no two ways about it.
Again, locked outside the building with the majority of the players not getting the entry, the opening, the trade, but here comes one good gunfight, almost 2, but Peeps comes out on top in the end. They're inside of Ops room, but it's a 2v4. They need more to happen.
Oh, good flash from Tenno. Does flash himself a little bit, but it buys him some space. And it makes his way up deeper forward. However, with Lycolis jamming up this hallway and Exarlotic swinging in, that is the end of the line for HL Tari. At the end of the day, Team Orchid run rings around them. 5 rounds in a row to take the map.
Yeah, I mean, when you get a veteran team in Orchid up against the newcomers on the block, it is always going to be a tough matchup. But honestly, ever since the side swap, when Team Orchid went into defense, they were just looking formidable on the attacks, a little bit loose, you know, but Crit J really helped them get that 3-3 half, because for a second, that could have been a 4-2 with Orchid actually starting from the lower end.
Yeah, no, a great game at the end of it for Team Orchid. Despite being a little bit slow on the attack, they certainly redeemed themselves. How about that Critche fella, huh? That was an insane. I think he ended up 16-3. Unfortunately, copying a death right at the end just to ruin his KD. Do you want to guess what his EPS is going to end up to be with a 16-3 scoreline?
169.
Nice. Surely higher than that. Is that really all, you reckon?
Oh.
169?
I actually have no idea. I was thinking 180 in like more serious fashion, but I don't know, like, I'm not sure what the ceiling is, you know? Well, is somebody broken? Like, did you see the 231 in kickoff?
I feel like we saw a 200 and something, yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
just gonna see as well.
16-3.
173.
That is insane. Hey, you were only 4 off. That's pretty nice.
That's pretty good, man. Not gonna lie.
I respect
only
that a lot.
90% cost, only 2 entries. You know, almost got the 1v5 clutch, technically speaking, or the 1v5 ace, but not quite.
Not good enough, in my view, from Critche. Needs to really step it up, or his team is going to have some real issues. Now, jokes aside, Orchid looking great. Even though they were a little bit slow on their attack, their defense is really where they locked in. HLT, though, what can we say for them? I mean, we got so optimistic at the start of that game, Pengu, but for our team that struggled to get on the board and kick off, they at least have a few rounds under their belt, but no attack rounds as of yet.
It's all about practice and experience for those guys. And going up against Team Orchid is a great way to get more experience and practice. Every single round they can win is gonna benefit them. And that's why it's just a shame that they couldn't get a single attacking round, because it means they get less rounds to experience attacking against a strong opponent. Maybe now that they've played each other though, they can start streaming each other more. Now that could benefit them.
Yeah. No, a great game overall from Team Orchid. We have a chance to speak with our lovely friend Lycolis. Welcome on in and congratulations on such a dominant start to stage 1. How are you feeling after a big 7-3 win?
I think we didn't feel that much of emotion. You know, we could expect it because like KTLT was not that strong to begin with, so we kind of struggled a bit for the first few rounds, and it was all right. I think 3-3, and we expect to do great in defense. And as you can see, with our experience, we did a lot of good round. Yeah.
Nice. Obviously, you guys had a phenomenal kickoff, only barely losing to Weibo and to Daystar shortly after. You guys essentially were the third best team in the region. What was the biggest focus for you guys going from kickoff into stage 1? Is there an area of the game that you feel like you've been really focusing on a lot? Or what's been like your mentality going to stage 1?
That's a tough question, but for me personally, we didn't like thought much about into that kind of picture. We gotta go into each match, because I would say that we were lucky that Peeps, our 5th member, the last kickoff, his college is off season, so we get a lot of practice time with him. But
nice.
It is the stage 1, his semester will be back, so we're gonna get less practice time with him, and we want to focus more on individual play on our team. We didn't go that okay, on this team we have to change our way on. I think we just practice or what we think was the right play that we should make during game.
Yeah. Cool.
Lycolis, I want to get your thoughts on how Asia is looking as a whole, because obviously you made no roster changes. Soul's Heart and Fury also made no roster changes, but the top 2 teams from kickoff, the 2 teams that went to Salt Lake City, Weibo and Daystar, they're the only teams you've lost to so far in APL this year. Both of them made roster changes. Daystar got Yao instead of Bin Bin. Weibo finally, for the first time ever, made a roster change. They got Gotti instead of Ape. How are you feeling going up against teams like Weibo and Daystar, going up against the rest of the league, especially considering you guys were so close in kickoff to making that major, just 2 rounds away when you eventually fell to Daystar?
I don't think there will be much of a change. I believe Daystar and Weber, the four man of them are pretty much back with basic and experience. So any addition to it wouldn't change anything much. It's just it's probably gonna be an individual player that let's be a bit difference. But for me personally, I don't think they are seen weaker or stronger. I just feel just a neutral feeling. Yeah.
Okay, well, of course, it's only Playday 1 game down. You've got 6 more games of round robin to go before we head to stage finals, where you guys will be fighting for a spot to play at the Esports World Cup. But thank you so much for joining us tonight, and congrats again, Lycolis, on your win. We'll see you next week.
See you.
Bye.
I say next week, but we might actually see him tomorrow as well. If they win tomorrow night, of course, we go back-to-back Playdays here in Asia, which is very exciting. We also go back-to-back matches. Like I said, that's our first game done for the night, but we have so many more to go. It's actually so funny. You forget sometimes how many Thai teams we have in this league. It was an all-time matchup between Team Orchid and HL Tori. Next up, it's Soul's Heart versus Fury. That other Thai banger is coming up after this.
ชื่อในเกมชื่อเลบิลินครับตอนนี้เล่นให้กับโฟลี่ครับผมก็ตั้งแต่ผมเกิดขึ้นมานะครับพ่อกับแม่ผมเนี่ยเขาเปิดร้านเกมแล้วผมเนี่ยก็อยู่กับร้านเกมอยู่กับเกมมาตั้งแต่เด็กนี้ พอผมโตขึ้นผมก็เล่นเกมไปเรื่อยๆเรื่อยๆเพราะว่าบ้านผมเปิดร้านเกมผมเป็นคนที่ชอบเล่นเกมยิงปืนอยู่แล้วนะครับแล้วทีนี้พอเล่นไปปุ๊บก็มีคนมาชวนเข้าทีมนั่นก็เลยเป็นจุดเริ่มต้นแห่งการเป็นนักแข่งก็ตอนนั้นตอนที่ผมครอบครัวผมเปิดร้านเกมนะครับเกมแรกที่ผมเล่นแล้วรู้สึกสนุกเลยก็คือเกม PB Point Blank อะไรเงี้ยเป็นเกมแรกที่ผมได้มีการแข่งขันจริงๆแล้วผมก็เล่นทุกเกมครับไม่เกี่ยวว่าจะต้องเป็นเกมยิงปืนแต่ว่าถ้าส่วนตัวแล้วก็ชอบที่จะเล่นเกมยิงปืนมากกว่าเพราะถ้าเกิดว่าพ่อกับแม่ไม่ได้เปิดร้านเกมนี้ผมอาจจะไม่ได้เป็นนักแข่งหรือว่าอาจจะไม่ได้เล่นเกมอย่างที่ทุกวันนี้เล่นครับเหมือนว่าตอนนั้นผมดูแข่งแล้วผมเห็นมีนักแข่งเล่นแล้วเห็นรู้สึกว่าเขาเท่ดีแล้วเขาตะโกนเขาเท่เขาไปแข่งเป็นทีมอะไรอย่างนี้มีชนะมีชูถ้วยทำให้ผมรู้สึกว่าถ้าผมเป็นนักแข่งเนี่ยผมก็คงอยากจะถือถ้วยอยากจะชนะอะไรอย่างนี้บ้างเป็นโมเมนต์ที่ดีก็เวลาที่ผมแข่งแล้วก็รู้สึกสนุกแล้วก็จริงจังไปกับมันส่วนตัวผมเป็นคนชอบตะโกนอยู่แล้วก็เลยเวลาแข่งก็รู้สึกสนุกดีถึงแม้ว่าเวลาแพ้จะเสียใจจะมีร้องไห้บ้างอะไรอย่างนี้แต่ก็สนุกดีที่ได้การเป็นนักแข่งครับก็ถ้าเมื่อก่อนก็จะการแข่งเกมก็อาจจะมีการรายการค่อนข้างเยอะอะไรอย่างนี้แต่ว่าเดี๋ยวนี้ประเทศไทยไม่ค่อนข้างที่จะไม่ค่อยเยอะเหมือนเมื่อก่อนแล้วเมื่อตอนที่ผมเล่นเป็นนักแข่ง CSGO นะครับมีเพื่อนมาชวนให้ผมไปลองเล่นRainbow Six ดูแล้วพอผมไปเล่นแล้วก็รู้สึกว่าสนุกกับมันแล้วก็พอผมเลิกเป็นนักแข่งของ CSGO แล้วก็ไปเล่นกดแรงที่ Rainbow Six แล้วก็มีคนมาชวนเข้าทีมผมก็เลยนั่นก็เป็นจุดเริ่มต้นที่ทำให้ผมได้เริ่มต้นรู้จัก Rainbow Six แน่นอนครับผมก็ยังสนุกกับการแข่งขันของเกมอยู่ถึงแม้ว่าผมจะอายุเยอะขึ้นแต่ก็คิดว่าก็คงจะแข่งเกมไปเรื่อยๆจนกว่าจะรู้สึกว่าไม่ไหวแล้วก็พ่อกับแม่ผมก็คอยซัพพอร์ตอยู่ตลอดไม่ว่าจะยังไงแล้วก็ล่าสุดก็ที่ปารีสก็มีการซื้อตั๋วให้แม่กับป้าไปเชียร์ที่ปารีสผมรู้สึกว่าก็ดีกันที่พ่อกับแม่ซัพพอร์ตก็รู้สึกว่าชีวิตหนึ่งมีครั้งเดียวก็อยากให้พ่อกับแม่เห็นในความสำเร็จของเราที่ได้มาเป็นนักแข่งได้มาแข่งในต่างประเทศอะไรอย่างนี้ถึงแม้จะไม่ชนะแต่ว่าการที่พ่อกับแม่มาดูเราแข่งก็เป็นสิ่งที่ครั้งหนึ่งในชีวิตต้องมีก็ครอบครัวก็รู้สึกดีถึงแม้ที่ผมเป็นนักแข่งแล้วพอผมชนะได้ไปแข่งนี้เขาก็รู้สึกว่าดีใจจริงที่มีลูกไปนำชื่อเสียงให้กับพ่อกับแม่อะไรอย่างเงี้ยก็ขอบคุณพ่อกับแม่นะครับที่คอยดูตามเชียร์รวมถึงป้าด้วยครับก็ทุกๆคนที่เชียร์ผมก็จะทำให้เต็มที่ทุกๆปีจนกว่าจะเลิกแข่งจะทำให้พ่อกับแม่เพียงนั้นนะครับรักพ่อกับแม่ครับ
Well, we are well on our way and ready for our second game of the night. Pengu, hopefully a little bit closer one this time around, but there's no promises. Obviously, HLT struggled against Orchid. This time around, it's Soul's Heart versus Fury, another set of Thai teams. But if people have been watching the APL for a little bit, they might be confused to see, hang on, this isn't the Fury that we know and love. No, this is a brand new Fury, an exciting one with some pretty cool new talent that we're getting to showcase.
Yeah, and I mean, those that, you know, you and I have, like, the reason why we have so much love for this roster, I think, at least for me, is that Labyrinth is actually on this roster now.
Oh, yeah.
And he was the person that went to the 1v1 finals in Paris for SI, and he actually had a great content piece about that about 5 minutes ago, where he said he also flew in his family to see him perform at the main stage of SI. Ever since I met Labyrinth, I've been a huge fan. Seeing him now in T1 play with Fury, this Orc, these other players next to him, I love that for him.
I know he's a big fan of yours as well. I remember when you guys met in Tokyo at the APAC Cup, where he played against the other top APAC players to qualify for the 1v1 now tournament at Six Invitational. It was a big moment for him. I mean, he performed, he played in that 1v1, he won it, and he won it in such a stylish fashion as well. And then you guys talked a little bit of strategy afterwards. I remember seeing you guys talking about, what is this, shotguns? He just loved running shotguns.
Yeah, there's the Lesion shotgun in the 1v1 tournament every single round. And if he was doing Spicy, he plays the same shotgun on Ying on the flip side. And he made it work. Nobody could deal with it. Nobody had a counter for it. He went all the way to his side where he actually coulda, woulda, shoulda won. But a comeback happened from Selim, who was representing Europe. And Labyrinth, despite having a 2 or 3 round lead, ended up losing in the very grand finals.
Fun fact that Selim actually played for, I believe it was Team Turkiya in the ENC qualifiers, and has now qualified for the Esports Nations Cup, which will be played out later this year. Speaking of Esports Nations Cup, you know Team Thailand also qualified. They completely farmed in the APAC qualifier, in the Asia qualifier. Yeah, by far the best team in APAC was Team Thailand. They went undefeated. I was really keen to see it. And of course, Team Thailand is largely players made up from the teams that we've been watching play today so far. I'm just getting the exact roster up. So we've got from, funnily enough, Soul's Heart, 2 players. So if we can have a look at their roster, we can have a reminder. It was Scatman and I9, the good old duo that have been playing together for such a long time. Scatman used to go by the name of Sapper. I9 used to go by the name of Napew. They played together on an Elevate all the way back in the day. Berlin Major 6 Invitational 2022 in Sweden. Team Thailand in the ENC qualifiers is those 2, plus Lycolas, BG Man, and Kuche from Team Orchid. That is an insane roster. And they were, the best team in the Asia qualifier. And I think they'll have a pretty solid chance at the ENC.
Hey, Soul's Heart and Fury also have something else in common. They both fell to Daystar. We've seen that here in the highlight reel package. They played, of course, in kickoff. Fury started upper bracket. They played against Weibo. They lost. They go lower bracket. Daystar is there to meet them, right? And they get sent home. They get sent out of that tournament effectively. Soul's Heart, well, they start off against Daystar, ends up beating them actually. Then they fall to Weibo. And in the rematch against Daystar in the lower bracket, they too get sent out. So both these 2 squads had a very similar story in kickoff, but of course we haven't seen them play each other from back then. So it's gonna be an exciting one to see which one's actually the better opponent here.
Well, it's funny that we talk about Soul's Heart, right? And yes, while technically they did only come, 4th place in kickoff, you could argue that they could have just as easily come 3rd, because if you compare them and Team Orchid, who we just saw play earlier today, both those teams only lost to Weibo and Daystar, right? Like, that is the only teams they lost to were the top 2 teams. We never actually got to see a Soul's Heart versus Orchid match. So you could argue that there is a conversation that perhaps Soul's Heart could even be the best Thai team that we have to offer. But of course, in order to prove that, they're going to have to beat Fury, who they're up against right now. And let's compare 2 players to these teams. I9, of course, is a star player. He's definitely in the conversation for this Thai player we have to offer. He's a real veteran. He's been around the scene. He's been to international events before. He's also a father now. And then Labyrinth on the other side of that is a young gunner who's eager to prove himself.
mean, I9, when I think of him now, like recent history, he is the playmaker. We saw him the moment Solid Snake came out earlier this year. He was on an operator, on the intrigue, going for map control, making huge plays, using F2 to great success. He's been a Blackbeard player in the past as well, doing a similar job. He's a bit of a wild card in the roster, but also a very vocal player, helping lead his team forward. So he has a lot of involvement, a lot of impact whenever roster he's playing for. Also love the background setting. I feel like this is like I9's actual home, okay? The wild colors, the big graphic wall behind him, it fits his style so well.
I have a fun fact for you about this setup. I don't know how much we can see from the back of the Souls Heart player cameras, but this is the exact same team house slash like gaming den that we have seen these players use for years, ever since they actually were with the Elevate organization. I believe it's in Bangkok in Thailand. And yeah, through multiple different orgs, they have still been using this same facility. So it just seems synonymous. That very terrifying looking clown with these players. It just feels so right. But let's talk about where we'll be playing today, of course, not just in real life in the gaming den, but in the spa. We have a best of one veto. Let's see. Oh, slot machine. Where does it tick over to? We're heading to Bank.
No.
All right, keen for this. Bank has got to be one of my favorite maps in the pool.
I mean, it's not a bad shot at all. I also think it's probably a bit of more even territory for both rosters, because when you have an even matchup, it's about figuring out, okay, we're probably going to end up where we're both going to be very strong suited. When you have a very strong team against your team, you can kind of force the map veto because the better team has like a bigger pool of maps that they're better on. But in this scenario, they're probably going to play the same sort of thing. Bank makes perfect sense for me. And again, the big question is, who is going to be the better team between Soulstart and Fury? Because they have the same fate and kickoff, didn't play each other though. So now I finally get to see what that's going to look like.
Of course, Fury, you say they had the same fate. They both lost to Daystar and Weibo, but Fury ended up going all the way through to that 7th place decider match where they did take on HL Tari, but of course, a 7th place is not quite good enough to show what you have to offer here. Fury, with their new roster this year in 2026, have a lot to prove, but they're going to have to show that they can hold a candle to some of the top teams here in this very competitive Asia League. Up against them, it's Souls Heart, eager to have just as strong of a start as we saw from Team Orchid earlier today. Let's kick things off. Another 2 big Thai teams going head-to-head, this time on Bank.
Alright, I was seeing all the various angles of that room you mentioned, the boot camp facility, team house situation from Souls Heart. It's looking very spicy there, a lot of colors. I'm keeping my eyes here for the Heartbreacher bans, most notably. Some teams, they've started banning the Hibana and the Ace, and then they can play top floor CEO a lot more comfortably, kind of enabling a third bump set being very strong. Teams tend to go basement on Bank first, and then it's a mixture of top floor and open area. But top floor with Hibana Ace open gets very tricky, so that's why I was looking out for it, seeing if they're gonna target Bennett. They're not. Grim and Monty, they follow through, and the Kaid and the Mira. So both teams trying to affect as many bump sets as possible, rather than really targeting one specific one.
I see a Zafia. I know that we're very early days. We can still have repick in the prep phase, but man, we talked a little bit about this on EML the other day, but I love Zofia. I'm so excited that she's back as a 2-speed, 2-arm operator instead of being a slow operator. Had the same fate as Sledge, was a 2-2 for a very long time, then got demoted down to being a slow operator, and now returned to her former glory. We saw Sledge come a lot more into the meta after that revert happened, and it seems like it's the same for Zof. The fact that she's got tin can openers, the secondary hard breach charges, on top of a ton of other util, makes her just such a great versatile pick. So I hope that we continue getting to see it.
10 seconds remaining.
I haven't seen a ton of Dokkaebi just yet today here in Asia. We saw it played a couple of rounds earlier, but not to great effect, and Dokkaebi actually often dying first in those kinds of rounds. That was between HL Tori and Team Orchid on Lair. Bang, of course, very different map. We see verticality, a lot more map control, also playing from the window repels. Another spot where Dokkaebi demos can be quite excellent at isolating those defending operators. But for the top floor hold, it's all about the keeper there. That's Sami just locking down stock office, granting some safe shelter areas towards your teammates as well. So let's see what Soul's Heart's first approach will be. They got soft destruction, they got hard destruction, both ranged and melee and thermite in the ace. They don't have a shield and an easy way of planting, but everywhere else they got quite the util.
I'm keen to see what Scatman can do with that Dockerby as he lands his first call. It's on to Dark. The the Azami, who is going to be able to manage to successfully hang up that phone. It's a problem, though, playing against a Dockerby, right, is if you choose to hang up the phone, you can just get caught again, literally 2 seconds later.
Yeah, you can spam back to back to back to back 5 times in theory, which we have seen done before. When we did EML on Monday, it was G2's Benjamaster. He was called 3 times in a row. Now, if you're not super familiar with Dokkaebi rework, if you do let the phone ring go all the way through and you don't answer it, you take 40 damage, leave a bit of fire right beneath your feet like a mini Goyo. That will do more damage if you don't move, but you'll lose access to your phone in the future, meaning you cannot check your cameras as a defender, but you also cannot be called again. So a tactic that we've started seeing now in pro play is that you let the call go through, you take the 40 damage, and now you can't get called in the future. You can almost counter it by taking the damage.
And for a lot of players who are in positions where they're not going to be checking their cameras anyway, it is worth it. But for Dark, unfortunately, this time hanging up his phone does not save him. He goes down. Damon, though, nice shot onto I9. It's rare that people best I9 in a 1v1 heads-up gunfight. I mean, he tends to be one of the best fraggers. Wow, what a shot! As he tries to retreat, Labyrinth then doubles back on the Deimos and takes down DCH. Now Soul's Heart are in a world of strife.
I mean, that's gonna be the round almost impossible now. They're stuck outside the building on the roof and the rappels. They're gonna maybe rappel down the lobby skylight, work off the CEO windows. And like I said earlier, we see Dokkaebi being played here in Asia, but the Dokkaebi calls not used that effectively. 3 in pocket from Scatman, just using one of those 3 at the current minute. But they can just tank them, you see? Roldini takes 40 damage. Now it's a red phone indicator above his icon on the bottom of the screen. That means his phone is now dead and gone and will not come back for the remainder of this round. Scatman does get a kill though. There's 10 seconds to go, boys. It's time to start pushing that bomb side.
Oh, nice work though from Damon on the Warden. Almost traded back. Tanks the damage from the phone exploding, but not able is Scatman to get into position to actually take a gunfight. And Fury are going to win the round on time. Pretty decisive one at that. They kept Soul's Heart at bay, and the attack just could not find any footing.
Looking at the autographs in the bottom of the... I'm curious who writes the organization autograph. Is that the player, the captain? Is it the org manager or owner? Because the Fury one was just like, F-U-R...
It's also got the little logo, the hand-drawn version of the Fury logo with the axes.
It's gotta be they picked the player, right? It's like, hey, you draw it for us.
I wanted to get a do-over on the Soul's Heart one because it is such a huge missed opportunity to not write Souls and then just do a little heart around it.
The heart. Yeah, you see, you know ball right there.
If you guys are listening right now, Soul's Heart, I've got an idea for you. Get on it for stage, please.
That should be very neat.
It's
I got a question for you, Pengu. When did you first have to like sign your name as Pengu rather than like signing your document? Like when did you first have to write an autograph as Pengu the GOAT?
So, oh boy, I mean it must have been like 20. I think they won in 2016 May for the year 1 season 1 Pro League finals because we all signed like a jersey that someone could hang in the office type of thing.
Yeah, right.
And I just wrote similar to now, just P-E, and like very like, just like bold letters, nothing fancy. But nowadays, I got like I bind the N and the G together, or the G and the U, and I do like a little line below it. It's still awful, but it's a bit fancier than just big bold letters. I'm really bad at signing things.
I feel like you should like get a glow up, go to like autograph school, get like a fancy new one, and then everyone who has your OG Pengu autograph, which I'm sure a lot of those people will be watching right now, that will become a collector's item.
Oh.
Just saying, man.
It's like, actually, that's not a bad shot right
Just
there.
saying, man.
Increase the value of the OG fans.
Yeah, and then you'll get some fans coming up to you wanting the new autograph when they already have the old one. It's just a few ideas.
You know what? when I see fans continuously at various events, I actually have a follow-up autograph that I do when it's the second time or third time. I do an I add an X2 to the old autograph. So it says Penguin Nude, and then I do X2 or X3, and there's a guy out there who does a Mossy cosplay.
Oh,
Who's
yeah.
an X5. He has the most Penguin autographs of all time on like a single item.
Amazing. I love that.
Yeah.
I love that. Getting into the game, though, I noticed the Echo drone actually got shot out in open area. So
Yeah.
Fury went for a bit of roam. They tried to waste as much time as they could, but Souls Heart were very thorough on this roam clear. And it's hard to say who's won
Yeah.
at this point. Like, obviously, no damage on either side. No players have taken
Fury's
damage.
won.
But yeah, Fury have delayed a lot of time.
3 toxic bait and a pre-placed Gory canister and server stairs, right? It gets popped now. That means that about, 50 seconds left, the fire's gonna expire on server stairs. Then you got 3 toxic babes from Labyrinth to go afterwards. That means if you want server stairs access and server control for Soul's Heart, you're gonna have 15, maybe 20 seconds left to work with, and you gotta get rid of Labyrinth who's on that very same staircase too. So they're probably gonna have to flip the attack now, work the hatches, work the back portion, because they cannot get server control whatsoever this round.
Yeah, this is very awkward, especially with Mr. Punch taking a hell of a lot of damage here from that TCSG.
Now the toes.
Farlord actually does successfully hang up his phone without taking any damage. Now in a bit of a gunfight though, Damon as well contesting. However, I9 doesn't lose that one. Here is the gap found by Soul's Heart. They go deep. Mark's found a double. Now Dark and Labyrinth have to try their best to hold on, but Mr. Punch is causing all kinds of a headache as he goes down straight into Vault. Dark finally gets him as he turns away. I think he thought he might have got enough damage to get the injure, but he would be wrong. Now Labyrinth is fighting to look to take that ground back again after Soul's Heart have confirmed that diffuser. Scatman in the bomb site fends off Dark. It's Labyrinth now, but it's not a 1v1, but a 1v3, and Scatman puts him down. Soul's Heart, with that last second execute, get the job done.
Very impressive. They don't have server stairs control. They actually have nothing but garage ramp, and then of course the main stairs and the open area hatches. And I9 gets the opening pick down towards the A bomb site, and that pick itself isn't necessarily a big deal because it doesn't get them into the bomb site itself, but it gets them man advantage. And this gets even furthered by the fact that you had Labyrinth playing on that server staircase with smoke, which they knew from earlier. So that 5 versus 5 was actually a 5 versus 4 when it came to the bombs itself. Then when they take down another player, it's a 5 versus 3. And then they can just leverage the chaos and the man advantage and push down in towards the bomb side and be a bit more risky with it. So very well done. I mean, that was a round that you, on paper, such a low chance of winning, but I9 and the rest of Soul's Heart, they just found their way and they just worked together.
Yeah, love to see that. Love to see that. It's classic Soul's Heart though, when things
It is,
don't
actually.
work out and then they just decide, all right, let's just brute force it. Hey, I'm I9. Did you know that? You know my name's I9? You know what that means? That means I'm allowed to do this. I'm just allowed to find a kill out of nowhere.
It's the Asian team BDS from European League many years ago, where they would always mess up like this CCTV breach on Clubhouse, and strategically they would lose the round. But they had Shy. He just walks in garage, boom, boom, 2 kills, and they win the round. And okay, it's plan A that might be very strong, but doesn't work out. But then into a strong plan B. They don't like sit around and do nothing. They just simply look for the next to do.
It's so important. Obviously, every good team needs to have a plan A, a good plan B, good at being able to adapt, but sometimes you just need to stop overthinking and just gun up and get the job done. And the best teams have players that can make magic happen out of nowhere. Soul's Heart certainly have a few like that. So 1-1, still very early days, and on the whole, I don't want to sing too many praises for Soul's Heart because it has been a much more competitive game than perhaps we expected. Bank is also the most attacker-sided map in the pool right now, so it's not... oh, wow, that C4 was shot out of midair. It's not the same case as like we saw on Lair in the first map today, where Team Orchid struggled on their attack up, but they locked in on their defense and didn't lose a round. No, Soul's Heart are expected that they need to get rounds here on the attacking side.
Here comes the push though. Bit of a trade back and forth from DCH on the Blackbeard. Has the information, we can line the shots. Can't get the wall bang. We'll deal with a second as well, meaning Soul's Heart again on the back foot. losing numbers advantage, but gaining map control with this. The issue is top floor control, it's great to have it, but there's no vertical operators. There's not gonna be a ram available, there's no hard destruction either, so they gain nothing with this control up top floor. They gotta make their march down a staircase and try and just work that primary first floor in towards the bomb side. That's gonna be tricky, given that 3 versus 4.
This is risky from Dark, deciding to hang up his phone while the vert's being created upon him. Thankfully, he's not exposed. He's still his phone. Of course, that does mean he can still be killed, unfortunately. I9's gone for a bit of a jog to try and get that diffuser back. He might actually be able to get an extra secondary gadget as well. As he approaches the body, he is going to do that. He is going to grab a smoke grenade. So now he has a smoke and a nade. Dark, meanwhile, has found a kill. So a 2v4 for Soul's Heart. Again, Nick, it's not looking too convincing here. Fury are looking very solid on this defensive side. Just need to sit back and wait.
And they do just that. They hold their areas, so Tellers, Nakas, one player each, and then lock things down. Roldini gets the final kill to Scatman. And it's honestly a defensive setup here that just works. No one's overcommitted. Nobody's taking a fight alone. They start top floor, and the 2 picks, they sprint straight back down and play in much closer proximity, leverage numbers.
A really good look from Fury. I mean, it's a contrast when you look at the face cams. You've got 5 players on Fury, all at their homes, and then you've got all 5, the whole squad from Soul's Heart in the same practice room, boot camp facility together. And yeah, Fury are making this look pretty solid. Obviously, yes, they did lose that basement defense, but if you're losing basement but winning everything else, it's not the end of the world. If anything, basement's the one that you would typically have the most luck with, so it feels a little bit like opposite day. Oh, there's the shot from I9. Nice catch.
This gunfights, man, is hard. I mean, when you have so many, strong gunners in the server, there's just so much battling happening everywhere because everyone's eager and everyone's confident to take those kinds of fights. No one's sitting back thinking, "Oh no, please don't fight me." We're seeing Damon getting a little bit fancy here with some Maestro tech. When you get the evil eye, or the bubble, as we can refer it to, or as, when you get to an elevated position and you look straight up with the evil eye camera, you literally cannot melee it as long as it looks straight up from the POV of the evil eye. So you can do a lot of tricky stuff where you're looking down, you're shooting, the hot destruction in the hatch, you look sharp, now they can't melee it or shoot it. And you can keep those alive for, I mean, theoretically an infinite amount of time, but there's so many counters this round. Sophia's great because you're not gonna cook grenades any longer, so getting Ash or Sophia or Kali with more flying soft destruction, that can clear it, and they get CH on the Brava. So the Maestro Evil Eyes, once they get found, should just be countered immediately. I'll be thinking, why are they putting Goyo canisters on the hatches? That's because it can actually block you from putting down hard destruction from like thermite or can openers onto the hatch. Meaning that you gotta shoot it, wait 20 seconds, then open the hatch. So this is a small little tricky thing that they can do to just solve the time further.
I love that. It just buys you 20 seconds for free. And a lot of people really obsess over buying time in the late round when there's only 30 seconds left. But people forget that, you still get the advantage of buying time in that early round. Like if you buy 20 seconds, and that means that they open the hatches at 1 minute 30 instead of 1 minute 50, that's a huge amount of value. Don't underestimate it.
There's always a case like, do you start, by going fast in the server like this, fast into garage, the good old nuke trick. They buffed the gadget as well. It actually lasts a technically infinite duration for nuke. You only start using the charge when it's activated when you're being seen by a camera. So you can just stand in the garage for a long time without the actual meat draining. Here we see the evil eye. They pop the Goyo. They're opening the hatch. Are we not gonna...
what? Why didn't he shoot it?
Wait, oh... Well, maybe he was the Maestro on the evil eye.
Maybe he chose to leave it so that the evil eye remained undetected.
Maybe. I mean, now they get intel for A-hatch. Now they know for a fact whether or not A-hatch is there's a player there, but they've lost a member earlier to Scatman, so they're already at 4 versus 5. It's very easy to let that go by.
It feels like it would have been more worth it to shoot that canister because there are no more canisters. That just would have stayed closed. But oh well, that's unfortunate for Damon. Scatman's still in control of Garage, though. This is such a big position for Soul's Heart. Looks like they're going to try and cook something here with the Sens.
the chaos effect, cutting off angles. Now there is Labyrinth and Warden on server stairs once more. It's a very similar push like the previous, where they're not gonna get server control, they drop down the hatch instead and just try and plant in the middle of the room. It might just work.
Oh, this is so deadly. Scatman still covering the cross, and the plant will indeed go down. No denial whatsoever from Fury. Soulsheart have pulled off a daylight robbery. Meanwhile, Damon tried to go for a flank up above, keeping Labyrinth together. Eventually, Labyrinth is successful, but by that time, Soulsheart have run away into the rafters, undetected now. Labyrinth up above. He needs to get that diffuser disabled as he drops down with cover of the smoke, but Scatman can see him regardless. Soulsheart, a beautiful, convincing attack down onto the basement.
Again, a similar start. They don't get server control. They skip that step. They drop down the hatch and they are successful this time at planting and covering rather than pushing and rushing. But there is one common factor for both of those two basement attacks. They get garage control. They get a DLR in there. Scatman on the nuke. He's cutting the bomb site in half perfectly in the middle by seeing the red hallway and the B bomb site door. And that means that when they drop down that A hatch, no defenders can really push in towards the attackers because Scatman is cutting them off from helping each other. So you have Labyrinth stuck in server and two people stuck on the other end of the map, and they cannot work together. The Evil Eye is actually alive the entire round above the A bombs at hatch. I saw it there at the very end. So they had perfect information on where the attackers were at top of the hatch, but not enough information at the bomb set itself right below it, because that Evil Eye did get hacked by Brava.
Makes you wonder if it was Fury just struggling a little bit as the chaos started to clog up the comms, because like you said, the info from that Evil Eye above the hatch should have been enough to call for the smoke to gas the position that eventually got planted. Or even, you can technically wallbang it from inside Red Hallway, but again, it's just the layers of Soulsheart's attack, and that man being inside a garage meant that there was no one really able to be inside of the Red Hallway to deny that plant.
Yeah.
Fair play to Soulsheart, really good attacks down onto the basement. But they do need a little bit more versatility here, because the basement's the one that usually is the hardest to attack. You've got that.
Yeah.
Why can't you attack the other bomb sites, though?
I feel like they've been lacking the pushing or planting power. When they attacked an area, they couldn't quite push top floor successfully. They lost, a lot of gunfights, unfortunately. For CEO top floor previously, they had no way to plant. They could get in the building, they're on the rappels, they were taking fights and stalking janitors, but they have no shield operator to work with. Now they got both the Kali for the long range cutoffs, and they get Mr. Punch on the OSA that can give you perfect plant coverage. So this feels like a skylight, thermite breach, OSA shield onto the breach, try and go for a plant attempt. The difficulty is, what about janitors? Can they clear it this time around? Because it's again Damon on the Warden. Shotgun SMG-12 with a C4 in pocket. He can stop any push, he can stop any plant. He counters the OSA, and he cannot get smoked away either. I guess they do have the sense, but the C4 will still go through right there.
Yeah. There's a player inside of stock that I9's trying to find at the moment. He has he has actually 2 concussions left he could use. He's already done a lot of damage on a Roldini. I do feel like Soulsheart have enough to get the job done here. I9 brings out the concussion, but he misses the chance. Now he knows it's clear. Dark actually able to find the first kill from front desk, a long angle, all the way onto the player at top square. That was Mark, who's done his job of getting the wall open. But man, look at this angle from Dark here. I mean, the DMR is perfect here. He should be able to win this gunfight if I9 isn't careful.
Such a nasty angle. Sense-Wall goes out to kind of stop the cover there from Damon, but as I said, there's a C4 and the Warden can still toss her out. The wall does not stop that from happening. Right. Then he takes down I9. This attack has no team at the minute. Oshield goes down. Is he sliding on the floor? What was that? It's slippery.
Yeah, awkward is what it is. And eventually Mr. Punch on the OSA will go down, so it all comes down to Scatman now. 1v5. Damn, Fury looking really good. Roldini retakes Stockroom and peeks outside. Top square is covered off very easily by Fury, and they're back in the lead again.
Again, And a round well done, they don't expose themselves. Roldini opened the hatch in stock and dropped down. That's when I9 used the Sophia concussion to see if he was actually in the room. He wasn't. But yet the round ends, Roldini is back in stock and gets 2 kills. So Fury are so good on the defensive side to play for an area that's highly contested and very important. And they stick around, they kill some drones, maybe they do some damage, then they fall back and surrender that map space, and they make that communication very clear to Damon, because he goes from watching CEO to watching the window jump in from janitors towards stock. So they're very good at organizing who's holding what at what times, not leaving any gaps open. And I think that's been the struggle for Soulshard. There are no gaps. On that basement attack, the only 2 rounds they've won so far, it's 5 defenders in the basement bomb site, and you can kind of guess where they're going to be playing from, because it's the basement bomb site. There's only so many good positions to be in. That works really well for them. But on these other bombs, there's open area and top floor, Fury keep rotating around and going back and forth and giving up map space, and they're playing top and first floor. It's hard to figure out what's happening. They don't find any gaps. They tried the Togepi, they tried Solid Snake, they tried Blackbeard earlier, now they're in the Blitz. They haven't found that one playstyle that works against Fury just yet. And this is going to be the final attack to do so. They can aim for a 3-3 half and tie it up, or they can go down 2-4.
One last chance now to even up the half for Soul's Heart. Team Awkward were in this exact same position just last game. Scatman wants to break open this hatch from down below. The DMR only takes a couple of bullets to open this up. The thing is, there's no one actually standing on the hatch right now. Perhaps he's waiting for someone from his team to call that someone from Fury is actually standing on the hatch, and then Scatman is going to break it. I like the ideas here that Soul's Heart is cooking, but they have to get it right.
Yep, that's the thing, right?
Timing.
I mean, oh my god, it's right there. Almost has the angle, but again, not the full information. He's just gonna kill though, and plus he blitz inside upstairs as well.
Oh my god, it's a bit of a crazy, chaotic moment, and Soul's Heart are able to find 2 picks. Dark and Labyrinth both gone down. The smoke going down is the critical one here. It's the ideal operator to keep any fast push at bay, and that's clearly the kind of push that Soul's Heart want to go for. Top floor control now taken by the attack. It's time to get to work on that vertical.
Yeah, that's the big difference. This time they do have the RAM and they have hard destruction. These are all the tools they are missing previously when they got the map control. Mr. Pun's good for a 3rd kill for his team as well. So this is the best position. Huge numbers advantage. Togepi phone call. There's a blitz being buffed up by the finger. This is gonna be the easiest run victory on paper for Soul's Heart. But Fury can still clutch it. Damon going for the flank on main stairs and nobody's watching for it.
The question is, are Soul's Heart aware of the flanks? DCH was watching from a narrow angle, but nasty shot from Damon puts him down. Farlord also good for 1. Gotta be careful. I9 desperately needs to confirm this kill. Doesn't overextend himself. He's now 1v2ing. He finds the first and Scatman to come in and support. Soul's Heart. They got pushed a little bit too deep, but at the end of it, they tie up the half. And straight back into it. It seems like history is repeating itself. We find ourselves again, Nick, at a 3-3 half at the end of the first half here on this all-time matchup. It really does feel like we're seeing the exact same story play out as we saw on our first match of today.
Yeah, but I think one thing will change. Both of these two teams should be very competent on both the attacking side and the defensive side of Bank. Whereas in the early series that we witnessed, well, once a certain team went onto the attacking side, it did not look as pretty any longer. Bank historically is an attacker-favored map, just by a little bit, but how this series has played out so far, it does feel a bit out of the norm. As you said earlier, the attacking side of Soul's Heart, they won the basement attack every single time. Usually the strongest side for defenders, but they struggled everywhere else. So whether we're gonna see attack being better or easier or defense, I frankly have no idea. All I know is that it felt like Soul's Heart really got their confidence and their power back in that final round, the finger, the blitz, and a great push to tie them up.
I'm keen to see how Fury get on this attacking side, especially with the operator picks that are being teased out at the moment. Blitz, Ying, Dockerby, Sens, Capital. Oh yeah, baby, that is fun. That is so much fun. But I got to admit, on the flip side, we've got a Nitro Cell on I9, we've got 4 Vulcan canisters from Mark, we've got the traps from the Thorn, we've got the bloody Yokai drones, we've got Smoke. Like, this is the perfect anti-rush setup from Soul's Heart. So it's up to Fury to prove that they can back up their good defense half with a better one on the attacking side.
A lot of Yokais today. A lot of Echo.
I love it. I love it.
So, you know, Echo got a 3rd Yokai drone, I want to say about 6 to 8 months ago, but I frankly don't remember the exact timeline, but some time back. And I feel like I've been waiting for the resurgence of Echo being brought, you know, all the time, and it didn't really happen. We saw some teams on some maps in some regions play a fair bit of Echo, and then kind of disappeared for a while. It feels like, at least here in Asia, that he's come back again.
Yeah, I would agree.
Great shield counter, you know.
Exactly. I think it's when you see teams playing a lot of shields, the Echo is one of the best things to bring to the table, especially on a map that's very plant-focused like Bank. Basement of Bank, your goal is typically to plant. Now, Echo has 2 primary purposes, I guess 3 primary purposes. One is the good old-fashioned plant denial, only really comes into effect when there's like less than 20 seconds on the clock and the win condition is just to plant. Secondly, it's to enable active roam games, which is also very good on Bank. Thirdly, it's to counter shields, which is good when your opponents are picking shields like Fury are right now. So it kind of is the trifecta of the perfect storm to make Echo really good here in this particular game.
So they're 3 for 3, getting max value at the minute. I feel like I9 is always first in battle on the attacking side, and now here in defense, holding open area. But Mr. Point says, actually, it's me! Swings the elevator, Damon gets injured on the Capital.
Oh, here we go.
By Mark, very important. C4 could be great. Oh my god, it is!
Love
the
that.
C4 fadeaway kill, and now they're back into the basement, meaning they can keep their 5v3 numbers advantage, which is huge.
Yeah, that's massive. I really love that. Falling back to the bomb site. Retreating as many Yokais as they can as well. I believe Scatman still has 2 available. Really beautiful work from Soul's Heart on this roam. And they still have the extension here from DCH in blue.
Razor Blooms.
Yeah, he might fall back now that he's been droned. And he's still got a Razor Bloom. He could try and retake this. He also, remember, has the automatic secondary.
I mean, this is a disaster. Hatch not opened up. They do have a can opener, but see, that's what I mean, the Goyo trick. So when you put the Goyo canister in the hatch, you cannot can opener them. So now they gotta pop the Goyo canister and then wait 20 seconds before they can breach. There's only 22 seconds left in the round. This isn't gonna work.
No, this is surely a done deal for Soul's Heart. Now Roldini's getting affected by the Yokai drone. He can't shoot it to save his life. Mark's found a kill and decided that DCH is just gonna run outside and be detected. He now has a crossfire. He might be visible, but it doesn't matter. There's nothing that the attack can do. Roldini has no chances, and that is a beautiful, perfect round from Soul's Heart.
So good. Again, they had so much foresight on the roam game, holding elevator and open area with the yokai drones, that C4, I think it was prepared like 20 seconds in advance, just waiting for the blitz to drop down the corner hatch, perfectly read there by I9. And then the most important thing for me is the moment they get Capitan Blitz down into the grave, they immediately hit the deck and go back towards the bomb site. They understand that strategically on paper, they have won the round. They've cleared two of the most important utility operators and roam queue operators that the enemy has available to them, and they can just hold server and play for time. It's genius. So good foresight, good mid-round adaptation, and great teamwork with the yokais, with the swings, and the utility usage. It's the best kind of round start you can have going on to defense now, because as we said, typically this map of Bank is attacker favorite. Every defensive round matters. They're all so important. But that was the basement. That's where you're supposed to win. The big question mark is what happens up here in top floor CEO. But that goes back to the operator band selection phase, right? Soulside have banned the Ace and the Hibana. This makes the top floor CEO bomb side actually playable. The elevator wall can only be breached by ranged destruction. That's only a Hibana. So now you get like that main hallway of top elevator is fully playable. Then will stock to be played, main stairs, janitors, and meeting. And it's gonna make this bomb site from like, let's say 45% win rate to more like a 55% win rate. That's a pretty big difference.
Every now and then when we're watching these pro games, obviously often we see really impressive things, but only occasionally do I see things where I'm like, I am genuinely going to take that into my own ranked games. And I'm seeing that today. I am a big fan of the Ace Hibana ban on Bank, but a lot of the time, obviously you're doing it, like you said, for the top floor to protect against those elevator walls. But you think like, oh, it doesn't really matter that I'm banning Ace and Hibana because Thermite and secondary hard breach gauges are better for basement anyway, for the hatches, until you put those Goyo canisters in the middle and it buys you 20 seconds. You can't place, like you said, the can openers or the Thermite charges on while those Goyo charges are there. So as an avid Goyo main, I play Goyo all the time, especially on this map, just for the gun, because I love his gun and I love having impact grenades in the shield meta. I genuinely think I'll just start playing Goyo on basement, ban Ace Hibana every game, and put those Vulcan canisters on the hatches. I feel like that's free rank wins for me, baby.
I mean, what else are you gonna do? Put 3 of them on the A bomb side, and they all get cleared by a single Twitch-turn or a grenade?
Yeah, that's what I usually do.
If not, yeah. So now you can get a bit more value, spread the love on both the roam game and the side itself, and it's all better. Long angles being held though from ATM Repel does not pay off, doesn't get any bit of damage either. They got the blitz for the push, could take janitors. There is no warden on the side of Soul's Heart, so this push could be lethal, and Damon gets the first kill to DCH.
Good opening. 4-3. They made a lot of good progress, and now an Ninja onto Scatman as well. Soul's Heart have tried their best to stay alive, but it's very challenging to find any safe haven on this top floor bomb site when Fury have so many different places they can repel and mount up this pressure. As the blitz goes in, it's Farlord. Got to be careful as he runs into that tripwire, but Labyrinth has found a pick. I don't know where that happened. Mr. Punch is able to trade him on back, but Soul's Heart are struggling to fight their way back into it. I9 goes for big peek, and together, Soul's Heart decide to take matters into their own hands. It's just Roldini now. Walks into that tripwire from the Denari. Finally, he is no longer affected by that limp, but nice little wallbang might make it winnable here. 1v3 into a 1v2. He's got a bit of info onto Mr. Punch's position. Low HP, by the way. A wallbang, just one shot from this F2, and a bit of damage will be done. But no, Mr. Punch is hiding behind that reinforced wall. A little bit of a separated duo here between the two Soul's Heart players. Roldini has a lot of work to try and find both of them. Vaulting over the couch is not going to be it. Soul's Heart, great job to weather the storm on that defense.
I mean, that's a case of, you know, we got the clutch players, we got the potential. Our strat failed, but we're still better. They should not have won that round, but individually, they marched forward. They countered the push by re-aggressing back into them. And they get a little bit of help, thankfully, from the Denari. 3 separate Denari lasers went off in that round, and while the one damaging the Blitz wasn't the most successful, maybe, it stops the Blitz from sprinting for 12 seconds, and it slows down the push, and it kind of misaligns the timing. It also hit Voldini here in the main stairs and lobby, signaling where that final attacker was coming from and knowing where it's safe. So Soul's Heart, great individual play. It's one of those things that a really strong team needs to have individual moments like that, but it's only used as a way of like backup. When the main plan is failing, when the strategy is done, and you cannot win off that anymore, that's when you have the clutch power. Now they lead 5-3, and they're showing us that the Hibana and Ace ban paid off. They have one basement, supposed to happen. They've double banned the ranged heart breachers, and they now one top floor. Yes, it was a bit of a clutch, but they did it. Now they go in open area, which isn't a bad bomb set either. It just plays a bit more around rotations and playing top floor than first floor, lurking on that basement staircase for a flank later on. It's all about staying alive for as long as possible and falling back and peeling back the layers.
I also think part of the impact of the Denari tripwires last round really just credits that you need to have good versatility. Denari, when first released, was like, oh my god, everyone's thinking, this is crazy, this is going to be so good. But there's a high skill ceiling. You know, you have to do your prep work to find those good spots for those Denari tripwires. And Soul's Heart, are in a meta right now where Denari is not the most picked operator, but it's a nice price that you can add to your setups. And sometimes it'll have a big impact. Almost a wall bang there for Dark. Mr. Punch has got to be careful. He gets detected. He's trying to dance around this janitor position. He stalls out a bit of time with the smoke. Still supporting DCH. How long can Soul's Heart hold on to these positions for, though? I am not certain.
Every second matters. 60 seconds burn, you drop down the stock hatch and say, you know, you can have this map control, but there's a lack of drone information, lack of using the Solid Snake gadget. There's still dry peeking, clearing the corners of meeting, janitors, and stock room. Now the gadget comes out, now they know it's clear, but that could have been done 20 seconds faster. Again, every second matters. It's a full kind of map clear here from the side of Fury. They've gotten top floor. Now they can use the Ram. They can use the hop reaching from the Capital. But what did I say earlier? Soulstar can start top floor. Now they're playing the fort beneath it in the primary area, but they can also creep around the basement staircase of server and main. So there's still so much more map that Fury need to worry about and take into control. And time, well, it is slipping away a little bit here.
It is. Soul's Heart, with that less time on the clock, are allowed to get a little bit sneakier. Mark advanced into an unusual position, however, he's been droned. Oh, wow, that's an angle and a half. He's now being peeked by the Blackbeard. This is awkward for him because you have to keep an eye on that Blackbeard as the nade comes out. Goes to take the fight. Farlord needs to try and win this. Mark needs to reload. Wants to take the fight closer, close that distance as much as he possibly can, and he does! Win that fight against Farlord, eventually traded back, but it doesn't matter because I9's got his back again. 3v2 now for Soul's Heart as Labyrinth and Damon desperately try and get active. They need to recollect that diffuser. They don't know where I9 has gone, and I9 has run away, and I believe he just put that castle barricade down. He's covered his tracks and covered his back as well. Fury do not have enough time. 15 seconds on the clock. This round is surely going to be won by Soul's Heart.
They might even know that he's here, because this castle barricade, you're thinking it's going to be there from the beginning, but no, you said it right, he's just put it down. They got a crossfire again, teamwork, 5 seconds, they're rotating towards the small office, there's no time, guys.
Oh my God.
Have to push. They're not going to reach the bomb set in time. It's going to be 0 seconds. I9 steals around for his team, the supportive network of people playing together and supporting, forcing those 2v1 gunfights, shutting down the Blackbeard lobby. That is the round-winning play.
I love that. Beautiful work from I9. Everybody knows he can frag. Everyone knows he likes to play risky and aggressive. But did you know he can play a 300 IQ move like that? It's gorgeous. Love to see that. The castle barricades come in handy, even at the very end of the round, if you have one left in your pocket. Tack time out for Fury. They sorely need it. We're again, thank you, at a 6-3 match point for Soul's Heart.
Impressive. There is a little bit of castle take that we don't see used very often. That maybe one day, you know, that can happen. But when a teammate or the castle himself, if you hold F on a castle barricade and like rip it down, it will actually recharge in castle's pocket immediately. There is a world where like you can ask your teammate to rip down a castle barricade in like a very, you know, safe position, so the castle gets a spare barricade to use elsewhere. There are small niche things like that. Don't be afraid of ripping down a castle barricade. You always put it back up, of course. We've seen a crazy Scopus clutch recently in
Oh.
email. Monday, you and I had the pleasure of casting the 1 in a
Marto.
billion Scopus clutch. Marto! For the people that didn't see it, it was a 1v3 Scopus clutch, all I'm gonna say. But how it happened, that's what the real magic is. It was a bit of a Scopus trick, same with the Castle Barricade trick you can do. We love when smart plays come together.
Yeah, that's right. It's all about that smart play. We've seen a lot of it here from Solskjaer. We talked plenty about the Goyo on the hatches to prevent the tin can openers and thermite charges from opening them up. Technically, you could use Maverick to counter that, but at that point, Maverick takes probably just as long to open the hatch as it would be to just shoot it open, or shoot the canister. We're going to likely see this again. We might actually get to see Mark placing them down. I wonder how many Goyo fires he's using on this roam, because obviously they're so valuable on the bomb site. You want to ideally use them there as well. But primarily for that A bomb site hatch inside of admin office, that's, I think, the one that you want to stall out for as long as possible.
Just looking at the attacker repicks right now, what the adaptation is gonna be. We see an IQ being brought from Firelord because we see the Valkyrie. Of course, that is the most logical count. You see an Echo or a Valkyrie, IQ gets brought out. I think Fury is starting to feel the pressure of the operators right now, right? There's so many different tools to worry about. They gotta worry about the roam clear, they gotta worry about the Val camps, they worry about the Goyo canisters. So what, do you pick the Twitch and the IQ and the Deimos, but then what about the bomb side? Now you have no like execute operators like your Capital, your Ying, your Sense. It's very hard, I think, for Fury to figure out how do we get the perfect 5 attackers when they're putting up so many different obstacles in our path.
Oh,
let's see if it's the right one. Oh, well, right, wrong or not, they miss drone, they don't see, they don't hear Einan again on the Skylight Staircase. Gets a huge opening pick onto the roam clearing operator of Solid Snake. So now you have no real roam clear operators anymore. You just have execute heavy operators, Ying, Sense, and Capital, who has to get map control. That is not ideal.
10-5. Oh, temptation here for DCH. He spotted the cap. Part of that wasn't necessarily in the hitbox. That's the thing to know. Sometimes part of the player models are not actually part of the hitbox. So if you have like a big hat or a big helmet, you won't die if it gets shot. DCH knows this. But he still wants to keep contesting this roam because, as you said, Fury have lost their primary roam clearing utility in the Solid Snake. And the rest, I mean, if it's a 1-for-1 trade here from any player on Fury versus any player on Soul's Heart, it's worth it for defense. Damon, however, gets Mark. Will there be a trade, or will Soul's Heart play the rest of the round out in a 4v4?
Seems like it's going to be that 4v4 scenario, but Einan is still alive, so anything can happen. He's looking to... Not sure actually just yet. Is he stalling for time or making a play? I think he's still trying to figure out himself. Do they have a drone on me? Am I hearing any footsteps? Right now, no. He's got DCH supporting him kind of here in the main stairs, but he can't afford to die. If you lose that main stairs control, the bomb side is much weaker. And with I9 roaming, that means there's going to be less people covering the bomb side. So it's about playing that fine line of when am I playing too exposed and playing too sheltered. But with Mr. Punch going down on server stairs, that should tell I9, hey, I need to get back to bomb side and help my team.
Yeah, that's not ideal there for Mr. Punch. He was trapped in blue stairs. And Fury had cut off his escape, so he wasn't able to retreat back to the bomb site. With I9 still roaming, the critical thing here for Soul's Heart is to anchor up enough on site so that I9 can go for a flank. But with the numbers disadvantage, it's actually looking difficult now for Soul's Heart to make this work.
He's got impacts, so no C4. This plant might just go down for absolutely free, but Einan gets one pick. Plant though halfway, should go down.
2 players from Fury are on the bomb site. C4 goes out. No, it's an Elamine to try and deny that plant, but it happens too late. I9 has to have a big flank. He does find Roldini with the Deagle. It's Labyrinth now. Renowned 1v1 player must now clutch a 1v2 to save the game for Fury. As DCH and Scatman bide their time, giving a chance for DCH to rotate above to the hatch to go for a flank inside of blue. And now Labyrinth is forced to play the long-range fight, and Scatman will win that with the DMR. It's a big retake for Soul's Heart, and a big win, 7-3 over Fury in their kickoff debut here in Stage 1.
Flawless since the side swap. When it wasn't going to be the counter, the strategy, the small mind games and tricks, it was going to be that clutch factor. Again, they lose the bomb side, the plant goes down, they're in the post, and most teams would lose. But no, These guys, they fight back. I9 somehow went from lobby down towards the bomb site, found 2 kills before going down, and they somehow win that round as well.
I can't believe it. Our second all-tie derby of the day ends up panning out the exact same way as our first one did. Replace the names Soul's Heart with Team Orchid and Fury with HL Tori. The result was identical. A 3-3 first half where the favored team came back with 5 rounds in a row after being down 2-3. Credit to Soul's Heart. They really locked in, especially on the unfavored side of Bang, playing from defense. So untouchable, so good, so locked in. And for Fury, unfortunately, a little bit of work to do for their next game.
Yeah, I mean, you can say that, right? But take away the 2 clutch rounds from Soul's Heart, we're looking at a 5-5 score right now, not a 7-3 victory. I do feel like this game was a lot closer than the scoreline showed us, and I9 going 12-6, having so many big moments individually, is a big reason for why that happened. But that's how Siege works. Sometimes you're just a little bit more clutch to your opponent, but I will say this was a close series as expected.
Very much so. Big showing from I9, 12-6. It genuinely just gives me so many flashbacks to our first game of the day. I9 was just filling the role of Critche. It's so funny to see the exact same thing more or less play out. For Fury, though, let's talk about them for a minute. Commiserations for the loss. But like we talked about in the pre-show, kickoff wasn't all bad for them, despite on paper coming close to the bottom of the table. The only teams they lost to were Weibo and Daystar, the eventual champions and runners-up, the eventual finalists, both of them. Unfortunately, that knife flawless streak is now done. They've lost to Soul's Heart. However, Soul's Heart, a big win to kick things off. Let's have a chat. Scatman, you've been a busy man recently, Scatman, with the ENC qualifiers for Thailand, and now back in it for Stage 1. What's it been like for you recently, ever since Stage 1 started, ever since kickoff finished?
Yeah, we keep preparing for the Stage 1, so we prepare a lot.
Awesome. Love to see it.
I mean, looks like it. You guys had a phenomenal game today, both as a team and I9 individually. You guys were popping off. Obviously, with the changes now, Asia had 2 spots. Now you only have 1 spot. Where do you guys rank yourself, qualifying for EWC? Because, you got Weibo, you got Daystar in there, you got yourself, of course. Do you feel like you can aim for that number 1 spot and take down Weibo? Or what's the goal for Stage 1?
Yeah, normally every team goal it should be like we go to the EWC because of Stage 1 we have only 1 slot, right? Not familiar with the past one, and so we're gonna aim for EWC, even it might be tough because we have to play against Weibo, Orchid, and Daystar, and the rest of the team in our whole league, Asia League. So it's not gonna be easy, but gonna do our best.
I asked a question of Lycolis earlier tonight when Orchid won their game, and I'm going to ask you the same question, Scatman. You guys didn't make any roster changes. Orchid also didn't make any roster changes, but of course Weibo, they made a roster change. Ape is out, Gotti is in, Daystar also made a roster change. How do you feel about the top 2 teams in the region making those player changes? Do you think they're going to be better than before, worse than before? Do you think this is your chance to try and take a shot at the Kings?
So in my opinion, I think that just only 1 player change in both of team, or maybe 2 player up or more over than that. But example like Weibo Gaming, just only 1 player change, but the structure, the play style is like a solid style. So only 1 member come in. So I think it's not gonna be their problem. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, congratulations on your win. I want to give you a little chance to do a shout out. If you want to say anything to your community watching, whether in English or in Thai, up to you. Go for it.
Yeah, so this is our first game in Stage 1 and we won the game. So thank you so much for all of the fans from the other side of the world. And then, keep looting us. Thank you.
Awesome. Congrats on the win, Scatman, and we'll see you maybe tomorrow night if you win your next game.
Bye-bye. See you guys.
I love that. I love the energy we get from Scatman. It's so funny. It's just the same story twice in a row. 7-3 for Team Orchid over HL Tori.
The same answer to the question.
Yeah, exactly. He said the exact same thing, didn't he?
It's not gonna change too much because they got a solid core foundation with 4 players.
Yeah, don't change much if you're one of the top Thai teams. But the question is, can the Thai teams catch up with the rest of Asia? Of course, the kings of the region tend to be Weibo Gaming. They're up next. They're playing against Saikan Company. So stick around. Our next match of the APL is coming up after this.
10
time to see what the Kings have to offer for us. Weibo Gaming finally make their way here, and Sycan Company that will be their opponents. We've had 2 big games so far. It's time for a 3rd one up on the dock. Let's first talk about the best team in APAC, Weibo, and what they offer.
Very, very big surprise here, right? You're gonna notice the new name on this roster, minus Ape and plus Gotti. Weibo Gaming has their roster changed the first time in ages. They've had a different kind of coach, but of course they had any different kinds of players. So Gotti joining, pretty big deal. He went from the former PC roster onto 4 AM, 4 anchor men, and then now here to Weibo Gaming. So super curious to see if he's gonna change any of the play styles, the operator connections, or the opera, or the positions. We asked former players that we saw today, they win this interview, do you guys think that Gotti joining Weibo Gaming is going to change anything massively around for the standings? And everyone seemed to say, no, not really. It's 4 really great players together with a new 5th. It shouldn't change too much around.
Yeah, is Gotti really going to be the solution? I mean, I'd love to ask you that specifically because of your experience back with PSG Talent in the day when Gotti was on that team. Do you really think that he is going to be what Weibo Gaming need?
I mean, I think what I heard from like the rumor mill, right, is they want to be a more aggressive team, and somehow Gotti fits that more than Ape, I guess. Whether that's true or not, I have no idea. But what I will say is Gotti is a good player who speaks English, which is necessary for this roster of Weibo Gaming. Ape was also a great player, but when you have bad results, usually you gotta change something around for the sake of it, rather than to get stuck in that same rut.
Exciting to see what the Korean can achieve with this top team here in Asia, but of course it'll be a good test for them to go up against not a top level opponent, middling level opponent. The Unreal Nightmare roster has rebranded to Sycan Company and also made a few roster changes, Nick. So we've got Neon, Momo, and Joe making their debut, joining Keisan and Wagura-san. So quite a different roster, the most changes of any team here in the Asia League.
And Joe Gross, my goat. I always say this, I'm gonna keep saying it. I'm so happy this guy's on our roster, so happy to see him, of course, playing the game. I see Momo get a bit of a sub change as well. Momo used to have 2 monitors last I witnessed, and now it's using a single monitor in front of them. So you see, bit of a change up setting there. I like it.
Very nice.
Simple is good.
Yeah, look, to be honest, it's hard to pick these guys. They went in last stage, they lost their first game to Team Orchid 2-0. They ended up beating HL Tari in a 3-mapper and got eliminated by Soul's Heart. And then when it came to the 5th place match, they lost out to Elevate, meaning that in the end, Unreal Nightmare and now Sycan Company ended up as the 6th place team in kickoff. A far cry from Weibo, who ended up the eventual champions, completely undefeated, no team winning a map off of them. Let's have a look at the VODs to see if perhaps Sycan Company have a chance at taking a map off of Weibo this time around. Is it Clubhouse?
Please.
It could be Clubhouse. It could be Clubhouse or Chalet. It's Chalet. No! Weibo Gaming just broke your heart, Pengu. Chalet, though, you said that Weibo want to be more aggressive. Now they have Gotti. Chalet is certainly a good test of that.
Yeah, it follows that, line of thinking, but I love watching Clubhouse. I love seeing it. Weibo have so many good strats usually as well, but I'll take a Chalet. Expectations for me is that Weibo needs to come into this swinging, aggressively, confident, good teamwork and communication, and get a decisive victory, because there's nothing worse than making a roster change and having a very slow start, because people are gonna go, why did you kick Ape? Why is he gone? Why is Gotti here? You're losing, man. Come on. So they gotta get a strong showcase for us.
Very much so. First chance to see the new Weibo Gaming in action, and first debut now for Sycan Company here in the Asia League. Super keen to see what these guys can achieve, because for Weibo, the storyline is quite simple. Once the kings of APAC, clearly the kings of Asia, but no longer the best team in the whole of APAC. They lost their match to Enterprise, the Aussie roster, over in Salt Lake City, and now they need to redeem themselves. They went not quite as deep into that major as many expected, and now, as a result, there is only 1 spot up for grabs at the Esports World Cup for the Asia sub-region. All eyes are on Weibo Gaming to be the team to make it through, but they have to start with step 1, which is a big win here over the former Unreal Nightmare, now Sycan Company roster.
Curious and operator bans. Will we see a Dokkaebi ban today? Shelly could be one of those maps where a Dokkaebi or a Deimos ban comes into action. So far, played a fair bit here in Asia. Not to the highest success rate, I would say, necessarily. Not the same as an EML just yet. Of course, things will evolve with time. It is still very much a recent change with Dokkaebi rework being what it is, and players still figuring out how to use it, how to counter it, what to do about it. For now, it's going to be Ying and Asami. And those teams really taking their time here, using every last second they have available to them. No insta-bans being locked in. Dokkaebi ban does come out, and the mute as well. Okay.
Love to see that.
Big news. I mean,
that. Oh, you go first. You've got the insights. I could see you cooking. No, I want to hear it.
I always think, so it used to be that when you got called by Dokkaebi, you walk into a jammer and it stops you from the phone from ringing, right? That interaction is gone. The moment the Dokkaebi call goes through, you cannot walk into a jammer or 2-round freeze yourself after the fact to then stop it. So I was thinking, this mute ban could have been insane from Weibo, right? They banned the mute and they get just like complete free reign. The only issue is that mute is counted necessarily, but it will up against something like a solid. So I really just like the mute ban from Weibo to further enable the strong operators.
Yeah, and even the Lion, of course, which is being picked out here by Hoven, that would otherwise be counted by the mute. Classic Weibo, isn't it, to try and jump on a little bit more of an edgier ban to try and lean into something.
Mute doesn't stop Lion anymore.
Oh, thank you for correcting.
So at least I could be wrong, but as far as my memory says, because this thing, when they change an interaction that is like 8 years old, it's hard to figure out what's different, right? I believe now Lion is like the motion detecting drone up in the sky, and the mute jammer, there's no signal that disrupts because it's like a movement thing. Same with like how the Grim Bees still spudgy because the nanobots and the Grim Bees are the ones having the signal internally. So I could be mistaken, but I'm pretty sure Lion doesn't get stuff by mute.
We'll get our lore master to check that one for you.
Yeah.
I was having a little bit of a chat with Joe Gore prior to the stage. Of course, many people remember him from Daystar at 6 Invitational. He was playing on Elevate last in Kickoff. But now, of course, joining Sycan. He's told me that this team is an exciting chance for him. But for now, I'll focus on Weibo Gaming, looking to hunt down Neon here in stock. A lot of pressure on this Ella as Speakeasy is just harassing him right up in his face. Ooh, actually does a lot of damage on the Speakeasy, but Turdster is able to find that kill. Well played from Weibo to get an early advantage.
I mean, it's a classic Weibo, right? Ban the mute, play the solid snake, and of course Speakeasy on his shield, the Monty. It is literally good old Weibo gaming. So hard to deal with Speakeasy on this particular operator of the shield. He's taking a fair bit of goo mine damage, almost 3 full ticks, down to about half HP. But getting that early pick onto Neon is gonna buy them like a good 20 seconds of time. You can kind of slow down your gameplay. You already got the advantage. Cav is still on help from the smoke as well. And as long as you got the Monty alive, who's now injured, you have infinite information. Oh boy.
Big kill for K3. And, well, with Reaps dispatching with him, perhaps Speakeasy might be savable. Reaps goes big for the double. Now Joe Gore finds Gotti, but him and Calf have to find the final 2 kills. Surely Speakeasy is redeemable here. It just depends on whether Reaps and Hoven are able to cover. No more E1Ds remain. Speakeasy back on his feet, but still very vulnerable to an impact from Joe Gore or even just a shot to the leg.
So anything's possible now from both sides. Toxic Waves impacts his low health attackers, and Timer is kind of taken away here, and there's no hard destruction on Speakeasy's side. He's got smoke grenades, so your way in now is going to be the office door, or I guess there's a soft wall. Actually, they got open. I missed that earlier. So they can get in, but as I said, this final impact grenade goes out, it actually misses. Speakeasy walks backwards, jukes the smoke as well. Now they can just wait. They can wait the next 10 seconds. Timer will get low. They can then walk in and go for a penalty with Speakeasy and Monty.
So winnable here for Sycan, though. Despite being a player down, all they need to do is prevent this plant from being secured by Speakeasy. One single bullet anywhere, and he will go down. Jogor needs to get into position, but Sycan are able to deny the plant. What a great play at the end of it. They didn't need all the kills. All they needed to do was the one thing that mattered, and they win the round on time.
Oh my god, a bit of a heartbreaker there. I was thinking the plant position from Speakeasy was a bit curious. He smoked off like the left-hand side of the office wall and was just planting in the smoke, being 1 HP. So any stray shotgun pellet, any sort of bullet, floor bang, etc. is gonna, of course, injure the Monty, and therefore you win on time. He could have planted just default by the half wall, and he actually has less angles he could be shot from and less angles that he's exposed. Either way, came down to the wire. Syken, I mean, holding on very strongly. A really good job in the mid round, getting those couple of kills on K3, getting turst on the blue staircase right here, for example. That's, I mean, mostly the turning point in my eyes. I mean, Reeves popped off, but it didn't matter. 0 seconds, and Calf got the job done.
Well, Weibo not going to start with a 7-0. They're already being pushed pretty deep. So credit to Syken. Pretty much a brand new team with this many roster changes.
My magnets will protect us.
Now, I'm going to reveal a little bit of something I heard from Joe Gore, but I'm not sure if it's true because it was a few weeks ago that I asked him about it. So we'll get confirmation later. But Joe Gore told me that Neon is actually playing in a PC cafe for every match day. So I'm not entirely certain if that's the case. I did look at Neon's face cam. Like he was in, if he was in a PC cafe, he was in a private room. It did look like a cool little setup. But I mean, that would be, imagine that, for every single game day, you have to go and play in a PC cafe. That would be crazy.
I mean, that's the ultimate LAN experience. No, you go to a new setup whenever you gotta play Pro League. It's thriving in the unknown. Some players struggle a lot when small changes happen. Some they thrive in it as much as possible. Gotti thriving so far here on this roster. He got his opening pick for this round, shutting down Jokor himself. C4 goes out, misses everything. K3 is unsuccessful at finding much value with it. And now we see the Monty once again. I mean, that's going to be a Monty ban after the 3rd round, surely, because 2 rounds already for Speakeasy. He's abusing this power operator, as he should.
Yeah, love that. Big 2 kills. Gotti going big onto K3. Weibo have made a lot of headway controlling the map. And even though Hoven does lose his drone, it's not really a big impact here as the smoke runs back into sight, tail between his legs. Neon and Calf upstairs here dancing around, but I mean, Speakeasy on the Monty is just able to get so much information, push these players back. It'll enable a kill from Turdster. Man, it doesn't get much worse than this if you're Syken. You're going up against a Montaigne, you've got Solid Snake, you've got the Lion, you've got a Deimos, you're getting tracked, they know exactly where you are. Continue hunting you down. What the hell do you do against this?
It's actually so toxic. 30 mark build for Gotti. Speakeasy sees the final play of Neon, hides out of the stock, this tiny room here. 2 doorways and some feed holes or some head holes. Reeps will find him, cut off the rotation. Again, it is a tough spot to be in. You're playing Chalet, Lion, Dokkaebi, or not Dokkaebi, Demo, Solid Snake, Monty with a mute ban. There's no counterplay. You could play like 2 Brown and freeze whoever's getting targeted by the Demos, but that's all you can really do. And if Dokkaebi hadn't been banned away by Syken, I'm sure they would have brought Dokkaebi into the mix on top of all this. It's a toxic lineup. It's giving the good old when Lion first come out, Lion, Jackal, like glitch situation, just like run down your opponent. And Chalet is the perfect map for this.
In one more round's time, we're going to get Operator banned, but like, what do you do at that point? You know, you probably ban the Monzi, you're still going to have to deal with the Snake, the Deimos, the Lion. Like, you can't deal with everything. So for Syken, ban that dog could be cool. There's still a million other operators that can be abused. For Weibo, though, they've finally found their stride. I expect they'll keep that up.
It's been the store for a while, right? Their attacks just have so many oppressive operators and very powerful operators. You can ban away 2 of them off the rip. That was Ying Dokkaebi here. You can ban the 3rd after this round. Probably gonna end up being Monty because Bees is 3 for 3 on that. That's scary. But then you still have everything else available. You still have, you know, your Deimos, Solid Snake with the mute ban. You still have your Lion. You still have Grim and Capital that we haven't been seeing in active play yet. There are so many power-ups. So I really am curious if Saiken, what's the win condition going to be long-term for them? Because it's not going to get a whole lot easier.
Reload.
I think when in doubt, frag it out is a mantra that would be fun to go by if you weren't playing against a Monty that is impossible to kill. So I think you'll probably ban the Monty after next round.
You do.
Jogor
Get it gone.
does die early. Hoven finds Neon as well. Looks like Saiken are trying to frag it out, but struggling to do so. Weibo know exactly how to play into that hyper-aggressive defensive play style, and sometimes it's about getting aggressive yourself. Sometimes it's just about slowing it down and using a metric truckload of util to slow these defenders down, suppress that aggression, whether it's the Monty, the Lion, the Deimos, or the Solid Snake. It's making it impossible for the defense to play.
There's so much time left, that's the problem. I mean, Weibo, they're supposed to make a mistake somewhere, and then Saiken can, like, capitalize, upon it. But with so much time, huge advantage, and the experience of this Weibo core seems very unlikely. Impact grenade to deny the Selma charge, so there's not going to be any way into the bomb site, just a peek angle and a door. No rotate hole. But again, as long as you got a Monty, you can go wherever you please. Nobody can stop you. There's no real counterplay on the board, like a Razor Bloom from Thorin can maybe do some damage, the same thing for a C4, but Speaky should just not be able to dive this round.
A lot of time left, that's what matters. A retreat there from K3 as he's caught by Gotzi. Nice shot though from Cath. Reaps goes down. Nitro Cell is not going to be easy. It's not going to deal with the Monty. Speakeasy, you can just play games with him. Saiken are going to fall yet again. It is impossible to play against Speakeasy on that Monty. 2-1 up for Weibo, and we get the operator bans to come through. There's no question what Saiken is going to ban. They have no choice here. It has to be that Montaigne.
And the thing is, if Weibo wants to, they can just start playing stuff like the Blitz or Blackbeard instead, bring the same really strong power operators, or they can flip the whole script and go like Grim Capital, play more utility heavy. They have so many options of play, and you're right, Monty gets banned away, as does the Ela. And I like the Ela ban, because with Monty being removed, you're going to be on more exposed shield operators. Like I said, the Blitz of the Blackbeard. Ela is a huge counter for that, as well as all your other entry operators. So banning either Ela or the Thorn is going to make the entry's job easier with the Monty ban, because they know it's coming. So just again, really get foresight there and adaptation from Weibo. They very much have things figured out.
Yeah, I love it. But the question is, like you said, for Weibo, do they go and play the other shields, or do they just change things completely? Speakeasy's now on the Deimos. It's sheer around the oppressive operators. We're seeing Snake, Deimos, and Lion every single round. No dedicated hard breaches here. Interesting. I guess it's not necessary on bar of any bomb site. Probably the least necessary for hard breach. Gotti is going to switch onto it. I think it's worthwhile to bring it just in case, because there are a lot of angles you might want to open up just in case, you know, whether it's some deeper angles into library or office walls or even the backstore itself from down in the basement. Looks like the first step's going to be the roam, however. No Monty to try and clear them.
I actually would have loved the Aura for this round, unironically. Of course, that operator receives a couple of buffs to now close the door a lot quicker as an attacker, and it opens a lot slower for the defenders. And you can close off the library double door and the single door to library and just attack top blue in a much more simple fashion, because you deny the crossfires off the defense. Here's a fight, very awkward. Jogor tries to take it, and instead just takes a ton of damage himself while distributing none to his opponent. So another tough round here for Saiken. They try and take a fight, they try and be disruptive, but Weibo always is watching, they're waiting, they got always a gun in the right direction, and they also injure Neon, but it's a trade game, as Reaps actually died in that exchange.
Worthwhile for Saiken, worthwhile for Neon, but look at this from Gotti, goes deep, good kill with the bearing 9. Caf goes down, keen for a refrag, K3 looks to peek him, Gotti holding that angle, will take him down, very nice from Weibo, and the new kid on the block, out comes the Nitro Cell, he's going to cover himself with flashbangs, but Fang is going to find it with the shotgun. Doesn't matter because the trade comes through quickly. Joe Gore's the last one in a 1v3. Makes it a 1v2. Still got information. Thanks to that default camera as well as info in Solarium and Library. Doesn't matter. Turnster said, I found the gap. I'm going into sight. I'm finding the final kill. Cool, calm, and collected for Weibo as they find another round on the board.
Honestly, at this point, I feel like you gotta try Vigil here. Vigil or Alibi, and it's gonna sound kind of weird, but you're giving Tursta too much freedom every single round. The mute ban paired with the Solid Snake being picked every single round makes it unplayable because the gaps will always be found. Hello, attack timeout.
Yeah, so I can take the attack timeout. I mean, what is there to talk about here? Like, you got 2 last chances to get a defense round on the board. Weibo 3 in a row. I mean, yes, Saiken won the first round, but it does feel like the momentum has really escaped them. It was a flawless round, and then they got 1 kill, and then in that round just there, they got 3 kills. Not that it really mattered at the end of it. It wasn't a close round. So yeah, you can play a Vigil, you can play an Alibi, but that's not a whole round. That just kind of slows down one player, kind of soft counters or makes a little bit harder the job of the Solid Snake. How do you actually plan to win a round strategically?
Yeah. I'm sitting here thinking through it. I do think that bar bomb side is probably your strongest bet. I do feel like Saiken Company baited themselves into losing that round, right? This right here, fighting Gutsy in lobby with the default camera live, knowing where he is, and then fighting one by one. Either you leave him alone in the middle of the building, or you just need to be more aware and I guess cautious of those gaps and holding your guns facing them. Because when you have Weibo banning operators like Diela, it gives you a warning sign. Hey, they're gonna be sprinting in the building and taking these gaps. Hey, they have Solid Snake information. They're gonna be taking those gaps. You need to be ready for those fights to happen out of nowhere. And that can be via information, it can be via trap operators, or it can be via just simply having your gun ready for anything. Instead, we're seeing Oryx being played. Oryx is just a gun, pretty decent gun, but doesn't bring much else to the table, especially with the multi-ban.
Yeah, exactly. The one use case where you're like, okay, Oryx is really baller is against that Monty. Definitely Oryx is better against the Monty than any other shield. But I think he must be playing it just so he can jump up and down hatches so he can be a little bit more elusive. But the problem is, like, we've got Deimos, we've got Snake, we've got Lion, we've got all these operators that are good at hunting individual people.
Such a quiet round here for Weibo, but I mean, they got the IQ. You gotta do some work outside the building right now. Go to the roof, walk around, find the Valk cams for the entry. As I say that, Tursta open things up, hot and ready again for the gunfight. Neon gets shut down in the Oryx. Again, what was just a gun operator is now just a dead operator. That's the issue with playing operators like the Oryx. When you die, you leave nothing behind for your teammates. If he was a Capcan, the EDDs are there. If he's a Goyo, the Goyo canisters are there. But he's just a dashing operator who's now removed from action. Again, win condition for Saiken is just like hit your shots, win your gunfights, but that's not happening. And strategically, Weibo are gonna pick them apart.
Yeah, they already have done. Weibo happy to play slow when it works for them, happy to play fast like they did last round with Gotti entering lobby quickly. Now they're playing slow because they know, well, we've got numbers advantage. We can just isolate these people. Wow, good shot from Speakeasy. Beautiful work. And Hovens found Cap. I have no idea where that was. Gotti's found one too. It's just everyone from Weibo joining the fray. Might well be a team ace or close enough to it. One player left up for Saiken, now detected by the Deimos, scanned by the Lion. He is obliterated. Weibo look more and more convincing as every round goes by.
I mean, I think everyone knows who we asked today about Weibo and how they're going to look with a roster change. They've been correct. It's a solid 4-man core. Nothing's going to, change too much. But I like how they're playing the game right now. They're destroying Saiken Company here in Chalet. Again, good operator ban prep work, good operator selection, abuse in the power-ups. And no mistakes really happening. It's so hard to punish them anywhere on the map. We have, silhouettes, we have top-down perspective, and even we have a hard time figuring out, okay, they're weak in that area. That's going to be a weakness of theirs. No. They're just strong all the way throughout, and Gotsi, who's the newest pickup, is 8-2, just spamming that Lion every single round.
Yeah, I got to admit, this. I was very critical.
Oh, that's one way to win a round.
Skeptical, yeah. Well, look, if Gotti is 4v5ing, Gotti's out and we're 4v5ing, then yeah, maybe yes, I can have a chance, but we will likely rehost here. But just to go back and talk about Gotti for a minute, you know, when I saw that roster change, I was like, really, Gotti? You know, he's all right, but obviously Korea as a region has not been the strongest for quite some time, ever since the fall of PSG Talon and the days when FearX were a solid team, like a year ago is the last time we really saw them look pretty hot. There hasn't been a lot of talent in that region that you would think or even consider exporting to another region, even if, you know, they were able to speak English. And Gotti definitely wasn't necessarily at the top of my list.
Wait, look at Gotti's headset. Hold up. There's a signature on it, no?
Is that your signature?
It unironically could be, but
There's
you
no
can't
way
tell
that's
because
your
it's
signature.
so ugly. Nah, it's not mine. There's no way it's mine.
Enhance.
No, it can't be mine. There's too many letters. But I signed something off Gotti. I think it was a mouse pad maybe or a headset. I'm not sure. I signed something like back when I worked with him a long time ago.
What does it say? Maybe it's Fabian.
Wait, is it?
Enhance.
It could be enhance.
All right, Gotti, just turn your head to the left a little bit.
Yeah.
To the left. No, other left.
No,
other
the
left.
other left. No.
Other left. Oh.
Oh, bummer. We should ask him.
Here we go. Yeah, we should. If we
Because
get
it has
into
like the main signature and something below it. And I don't know of many players, if it's a Seeds Orgam, of course, it does like something else below it.
Yeah, unfortunately, he's not going to be. Oh, here we go. There we go. Enhance.
I don't know what that says.
I don't think that says.
I don't know what that says.
I know.
But I cannot type that pretty, so it's not mine. No way.
Give us your best guess in the chat, please, guys. What does it say on Gotti's headset? Please let us know. What I was going to say, as we talk about this beautiful smiling specimen who's top fragging on his team, I was very skeptical because firstly, why would you go to Korea to pick up talent when Korea as a region has been struggling so much in recent years? Secondly, if you are, surely you're going to grab someone like Misa, like who's probably the best player in Korea right now. Maybe Woogieman. I guess Woogieman probably doesn't fit the play style.
No.
But no, instead you go Gotti, who wasn't necessarily even the star player back on his former teams. But clearly Weibo saw something in him, and I have a lot of respect for their decision to go with him, and that we're already seeing the results. I mean, 5 rounds in a row for Weibo, they're looking... Sorry, 4 rounds in a row for Weibo, they're looking really solid, and the way that Gotti has just fitted in so well, it's beautiful to behold. Big shoes to fill with Ape. He's been on the team ever since Weibo first entered Rainbow Six, and of course he's been a long-time teammate of Ape's. Speakeasies. Ape was. So yeah, big chance for Gotti, and he's certainly not making light of it.
Yeah, also, just like a final on Gotti there is, he's been jumping teams for a bit, right? Because he was ex-PSG, and then went to 4 Anchormen in CNL, right? And then, so it's very uncommon to pick up a player who's kind of jumping teams constantly because you don't get to see them at their 100% because you keep changing roles and operators and strats and everything else. But with that being said, he also was basically a free agent, you know, just like available. Maybe that's the simplicity here. We gotta get a player we can get our hands on. Misa just joined FearX, so he probably has a big buyout or doesn't want to leave the team just yet or whatever. And it's very important in your Weibo you get a fully committed player because it's gonna be a long-term change. You're not picking up Gotti to be here for maybe stage 1, maybe EWC, and then you make another change. You're picking up Gotti to be there for at least a full year, ideally longer, with the exact same core.
Weibo hasn't made a roster change ever before, so they don't take it lightly, and you're right, they're getting someone for the long haul. And Gotti could... oh my god.
The voice that could.
Sorry about that. I'm Batman. Gotti could be that person. We'll find out. For now, it's just a chance to get him back in the server while we rehost. Everyone on the Weibo front looking very chill. Love the new jerseys, by the way. Have you noticed the little logo? Not the tiny one that's just on Turd's left shirt pocket, but the big one, the big Weibo gaming logo. That's kind of cool. Bit different. Very retro, very 80s.
So it's got 2 Weibo logos and 1 jersey.
Now, how many logos do you have on your jersey? Oh, you don't have a jersey anymore. Sorry,
good one. You know, I got a new jersey. I gotta go
Really?
grab
From
it
who?
from Nesk.
Oh, that's
Team
a pretty baller
Liquid.
jersey.
At the Salt Lake City Major, he came over and he was like, bingo, because him and Rasa were co-streaming the whole thing. He was like, bingo, bingo, jersey, Rasa, me, you. I was like, okay. So I brought a DC jersey. There it is. Speaking of logos and jerseys, and I brought a G2 jersey. And then Rasa and Nest, they got one of those. These two could like split in between them, and I got a Nest jersey in return. So the jersey collection is growing. I got Max jersey, by the way, from Fnatic days.
Yeah. It's not growing though, is it? Because you're trading them. So you're not actually getting more jerseys. You're just getting more different jerseys.
When you think about it, the jersey collection is not a matter of how many you have. Because I could just get 50 billion Pingu jerseys. It's a matter of how many different named jerseys you have of other people. So it is growing technically.
I'd be on eBay every day if I had 50 million Pengu jerseys, mate.
Okay.
Hey, can I have a jersey, by the way? I don't have anything to give you. I'll give you a big kiss. Is that all right?
Where's the James Desmata show match winner jersey? Where's that at? I mean,
I wish
you did.
I actually
timer,
did.
No?
I did wear like 6 or 7 different jerseys during that show match actually in Brazil in Sao Paulo SI. Yeah. So I actually have a lot of jerseys from over the years. Some of them are from players. Some of them I just got from the orgs directly. Like for example, when Cloud9 had a Korean team, I got a C9 jersey.
Cool.
Wildcard when they had an Australian team, and then I have a Mantis FPS jersey, which was Summer Rains, who still casts in Korea, and I have a Norengo jersey. That's a hard one. That's not one of the players. I just bought that from Norengo. Most overpriced jersey I've ever bought, by the way. I have a couple others. I can't remember them all, but yeah, I kind of stacked them on top of each other. Oh, my most prized jersey is actually Igor's W7M jersey from the Berlin Major. That was the one that I had at the very bottom of my layers of jerseys when I played that show.
What did you get that? How did that happen?
So yeah, I mean in the early days of W7M, Berlin Major was, I believe, their first event, maybe second event. I was casting with Mandy at the time, and Mandy really likes that team, and she was like,
I remember they picked the team, yeah.
Yeah, we kind of followed their matches throughout a lot of that Berlin Major, and we had a few meetings with them because they weren't very well known. It was everyone was focusing on FaZe Clan and these other big teams. And we kind of wanted to get to know W7M a little bit more, so we had a little chat with them. I remember when JV was the new guy on the team. And then, at the end of the event, Igor gave me a jersey. Legend.
Nice, yeah. And now he's like one of the coaches of all time, so that's pretty
exactly.
Stonks him up.
I mean, the only coach to have coached 2 major wins and a 6 invitational win, if I'm not wrong?
Yeah, would be, because not many teams have won 2 majors. Yeah.
That's right.
That's pretty good. Also, just to be technically correct, Berlin Major was not their first event. The first event was actually Charlotte Major with 2 people in from Mexico with visa issues.
That's right. Well, the first event that mattered. Because I wasn't at the Charlotte Major, so it didn't matter.
Right. Okay. I mean, I feel like that's actually a very fair point of view to have, because you make the events what they are, James. It's all
You're such a sweet little sucker.
I hated Salt Lake City, man. I was walking around saying, "Where's my Aussie goat?" I saw all the Aussies, the wrong ones. Not you. You weren't there.
You're a sweetheart. You're a sweetheart. Well, I hope to see you at the next event, Nick. Hopefully we'll get back on that mic together. For now, how about we just do our job? Talk about this video game. Oh, did I just hear a disconnect? No? Everyone's in the server?
Oh, we're good.
All right.
We're good.
We're back into it, guys. Thanks for bearing with us through the technical pause. Gotti is back in. Jogor has left the game.
He died first.
He did die first. So was that an Alt F4 or was that...
Maybe he was moonwalking. Maybe he was not actually... I don't know. But
I didn't see a rehost call.
The goal. Play on. I see it. We're going.
Love that.
Strap back in.
Very good. So, very exciting.
5v4. Deimos, Lion. Still that mute ban. The aggression from Weibo has been great throughout this entire match thus far. Now, there is a trooper out being brought into this round. So they can actually stop the Deimos tracker by tossing down a freeze on the floor for any of his teammates or himself. So that can work. But they are starting down with a man deficit.
Last round and a half, by the way, Nick. Last chance for Sycan to get back onto it. Oh, nice little run out from Kath, but he bit off a little bit more than he can chew, going for that second kill, so he gets traded back. When you're at numbers deficit, you do not want to trade material. It's just like chess. You got to keep that. You got to keep fighting back. You do not try and trade. Gotti is going to find Neon, and that Nitro Cell, while a nice idea, does not land. And K3 now in a bit of an awkward spot on the solar stairs. 2 versus 4.
We're gonna slow things down now, just again leverage that man advantage. A big thing about experienced teams that they don't just keep speeding up and they start throwing those winnable moments. They slow things down, get the flying drones, do the verticality if they have any, and slowly start picking apart the site. It's one of the big things about being a consistent team, is knowing when to slow down and when to speed up. And right now, they are not in a rush. When they're ready to execute, they can do a 3-2-1 together and just go for it. Execute by the bomb site and looking for kills.
Oh, nice shot there onto Hoven, but a lot of damage is taken here by the Kite on the bomb site. Now he's the last one left, 1v3, with Hoven able to be recollected and picked up safely if Weibo want to go for it. I'm not sure they're aware, but Hoven did a lot of damage here. So Fang is very low on HP. And Reeks is easily able to take that final kill from up above. It's 5 in a row for Weibo to cap off a very dominant half.
Thoughts of wandering away with me today, fading into grey. Say that it's okay. Painting pictures of this silhouette in vain. Just here to speculate. No fear, I test my fate. No. Thoughts of wandering away with me today, fading into grey. Say that it's okay. Painting pictures of this silhouette in vain. Just here to speculate. No fear, I test my fate. Innocence and honesty keep signaling my brilliance. Living in this harmony, it's hard to see the change. Ignorance and poverty, we're sinking in resilience. Adrenaline, my arteries are masking all the pain. I symbolize the vigilance, we need to rise above it. It makes it hard to breathe when we're living in the flames. So make rhythms and we influence the youngers. It's like we plant the seed and watch them grow into the names.
Lately I've been studying Ibrahim Traore. What it takes to make change, blood and tears, that they assure me. Stripes and gun range, bodyguards at every doorway. Civil rights to sustain this peace over Wahala. If we had to fight, we have to die. That's why we ain't seen another Thomas Sankara. Who are you when you can change all the fortunes of your people? I'm tired too, I used to blame Western forces of evil. I'm tired too, I'm choosing pain and let my hatred try to greet you. I'm asking, can I really flex? Forget the poverty we've been through. Puppets in our section, check the strings above, you know it's lethal. And am I still collecting? I'll try to protect my own peace and breeze through.
Thoughts of wandering away with me today, fading into grey. Say that it's okay. Painting pictures of this silhouette in vain.
Very nice. Big fan of the vibes.
Love
Big
that
fan of the
vibe.
music. Yeah. Sometimes, we don't know what's gonna happen in terms of what audio track's gonna play. So sometimes crazy 5-1/2, etc. Nice vibe tunes. Sometimes it's like the most even match and we get super intensity. It really just comes down to whatever track plays next. I'm not sure if we're actually randomizing or someone's choosing the song each time, but
I'm
nice.
not sure whether we're picking, but we don't really need to manually pick it because we've got the playlist, man. And every single song on that playlist is a banger. And you guys can listen to that playlist too. It's on Spotify and it's on YouTube. The link is in the Twitch chat right now.
Defenders protect
Oh,
your
very
bombs.
nice.
Be defused by
I don't know about
Nice
you, but
segue
I
there from you,
listen to
James.
this. Oh, thank you, man. I listen to this playlist all day, every day. It's my only playlist.
Okay, that's too far, man. Okay. So I actually have. So I joined APL. Was it last year or a year before? Recently, and I've been adding songs, like a few every stage, to my own personal Spotify playlist. Actually, and
Hell yeah.
sometimes I will be, in the gym or on a walk or maybe flying somewhere for esports, and a song will come on, and it's almost like PTSD. right? Because when you work a show all stage long, you hear the same song a lot of times. So I'd be like, oh, it's work time. But it's like, no, I'm actually not working right now.
You know, the song I have the most PTSD for is The Future Is Now. Do you remember that from back in the... You were still playing, I believe.
Future is
but
now.
when I first did EU, when you were still playing in 2020, we had this one song called The Future Is Now.
I don't know
like
that song.
You don't remember that? Dude,
Okay.
and I was working like 5 days a week, 3 of which were
Yeah.
like, starting at 3 a.m.
That's what I mean.
Casting 5 broadcasts a week. It was insane. Oh my god, Turnstile, you dirty man. What was that little one tap?
Oh, man.
Well, if that is a sign of what is to come, then Saikan are in for a very rude awakening.
I mean, thankfully, it's just the A is gone. You still have your power base and Aura and Glass and even the Brava for a bit of counter. Small note here, I wanted Saikin to play a little bit of Vigilator to counter the Solid Snake. They didn't, but Thursday, in the opening round, will bring out this particular operator. It's great just to kind of mess around the map, also counters the Lion still, I believe, I think at least. Reeves is on counter Neon, which is Rapid into their window. This is a rough look for Saikin. They have had their first attacking attempt and they are completely locked out of the building with no way in unless... No way in.
Fast game's a good game, I guess, says Saiken. They try and get it done. It's not going to be a flawless round, but Turnstile will jump straight outside the building, claim match point for Weibo Gaming, and yeah, poor Saiken are really struggling to find their footing. It's 6 in a row that they have fumbled.
Yeah, I mean, you say fumbled, but it's just Weibo is still in peak form. Again, good fundamentals, good foundation, good prep work going into it. I've been a really big fan of Gohan becoming a coach of this roster, because obviously in the beginning it was like Mibi was head coach, Gohan was assistant coach or analyst or something like that. And then they made a change a fair bit of time ago that Gohan would be the main coach, standing behind the players on LAN, etc. And that change, I think, was the defining moment for me, where Weibo seem to have gained the most amount of evolution positively, because their prep work and operator bans and their playstyle changed with that support staff as well. For some teams, a coach can be a manager. For some, it's about strategy. For some, it's prep work. A coach fills many different roles based on whatever the team needs. But Gohan just seems to be the perfect fit for the core of Weibo.
For sure. And we've sung a lot of praises of Weibo tonight, and it's hard not to when they're 6-1 up, 6 games in a row, 6 rounds in a row. But we do have to remember the bigger picture here, which is that this team has gotten to the point where obviously they dominate domestically. When they go internationally, they have building expectations. Event by event, people are saying, okay, Weibo, are they going to make top 8? Are they going to make better than top 8? Salt Lake City, a top 11 finish was actually a disappointment. Right? You know, yes, they beat All Gamers, the best team in the CNL. Yes, they beat Los, which was a solid team from Brazil. But they lost to Twisted Minds, albeit 7-8. They lost to VP. And then they even lost to Enterprise, the Aussie team, and eventually got eliminated as a result of it. That is not good enough for Weibo. That is not quite up to Weibo's standard. So, yes, they are the best team here, and they are dominating in this matchup. But they don't just want to win 7-1 domestically. They don't just want to be champions here in Asia. They want to actually take opportunities at international events to be vying for a championship internationally.
Okay, bit of a battle back and forth. See if we can hang with a man disadvantage. He's done a lot of damage this round to various players, and Holland finds another one. So whenever Weibo are down in numbers, they will lash out and even back the score. Still got the glass with one smoke in pocket. Can be a power play later on. But you have Reeves, Gotti, and Hoven locking down the rest of this map. They're holding Solarium, holding Bathroom. They have no downstairs presence. They're all 3 players upstairs, and this Selma is going to be so ineffective. Had they used the Selma charge with the Bathroom with the Rappel, that might have worked, but missed timing from the side of Saiken.
Both nades miss, but a good ping there. Good kill from Feng. Reeves goes down, numbers advantage for the first time in the round for Saiken. 3v2 is so winnable. There's still one smoke to work with here for the Glaz as well. Gotti has to show his worth. Popped off before the rehost. Has 1 kill since, and he's on this perfect angle, but he's going up against an ACOG. Lot of damage. Even though the Scorpion is a bit of a pea shooter, he still lands enough bullets to at least Whittle the sends his health down a little bit. Hoven wants to go for a swing, but he is being watched. This has to be played perfectly by Weibo.
Come on.
Oh, the timing! Exactly what he needed to do was to swing on the back of that Thorn Trap. Now Gotti joins in as well. It's all up to the Glaz. 1v2 for the game for Neon. Gotti and Hoven. Oh, Reaps calling the early GG. Turks are doing it as well. It's BM from Weibo, but they know that the result is already determined. It's another day in the office, 7 in a row for the Kings of Asia.
A statement match as it should be. They're not slowing down and they're still taking the APL very seriously. That's always been a thing in the back of my mind, is that when you're dominating for so long domestically, will you ever slow down? Will you be unmotivated for these kinds of matchups? No. Weibo Gaming, they give it 100% once more.
Big game from Weibo, a big chance to say, look, we're here to play. We are here for that championship. We don't care that Asia only has one slot now. We will take it regardless. 7-1 is a very dominant scoreline, the most dominant we've seen so far in Stage 1. On the flip side of that, for Sycan, not a good day in the office, not a good debut for their new roster whatsoever.
I mean, just the playstyle today, kind of disgusting, right? The mute ban with the Solid Snake, the aggression, the lion spamming every single round. You'd almost think that their mission today wasn't just to win, it was to make the game feel unplayable for their opponent. And they did both. A 7-1 victory where their opponent couldn't play the game.
And having a look at the stats, I mean, Hoven actually ended up top fragging. Big from him to overtake Gotzi. The two of them got 20 kills between them.
Speak easy, 2 kills is so bad, man. Bad player.
She was the Monty main, man. You gotta go. Look, we're about to get him in for an interview. You can smack talk him then. I'm gonna throw you under the bus as soon as we get him in.
He's actually the GOAT. He played such a good game. They target banned Monty because he was so good at it.
Save the glaze for when we have him on the interview, mate. What do we have to say for the flip side? I mean, Karty27, the only one to get more than 3 kills, and he only got 4.
No.
Neon with the breadstick, K3 and Joe Gore both on just 2 kills. It's not great. It's not great.
It's not. I mean, to be honest, taking Weibo to Chalet, that's going to be a tough look no matter what. And then it's the first game on the stage for you. It's going to be about learning and failing and struggling and getting better. And Weibo is supposed to be the best team in the region, most likely. This is where it's okay to get destroyed. The big question for Sycan is what happens in the following matches in the future and how will they fare against those weaker opponents on paper.
Yeah, of course, you're not expecting to take a big win on Weibo, but you want to at least build a little bit of confidence so that in your upcoming games, you can feel a little bit better about your your next opponent. Your next opponent, if you are Sycan, is going to be Fury, which is not going to be an easy matchup, let's be real. On the flip side, Weibo are onto Elevate next. I'm looking at like Weibo's trajectory across the stage, right, when it comes to the group stage. Next is Elevate, then Team Orchid, that'll be a hard game. Then it'll be Soul's Heart, that'll be a hard game. Then it'll be Fury, HLT, and their final game of the stage will be Daystar, which in theory should be their most challenging one. It remains to be seen how the other kind of top teams that are contending in Asia will compare to Weibo. But the one thing we know for sure is this new roster with Gotzi is looking very fire.
It is. Surprising roster, successful roster, and just generally speaking, excited to see if they can find international success, because I think domestically, Weibo are just they're guaranteed first place. Almost. Yeah, and look, last year, off the top of my head, EWC was actually really good for them. I'm having a look back. Yeah, I believe so. I don't have it on my... Oh, here we go. Yeah, it was a top 8 finish. They were the only APAC team to make it to the playoffs at EWC, and they only lost to Team Secret, who eventually won the tournament, of course. Six Invitational, also a top 8 performance, also got knocked out by Secret, by the way, who were runners-up at that event. So, if anything, Salt Lake City is a bit of a kind of one-off for Weibo. A bit of an unusual disappointment. Despite it being a top 11 finish, it's still not quite good enough for Weibo. I'm sure they have higher expectations than that for EWC. That's something that's kind of scary when you think about very successful teams. We can make the same kind of comparison to Falcons over in EML back when they were BDS. They were making every single grand final of every major and SI in a full calendar year, but they lost every single one. And when that happens, they're seen as a failure of a team because expectations are so high. Weibo in a similar way, they need to make a deep run international to be seen as a success despite being an APL team.
They do. 7-1 is a huge result, but we know that we have much higher expectations for Weibo, and they will need more chances to prove that. Next up, though, it is the second best team out of kickoff, Daystar, taking on Elevate.
ตัวค่อนข้างเยอะแล้วรู้สึกว่าแต่ละตัวนั้นมีปืนค่อนข้างที่จะไม่เหมือนกันแต่ว่าถ้า Counter Strike ก็จะมีแค่บุกกับกันที่ปืนต่างกันแต่ว่า Rainbow Six มีปืนค่อนข้างเยอะมีตัวหลายๆตัวมีตัวใหม่เข้ามาทำให้ผมรู้สึกสนุกกับการเล่น Rainbow Six มากกว่าส่วนตัวผมเป็นคนที่ชอบเล่นเสี่ยงกล้าได้กล้าเสียเหมือนกับท็อปสันใน OG เป็นคนที่กล้าได้กล้าเสียให้กับทีมไม่ว่ายังไงอย่างนี้ผมก็เลยชอบที่จะเล่นแบบนั้นก็อาจจะเป็นสิ่งที่มีตัวละครเล่นค่อนข้างเยอะแน่นอนแล้วก็ตัวมีปืนมี ability ค่อนข้างเยอะทำให้ผมรู้สึกสนุกกับมันสิ่งนี้ที่รู้สึกว่าดีเลยของ4ก็คืออัปเดตค่อนข้างบ่อยมากกว่าเคาน์เตอร์ก็จะมีแค่แมปอะไรอย่างนี้แต่ว่า4มีการอัปเดต about ตัวแล้วก็แมปอะไรอย่างนี้ก็ผมก็กดแรงคนเดียวอะไรอย่างนี้แต่ว่าตอนนั้นก็มีกดกับเพื่อนด้วยแล้วทีนี้รู้สึกว่าตอนนั้นรู้สึกว่าเล่นดีมากแล้วมีกดไปเรื่อยๆจนมีคนน่าจะมีคนเห็นผมจำชื่อไม่ได้แล้วแต่ว่าเขาเห็นผมเล่นดีอะไรอย่างนี้เขาเลยชวนเข้าทีมก็ถ้าเป็นแรงนะครับก็รู้สึกว่าคนที่เล่นแรงนั้นเขาก็ไม่ค่อยมีความสามัคคีคอยจะทุกคนก็เล่นตามใจของตัวเองอะไรอย่างนี้แต่ถ้าเป็นการแข่งขันทุกคนจริงจังทุกคนซีเรียสทุกคนเล่นแบบจริงจังมีระบบมีแบบแผนต่างจากการเล่นแรงที่ทุกคนเล่นตามใจชิวๆเล่นไม่ซีเรียสอะไรอย่างนี้ก็ถ้ามีทีมที่เก่งๆมีทีมที่จริงจังอะไรอย่างนี้ก็จะเป็นสิ่งที่ดีสำหรับผมเพราะว่าถ้าทีมไม่จริงจังอะไรอย่างนี้ก็การแข่งขันก็เป็นค่อนข้างที่จะไม่ราบรื่นก็ถ้าจะมีความสัมพันธ์ที่ดีให้กับทีมนั้นผมคิดว่าจะต้องให้เวลากับมันให้เวลากับการแข่งขันให้เวลากับการทำสแตทให้เวลาการทำทีมอยู่กับมันอะไรอย่างนี้แล้วก็อยู่ด้วยกันกับทีมมีอะไรต้องพูดเพื่อที่จะเก่งขึ้นจนเป็นแชมป์ได้
We're out of time. Let's put them in the ground. Fall back! Team 1. Report.
Alive and we're safe. We lost comms with the other team.
They have their orders. We need to go for Nix. Dokkaebi, be my eyes. Mute, cover her.
On it. Hostile. Sending a payload.
You're cornered, Nix. Surrender. I see one old man. One old man about to die.
I see your runner 7. 3 rows down.
Hack my phone.
Huh? What if
Do it now.
Quick thinking there, Six.
We trusted each other, and it paid off. Rendezvous for extraction, Team 1.
Well, we've seen the Kings of Asia go big with a 7-round in a rotary. It's time to see what the runners-up, the finalists from kickoff, have to show. It's Daystar versus Elevate. Let's start with Daystar. Pengu, of course. These guys second place in kickoff, and because back then Asia had 2 spots to the international events, they made it to the Salt Lake City Major.
They didn't just get second place, they made the lower bracket gauntlet run, beating Fury into Elevate, into Sotar, into Team Orchid, and then lost the Weibo in the end. They are playing some phenomenal season, they are taking names left, right, and center, and they got so much experience from a lower bracket run because of how much seeds they are playing, and that should set them up very nicely here for stage 1.
Very true, but unfortunately they did end up bailing out quite early at the Salt Lake City Major. Nobody expected them to take the candle to Falcons in their first game, but their second game they ended up playing 4 AM from the CNL, which I think a lot of people would have probably favored Daystar over 4 AM. Ended up losing that game. Bit of a surprise, and as a result they got first rounded from that international event. They'll be hoping to make it back to an international appearance after back-to-back performances at both the Six Invitational and the Salt Lake City Major, but it'll be harder than ever to make it to EWC. They're going to have to win every single game they can for the best chance, and their opponent in their first game will be Elevate. Yes, a new look Elevate. They've been through so many different rosters, Pengu. They've been through Australian rosters, Brazilian rosters, Asian rosters, and now they've made yet more roster changes. And it's quite a funny moment where we feel like we're turning back the clock. Elevate now bringing Hysterics onto core from sub. Hysterics, what an old name. He was playing way back in the day with Speakeasy on the old Aerowolf rosters, and of course Tolji as well, who played for the Asian Game and Gladiators roster back in 2022. This is a very exciting time for Elevate, and potentially the best roster they've had in quite some time.
Yeah, very excited for it. Getting some old veteran experience with some new, young gunners still. There's like more fast-forward meta. I'm quite curious to see if this is going to be a stronger performing roster or just an even more exciting roster at that. Because it's a tight competition here in Asia. We have more and more teams every single stage, it feels like, that is going to be able to fight for that top 4 position. Your Orchid, your Daystar, your Weibo, your Soul's Heart. And perhaps Elevate with this current iteration could join that conversation too.
Yeah, but the question is, can the old guard keep up with these young gunners on Daystar? Let's have a look at the map Vito, see where we're going to be heading for this best of 1. As we rocket on down, it's either Clubhouse or Fortress. Yes, it's Clubhouse. You love a bit of Clubhouse, Pengu. Wow, this is so staple. This is just the epitome of classic Rainbow Six Siege competitive game.
Yeah. I really like from Elevate experience and older player, etc. You go to a map that screams OG, Clubhouse, your fundamentals, your ABCs of Rainbow Six. Super curious for this one, so please, let's get this game started.
Oh, we can start it right now. It's a big chance here for both Daystar and Elevate to prove themselves. Daystar hoping to bounce back after struggling far too much at the Salt Lake City Major, and Elevate brand new with fresh roster changes and potentially one of the best 5 cores that they have had in a long time. But the question will be, can the old guard still play up against young talent? Let's get into it, and we're going to Clubhouse.
That was a nice tune. Just had to let that ring there for a second. Kite Band, anybody? Any Electro Bros enjoyers? No, Asami Kaid, an Ace and the Grims, and no doubling down, leaving all the shields open, the Dokkaebi, the Deimos, the Capital.
Snake.
Dokkaebi.
I particularly like Snake for taking map control. I mean, a lot of the time, players on Clubhouse like to get in quick to areas like top floor, jacuzzi, even strip club. You get inside the building really early. You catch off people who are rotating back to the bomb site through bar, through main stairs. And the Solid Snake is one of the best operators to achieve that. Even on the top floor, bomb sites. You can take control of the opposite side of the map very quickly with that Solid Snake, so I think we'll see a bunch of that. I hope we get to see more Dokkaebi, because we keep talking about how busted she is, and yet she's still not picked as much as I would have expected. I genuinely thought she would be 80% plus pick rate, like maybe even verging on like a 90% plus pick rate.
I think for EML, she was creeping up in the 50 to 60% category by the second playday, but here in Asia, so far, it's not quite been that same story. I had a point I was gonna make, actually, and I just... Oh yeah, speaking about Solid Snake, one thing is that you can take map control very quickly by, you know, using the gadget. I think one of the more, like, underrated things about Solid Snake is that you do it alone. Very often you have, let's say, a Jaggle entering or Deimos or anybody else bogged downstairs. You need someone else to drone for you, or watch your drone every now and again. But with Solid Snake, you have so much self-agency where you can just do your own thing. And the reason why that's so important is when you solo integrate Solid Snake, you get map control very quickly and very safely because you get a lot of information. That means 4 other people can work together at another objective at the same time. You have so much more manpower. Whereas let's say you gotta drone the bug in below because it doesn't have a gadget that can find the path forward. Now you gotta have the heartbeat, drone for the bug while only 3 people working together. But someone's gotta drone for the 3 people, so now there's only 2 people walking in and 1 guy droning. So that's a big thing, I think, in my mind.
We're really in the meta of having so many attacking operators that kind of just replace drones. Once upon a time, you know, back in the good old days, we didn't have any Dokkaebi, we didn't even have Lion. We just had operators that affected the map. You know, you could clear util, you could breach walls. That was what attack was about for the most part. Finding gadgets, destroying gadgets, breaching walls. That was the fundamental side of attack. Now we have Solid Snake, we have Deimos, we have Dokkaebi. Those 3 operators are just about finding defenders. That's their entire purpose. That is what they just relish in. And you can do that without drones. I mean, that typically finding defenders, finding information, that's what drones are about. And so right now we have so many different choices that you can really have a lot more flexibility on your attacking side. And these days, because obviously defense always just has an advantage, the nature of the game is there is a sixth player on the defensive side, and it's the clock, right? You only have 3 minutes to make your execute in the action phase if you're in the attacking side, and the defense has so many tools to set up for you to deal with that timer ticks away very quickly. Anything you can do to buy yourself time on the attack is going to be a massive benefit to your team, and removing the need to drone as much as possible by using gadgets like Dokkaebis and Solid Snakes are a big part of that.
Something that's going to happen, which I find quite funny, is we had the shield meta for the longest time, right? And it's still very present, but not as present as it was a year and a half ago or so. Next season, I believe, we're getting the shield counter operator that was teased at the most previous... actually, I think it was teased at SI. I'm not entirely certain. But it's teased recently about what it was going to sort of look like from a little animated short form clip. But are we going to need a shield counter in 3 months from now? If we have, you know, the Dokkaebi... No, it's going to be all the other operators that are problematic.
I mean, this is... I'm not a big fan of having like one operator that just hard counters something, like a shield counter, for example.
What if you ban it?
Yeah, well, like we have the same thing. Like we had a very similar thing happen back in the day when we had the Glaz Ying meta. It was all about what you can do with smokes and flashes. And what did we do? We made one operator that does nothing except counter smokes and flashes. Warden.
Yeah.
And now I don't know, like I don't love Warden as an operator. I feel like there are so many more interesting and creative operator designs to try and counter. Like I think Maestro is a more interesting counter to Ying and Glaz. I think Smoke and Tachanka are more interesting counters. I even think Tubarao is an interesting counter. Anything that exposes people, slows people down, it forces the attacks to take a risk. I feel like Warden is just like if you pick Glaz and they have a Warden, what do? You're just like, oh, okay, I guess I just don't use my gadget this round because it's going to hurt my entire team. It's not my kind of personal flavor. It's not the way I like
I see what you mean.
The game to work.
I mean, it works in a similar fashion where I, for example, am not a huge fan of like Vigil Caveira. Not because I don't think they're good operators necessarily, But because they're just very ego and self-centered, you know, you pick the individual, you get stronger, and while your team does the benefit that the droning games get more tricky for your opponent, they can't find individuals, some chaos, whatever. I would much rather have something like a trap operator, like the Lucy, where like I can now play around the Lucy Banshee, despite being smoke or mute or some other operator, I can utilize my teammate's utility. And I feel like a shield counter is gonna feel a bit similar, where I can now beat my, a shield in a 1v1, but it won't necessarily change a lot for my teammates. But maybe, depending on exactly how the operator works, it'll feel like Echo, where Echo has a yokai placed somewhere, 3, 2, 1, and you work together and take down the shield. If that shield counter works in that sort of fashion where you're teammate dependent, that might change my perception of how I feel about that operator.
Yeah, no, it's an interesting conversation, right? Because you talk about selfish operators versus selfless operators. We have quite a lot of both in this game, and that really comes down to personal preference. There are going to be some people who play this game and they just want to play operators where they only have to think about themselves every single round, and other people who really want to play operators that complement others. Let's really start diving deep into what has come in Year 11 so far and what we have yet to come as well. You've talked about the roadmap, you've talked about the upcoming changes. I think it's always fun to do these conversations in the context of the metas that we've had before as well. So firstly, I want to have the conversation with you, Nick. What is the best meta that we've ever had in Siege? What is your favorite meta we've ever had?
Of all time? I always go back to like 2018-19. It was just like the 3+2 meta. You and I spoke about this briefly on EML broadcast as well. It's when you had 3 defenders and 3 attackers. They were always going to be the same. Like you always did like Jaeger, Smoke, and whatever else, a Valkyrie maybe. Then you had +2. That could be any other 2 defenders to your personal liking. And the same story went for attack. The reason why I liked it so much is that it was the most flexible meta that we had, and it was the least restraining. And so many different play styles, occurred from that point forward because of it. So, yeah, 2018, 2019-ish vibe.
I think it's interesting that you say that that was the most flexible, because it was the least flexible with operator choices, but the most flexible
technically.
It was like, you know what they say about creativity, right? Like, if you're an artist, if I'm an artist, right, and you're giving me a job to do, like painting, give me restrictions. Say, James, you're creative. I want you to paint a painting, but you're only allowed to use different shades of red. And then suddenly, I have to get creative to solve that problem. And I think that's maybe what you're identifying here. There was flexibility within the restraints at the time. Now in Siege, we have very few restraints because we have so many operators to choose from. And so many of them are valid. Like, back in the day, we had, like, I would say, like, 20% of the operators just were, like, so bad that they didn't really count as in the operator pool. Like, Tachanka was a meme for such a long time. Now, we don't have many operators which are just, like, hard trolling. We only have a handful. It'd be way less than 10%, I would say.
Name a trolling operator right now. Go. Name one.
Thunderbird is the first one that comes to mind.
Wrong. Dogebi counter. You're wrong.
Okay, sure.
So Dogebi does 40 damage. You tank the call, you take the 40, you get Thunderbird back to full health in like 10 seconds. Boom, perfect counter.
We have nobody that is like as much of a meme, like hard troll pick as we did in like year 1, 2, 3. Like we had so many hard troll operator picks. But like, I also think it's part of the fact that in Siege, like we have one hit headshot, so it doesn't really matter. Like no matter what, you can still shoot, right? And like, kind of everyone has a good gun these days. Like, are there any operators that just don't have any good guns?
Kavera.
It's not that. I mean, it's bad, but it's like,
I think it might be the worst gun in the game.
But the gap between that and like the next worst gun isn't that big. Like you could still get an ace with that gun.
The next worst gun might be the Reaper, to be fair. That gun's pretty bad too, so yeah. Maybe not.
Situational, you never know, man. It's all about the situation. I'll tell you what, there are sometimes, if you're playing like Shoddy Pulse, the Reaper feels amazing. Because you're like...
yeah, because you got a shotgun otherwise.
I got a shotgun in my back pocket, and now I'm going to get the Reaper. Lol, I just killed you with the worst gun. Like, there's something about it, But, yeah, I don't know. I think it's really interesting. We don't have many bad operators these days. For a long time, remember Grim came out, he was useless. No one played him. Yeah. Rayora came out, nobody played her. Sens came out, nobody played them. But for such a long time, you know, now we have a point where you could literally play any, like there is almost no operator that could get played where I would be like, what are they, like, why? They're like, before they've done anything with it, that is just a troll pick. Maybe for a specific bomb site or for a specific play style or whatever, there are troll picks, but yeah, I just feel like we're in a meta where like so many operators have been balanced like crazy. One of my favorite balanced operators, Striker, my goat. One of my favorite ops to play, by the way.
Oh my god. Doesn't even have
Such
a gadget,
a legend.
my guy.
He's got 2 gadgets, what do you mean?
No secondary gadgets. No primary gadget at all.
That's fine. I only need EMPs and tin can openers, and then I've got the M4, which is like one of the best ARs, and the secondary shotgun.
Well, you're
I could be a
saying
vert
that
player.
you like Striker. What I'm hearing is that you have no friends to play ranked with, so you solo queue with Striker so you can do it yourself.
That is absolutely correct.
And Striker's amazing for that.
I am going to move to Europe one day, Pengu, and then you know, then we'll stack. Then I'll have friends.
If you do move to Europe, I shall play ranked with you, just because I would feel sorry for you to move all the way over here and still solo queue to that.
And then two games in, you're like, oh my god, this guy's really bad. I'm not gonna play with him anymore. Send him back to Australia.
Well, so usually with my friend circle, we have like the Meowers Discord, as we call it. You know, Fresh, myself, and various friends, whatnot. We have meme sessions and we have serious stackage sessions. So we could just do a meme session, worst case. Which is also when you start watching, you know, Pro League matches, you're sitting there going, is this going to be a meme game or is it going to be a serious game? And Daystar Elevate, they've only just started, so we don't know for sure which one it's going to be. But looking at, you know, K-Golf's situation for Daystar and the level they played at, getting second place in qualifying for Salt Lake City, this should be a serious game.
Absolutely. Like we said, it's a chance for Daystar to prove themselves with the roster change, bringing on Yao instead of Bin, which in theory should be a roster upgrade. I mean, Bin didn't have a great kickoff, but Yao is unproven. We don't know anything about them, really. On the flip side of that, Elevate making 2 big roster changes, getting Hysterics in from the substitute position, out of retirement, and Tolji also out of retirement. It's been, what, 4 years since he played at the Berlin Major. It's been even longer than that since Hysterics was playing at the Tier 1 level. A lot of old guard experience. I'm keen to see what they can achieve as Daystar are starting to tighten the net on this gym bedroom bomb site.
Great fire. Catches Barcode on the clash. Most pivotal defending operator in a second as well. Great usage there off the angles and cutoffs on the windows, on the outside. Now they got the demos as well to work with. So they got so many different ways to force movement from the side of Elevate and get them into a bad position. They gotta make sure they work together though. A 5v3 is easily losable if you start overstepping your boundary.
Oh, well, Yao has stepped right into the bomb site, looking for a kill, pushes Tolji back. A lot of damage on a Tolji. He wants to try and retake, but not a great spot for Hysterics now. Ooh, might find a kill. Can't switch onto the second though, and he gets traded back. Pika closes it as well. Good opening round for Daystar. They got that numbers advantage, and they just look to convert it.
Some of these bomb sites and clubhouse are gonna feel quite claustrophobic. I mean, when you're on gym with all the walls like reinforced, you know, you can play in connector, like where we saw Hysterics play by the master bedroom door. You can play in office, you can play in bathroom. But when you're in those kind of small spaces up against the capital or frag grenades, you have nowhere to go. So you exit this small space to go into a bigger one, but then you get seen from the outside angles, you know, the windows, the hatch, a breach if it's opened up, for example, and you die. And that's the thing about playing both CCTV and gym defense here on Clubhouse, is that there's very specific power positions that benefits the defender. But like elsewhere, not in those power spots, you just kind of die. And so bringing an operator like the Capital into the mix there was the way to deal with the setup.
Of course, that's just one of many different bomb sites we'll likely see Elevate try out here. And let's be real, gym bedroom is not typically the primary site here on Clubhouse. I feel like on a good day, Clubhouse is just about as even as it gets between attacker and defender favor. Like, you're probably going to win both your basement defenses and then one other bomb site, right? Once. And then probably lose the other 3 rounds. So for Elevate here, the key thing is just getting back on that horse, win this basement bomb site. You've got a very extended roam, mute jammers, and castle barricades. What year is this? 2020 SSG, right? A little bit of an updated 2026 version of it. So it's up to Daystar to decide whether to take it or not.
They buffed Mossy. The SSG Roam would unironically be stronger than ever, one could argue. Mossy now gives a slightly bigger radius. I think you said 25 centimeters, which it's kind of hard to understand what that means, like in terms of numbers. But you essentially cover a full single door or a full single window, whereas before there was quite a crack on the top or bottom corners, unless you put them in a very specific location. So Mossy should have a much higher success rate of capturing with the pest, assuming that the attackers, of course, drive into that area, which you'll never be able to control. For now, though, NIKL fell earlier on the top floor portion. We have Peek announced at a third tunnel as well that can lock things down. A lot of pressure being applied. It's very important that when you're the anchor player that you don't start screaming, they're pushing the bomb site, they're pushing the bomb site, and then you force all the roamers back towards the site immediately and lose all the map control. It's this fine line of holding it on your own and only telling your teams to fall back when you absolutely need them.
Especially while we still have a roam on the middle floor. As Elevate peel away from that top floor, we got 3 roamers now on the ground floor. And Dolgy holding it alone in the basement. And NIKL actually died while peeking garage, I believe. He died to a player that was all the way out on the rooftop near Jacuzzi. I'm not sure if he had punched a hole in the garage walls and was peeking, or whether he just got an unlucky spray, but either way, it's a pretty rough start for Elevate. However, Shibe finds a peek. I believe that was outside the building. If Tolji's able to find this, which he is, then that really does lock things up for Elevate. Now they can fall back to site out of choice, right? Because they have the advantage. Daystar have to go get that diffuser back after Azuki died. And Hysterix is in such a playmaking position. He gets a little damage onto Yao, but he's fighting 2 players. 3 players make that as Seal comes in from the other side to support. And Elevate have lost their advantage.
So even numbers, but time is taken away. They got Bog for a bit of Vert, they got Blackbeard to get in that diffuser towards the bomb set. This could just be a simple kitchen hatch drop because time is so low. If the hatch has even been opened up at this point, actually, because all the hop using is dead, so it might not be the case at all. That means main staircase, motor door, but now it's the Guify being probably about 20 seconds left.
Oh,
so
no.
Time is going to be a huge problem. Jao goes down on Blackbeard as well.
Yeah, and Barcode's here with the shotgun. This is not a good position for Daystar. It's just Souffle.
No fire.
Yeah, and he's blocked off by the Vulcan fire. Nice pick on Atolji. Runs straight through the fire. Looks for a little more. And Shibe and Barcode together will clutch up the final moments for Elevate to get them on the scoreboard.
Nicely done. Burning the timer. It's a fair bit of times today in Asia that we've seen Goyo being utilized to great effect, where the roam game is stalling for as long as possible, you fall on back, you pop the Goyos, and now you can just kind of sit back and only worry about a handful of angles instead of like every single angle known to man. And if Bok has to sprint through a fire, you're gonna start hearing that a lot more as well. So well done for Elevate. They locked their first win on defense in. The question is, bombs at rotation. They can go to gym still, they can go to CCTVs, there are hovering just there, and even maybe there's a world where a bar might be appetizing.
Many bombs
I would love to see it. I would love to see it, but we'll be very lucky if Elevate take us there, especially being such a new team. Usually, quaternary, is that the word? Primary, secondary, tertiary, I think it's quaternary. Quaternary bomb sites are usually the least likely that you're going to be prepped when you have a new squad, so we'll see. Hopefully we get to it. I would be very surprised if we do. For now, though, I mean, cache CCTV these days feels like a bit of a rough bomb site to defend with so many ops. I mean, people talked as soon as the Dockerby announcement came through about what happens if you just spam call someone who's on the rafters. Like, how on earth do you beat that? How do you fight against that?
You tank the call, you take the 40, and you pray for the best, right? I mean, that's really your only option. Or, hear me out, you play Dokkaebi. Or sorry, you play Thunderbird, rather.
Oh, Thunderbird.
Yeah, you play Thunderbird. You can just like tank the call, move a little bit too, because that might be a free. Okay, never mind.
I love that. Pickers saw the opportunity. He's like, hey, there's a guy on his cam right here. I can just nade him and catch him. But no, Shibe got the better of him. SMG 11 against the 5.52. Thankfully, there's a lot more nades left for Elevate, but it doesn't guarantee the kill.
Bit of a shame because Blackbeard can actually peek the catwalk rafters completely for free without being able to die by utilizing the angle of having a shield and ADSing. So Shibe can only see his feet while he sees Shibe's head in theory, but Pika was too eager and just sprinted on in and just died. Didn't get the trade. Told you though, dies on the side itself. So it's a very good, or downstairs rather, in lounge. A good position to be in. Taking down the warden. Because there are a fair bit of flashbangs left available up here for the attack inside. But what's the next step here? Yao should easily be able to get catwalk rafters control against Shibi, who is so low in health, but has not yet done so.
Not yet. Meanwhile, in Hykel on the roam forced back. No, he's going to continue fighting. The good thing here is Shibe is the smoke, so even though he will die eventually, he can burn a hell of a lot of time in the meantime. Even against that Blackbeard, who's taken a bit of damage for Yao. Meanwhile, in Hykel falls back to sight. Here come the nades to try and clear some of the evil eyes. Another nade goes out. And finally, Souffle puts Shibe to bed. But meanwhile, Barcode has gone big with a double kill. I like the idea with the Maestro here. It's a lot of chip damage for Elevate. But losing Shibe does give up a lot of ground. Yao now has control. I heard that C4 from Barcode ripped. He might try and toss it out. Indeed he does, but it does not land. Yao dodges it. And Elevate just sit back and wait for Daystar to cook up and execute.
He's right there by the journal top red, and they do not know their body's location, so he could swing at any moment here for Barcode. I think the wall there for Yao wasn't destroyed 100%, so had to go for the gadget usage one more time. He's now inside the site. He can start baiting these locations, get a bit of information. You try and play for a single up pick. I think he sees his toes. No,
oh, wow.
He's prone in the middle of the bomb site. He doesn't see him.
That is a very risky play from Yao to go deep, and Hykel finds both of the final 2 kills. Great support, and Elevate take the lead.
Very nice done. I love a bit of Maestro. Also one of those rare moments where there's not a Brava in play for counter abilities, so you get a lot of value. A lot of evil eyes were zip-zapping throughout the course of that round. They give constant information, both the red and yellow ping variant. Operator ban-wise, any vibes? It could be a mirror, it could be a whatever for the attackers. Capital might not be a bad ban here, actually.
Honestly, I'd just get rid of the Goya if it was me. No, mirror.
Mirror Capital.
I just feel like the Goyo, so it's one of the only operators that was picked in 2 of the 3 rounds we played so far by Elevate, and it's just so good for delaying time at the end of the round. I mean, remember that basement round? Like, there was no way to get into the bomb site because by the time they finally start executing, only 22 seconds left, the Goyo fire is going to cover most of that. So, yeah, I'm not sure I'm convinced on the mirror ban, but I'm just a mirror ban hater personally. I love leaving that mirror in. Gives you a problem to solve. That's why I love leaving mirror in. I'm a problem solver. Like I'm a person who I see around, I'm like, ooh, they're doing this, we should counter it with this. And when you see a mirror, it starts the cogs whirring. If you don't see a mirror and you just see people swinging you, it's so much harder to problem solve.
I hear you on that. On the other side, to play devil's advocate, Goyo is only a problem if you mismanage the clock. So it means that Goyo's strength lies in you already having failed, whereas Mirror can stop you from succeeding and therefore put you into a failing position. Because Goyo is a time issue. If you get to the bomb site with 2 minutes left or like minute and 30 seconds, the Goyo canister should not be a problem. And on all the bomb sites that's not the basement, time is not typically a problem on Clubhouse. Of course, it's team dependent and playstyle dependent, etc. But generally speaking, you will meet the mirror very early on. You're not going to meet the Goyo very early on. So that could be the line of thinking for Daystar, perhaps, if they want to get in the action faster, not have to worry about the early stage, and then not care about the late stage too much.
Well, if not the Goyo, at least get rid of that bloody mute. Go and spam Dr. B, Deimos, just get it all done. But regardless, we'll see.
That before.
Mirror being banned on out. Of course, it leaves both the mute and the Goyo in play for Elevate. Elevate got rid of the Capitao, which you mentioned was really powerful on this bomb site of Gym Bedroom. Daystar won it using that Capitao to flush Elevate out of their key positions, especially since there is no Mirror and no Azami now. It becomes much harder to hold on to those key positions for Elevate because they can't create those key positions, those powerful spots themselves.
Of course, the Flourish, you're going to be having a bit of a slow start to your round. You got to utilize your drone operator first and just get some soft destruction in there. And then once you're set up, you can start ramping things a little bit. This gunfight on the red staircase could be everything. Opening pig and a ton of map control will be gained if NICAL goes down without a fight. They have Deimos creeping beneath. They're droning at the minute. I'm not sure if they've actually managed to ping him. They have. There it is. Tracker comes through. Now they gotta find their target.
Ooh, hysterics. Look at this. He's on for a flank. I don't think there's anybody watching Yao's back. Oh, never mind. Oh. He watches his own. And Haikal will trade it back, but that's a massive pick for Daystar. Down into the 3v3. And Haikal has a choice to make. Does he continue trying to fight while Daystar have taken control of Cash? Or does he fall back and look to regroup with the rest of his team?
I think they know that he's still in the area because the bar drone is clear. There he goes. He strikes again, gets another one. 1 HP left on his health bar. He's going to sprint back towards the bomb site from bar up the main staircase saying, I am going to keep numbers advantage. Then they pop the Goy canisters with this as well because they're afraid they're going to rush the bomb site in even numbers. And this gives enough time for NICAL to get back to the side and leverage that 3 versus 2.
Yeah, this is huge. I love this. Oh, Azuki, though, is able to find Tolji. I don't know why Tolji exposed himself, and now the nade from the Maverick as well to clear that bulletproof camera. A lot of the util has been stripped away from Elevate. They had such a big advantage. Now they have to be careful. Why are you peeking? Oh, no. This was a 3v2, and now Barcode has to clutch up 1 versus 2. Azuki and Seal look to regroup. The Maverick and the Thermite, the 2 hard breaches, as they look to get this plant down. 15 seconds, jumps in immediately. Gets affected by 2 pieces of gadget at once, but Azuki has the cover for Daystar. It is a daylight robbery as the attack steal the round from Elevate.
Interesting. I mean, they had a red ping on the player covering the plant through, so if there's a red ping, a camera can see them, yet he thought there was an enemy at the master bedroom window for the longest time. So is that just miscommunication? Because he's watching the complete wrong side and doesn't realize that both members were in fact inside a gym, the gym itself. And I mean, only 1 goo mine went off, but that's because the first guy tanks the goo mine. The second guy is not going to have that effect. Either way, that is the round you can look back upon if you're Elevate. If you were to lose this game and go, that should have probably been our round. Mistakes happen, and it's only 1 so far, but it could cost them.
Look, all you need is a couple of attack rounds and Clubhouse can look very good. Especially if Elevate are letting rounds like that slip away.
Another Maestro.
I love that. Are we going to see a Bravo pick?
One of the issues of Maestro, right, is that you're a 1-speed operator and you need to put your evil eyes usually very far away from each other because you're going to cover a lot of ground. Same with Valkyrie, right? Like you run into various rooms across the map to get information. So if you gotta do reinforcements and 2 barbed wires and 3 evil eyes and shotgun rotation holes, you're just so limited. And I think this is why this is happening. He is double stacking the evil eyes for the default kitchen hatch drop plant position, rather than spreading them out too much. Okay, we're building a laser beam.
That's nice. Bit of Mission Impossible. We mentioned this a little bit before because there was one really big Denari round earlier tonight, but we don't see a lot of Denari, which feels like a bit of a missed opportunity. I mean, such a cool operator, such a high skill ceiling. Ooh, nice nitro. That's a hell of a lot of damage. Oh, perfect! The gas pipe finishes him off. That is a beautiful way to deal with the Blackbeard so early on. As in Haikal is now looking for an opportunity to get back to site. He should be able to do so as the other gas pipe detonates. Barcode dying early, though. I mean, that is not an operator you want to lose in the Maestro. He now cannot use those evil eyes actively any longer.
See you on the other side.
Yeah, if you were to trade the Blackbeard for anybody on defense, it certainly would be the Smoke or the Maestro in terms of raw value that you bring to the table. But the thing is, in ICAL, he is so eager for a fight today. He is swinging everything and not slowing down. He's 6-3, took down the Hibana, and they can now even reinforce. Actually, no, they can't reinforce the wall. I was going to say triple could be closed off, but there's a Thermite, so doesn't really matter in the end. But they can fall back towards the bomb set at least and just, again, play the numbers like they tried to in the previous round.
Much easier to play the numbers on this basement defense, especially while you've got those Evil Eyes and Valkyrie cameras up. You can see on Barcode's UI, he's got info upstairs at the very top of the central stairs on a Valkyrie camera. He's also got the default cam down in the basement, plus at least one Evil Eye from Maestro on site. Tons of info for him to call to the rest of his team where Daystar are pushing from.
So he'll watch one angle with the camera, and the 4 guns can watch the other angles instead. They also got 3 Toxic Babes. I mean, they got a ton of different ways of denying this round. Come on, there we go. 3rd time's the charm. Gets the drone in the end. Here comes the Toxic Babes.
Oh my god.
Big
peek, big peek.
Close though. He's
oh my god.
you.
Told you.
Gets him.
So
Thankfully.
lucky that he got that in time. That was a very dicey one. Azuki really went for it. Sent it completely. And Highcows decided to send it straight up the stairs. And that's all she wrote for the round. Told you to finish off Pika. A great finish up from Elevate to get back on the front foot and take the lead on defense.
NI Calman, this guy is absolutely everywhere. He starts upstairs, goes down, gets a kill, falls back to basement, then he's upstairs again all of a sudden, flanking kitchen. And the benefit of losing a defender early is that you do get a permanent cam watcher. So while you do lose the Maestro and you can't use the active gadget of the ability anymore of sapping people and whatnot, he's watching 3 Evil Eyes, 3 Valkyrie cameras, and 2 default cameras. That's why NICal could flank into kitchen for free, because it had full information on both the main stairs and the kitchen portion. So it's perfect. Now this C4 though, that's the real game changer. Taking down the Blackbeard that early from Yao, that's gonna be your roam clear, your planter, your the one to lead the execute. That's a massive blow to suffer.
Very much. Highcow's been great, like you say. Him and Hysterics actually played on Team Singapore in the ENC qualifiers through the Asia ENC quals, alongside Speakeasy. A little bit of a blast from the past. Hysterics and Speakeasy back on the same team. So it's nice that, you know, like we've said, Hysterics coming out of retirement to play, but he's had a little bit of a warm-up playing through those ENC calls. Of course, Singapore didn't end up going super deep. They ended up losing. It was Thailand and Japan that ended up winning the ENC quals for Asia. No surprises there. A honorable mention as well to Chinese Taipei, which was largely a lot of players from this Daystar roster. They went very deep. I think a lot of people were expecting them to be one of the best teams at the event.
Torch is on.
Electrosensor active.
Surprise, surprise. NICal roaming once again on Solus. Speaking about self-enabling operators, he's taking the bait. He gets, oh my god, he gets the kill again. So he was getting baited with the Dokkaebi droning outside, and yet he just impact runs out and somehow wins the fight.
Oh my god.
Long range gun with SMG-11. It's the, you know, the roam hunting up in Dokkaebi. He has the perfect range with the kitchen hallway guy as well. And you see Barcode rotating over a 2v1. They want this kill. He's gonna force them away from the map. They're gonna get so much map control presence with that kill.
Yeah, wow, that is very massive here for Elevate. They are looking very confident today against Daystar on their defensive side. And you're right, that Roam Hunter of Dokkaebi going down early is a hard pill to swallow for Daystar. I like the setup though from Elevate. Again on this defense, they've got Shibe on the smoke in rafters. The goal is just to delay as much time as possible, and he is supported by the Maestro. But the Brava, this time around, is able to hack at least one of those Evil Eyes. So now, Shibe's got to be careful. Oh, is that a second one getting hacked? Hysterics, I think, manages to survive.
70.
But yeah, that's it. Oh, he's got both of them from Pika. This is so dirty. Love that play from the Brava. Abusing the smoke after hacking those Evil Eyes from the Maestro. And now, Shibe's own utility is working against him.
Trying to stay clear of the Evil Eyes, the constant ping information, the Blackbeard waiting for him as well. I mean, he should just be as good as dead here. Grenade goes out. Watch the angle. And again, we've seen this one before.
Oh my god.
Shibe just gets a kill. Despite the grenade, despite two people watching that exact same angle. This should not be happening. This kill should not be this hard to get.
Oh, come on. Surely this is where you finish it off. Nades from Azuki would be fantastic here, but Souffle has decided he just has to get it done. Goes deep, finds a kill. Worried about a flank, doesn't get it done. Hysterics, though, elsewhere, able to find that kill onto Azuki. I believe that was a run out. Meanwhile, Pika deep in the bomb side. Big shot from him onto Hysterics. Good trade back. It's winnable now. Ooh. As Pika finds 2 big kills. Enhaikal and Barcode, the 2 left remaining. Barcode is so far away over in bedroom. He needs to come back and get his C4 active. Enhaikal has the ability to deny the plant from below. He needs to have the information. Doesn't know where it is. He's got the wrong read. That must have been a drone. It was not, in fact, a planter. And now Souffle and Pika have a chance to pull off a miracle clutch to close up the half. Barcode wasted his C4. Enhaikal, a little bit of damage from below, but now he's left all alone. Barcode finished off. A miracle. Pika and Souffle have just achieved for Daystar a miraculous way to get them back into the game. Well, for a hot minute there, it looked like Elevate had everything under control, but Daystar bit back and they bit down hard. Now we move into the second half. Daystar onto the defense, and that 3-3 even start might have given them exactly what they need to take this now that they're on their own defensive side.
Also quite a start today of the 3-3s, huh? It's everyone but Weibo kind of sitting at that even first half, and then usually one team will just landslide a victory afterwards. But will it be Daystar Elevate? I can't tell you, because it started off really well for one team, and then it changed back again. This has felt like the most even match so far, I'd argue, because it's both teams bouncing back like crazy.
I noticed the Capital ban in the first set of bans rather than as the third one like we saw it from Daystar. Elevate perhaps giving a little bit of extra respect. Sorry, Daystar giving a little bit of extra respect to what that operator can accomplish because they used it so well themselves.
Yeah, that's it. It's that's the irony, is that your enemy didn't think it was worth banning, but then you used it so well that you know it's gonna be a problem if they do the same thing, so therefore you get rid of it as fast as possible. And I do think that, I'm not thinking too hard about it, I think Clubhouse might be the highest value Capital map, if not one of, at least.
I think particularly...
Because every single bomb site is good.
That's true. I think particularly, obviously, Cache CCTV is where Capital is most famous and prevalent. But yeah. I also think he's a little bit underutilized for basement. Back in the day, everyone would play someone at AKs, and you often still see that. Capital is one of the best operators at dealing with that position.
Yeah, I mean, when you do a gym attack, you often tag CCTV as an extension. Some teams, they hold catwalk rafters or top red. It also deals with that setup. And we don't see Jaeger or Wamai really in meta for the longest of times. And that's the only real counter to the Capitao. It's a projectile, right? So the native counters are not in meta, which makes them even stronger. Because there was a time where Jaeger was played every single round, which would then make certain operators less powerful because he counters them. Obviously, Jaeger didn't counter Capital back in the day, but he does nowadays. That was a change that happened about a year ago, I want to say.
Yeah. Been a while now.
It was just my back in the day.
I'm keen to see what Elevate cook up on the attacking side, because, of course, we haven't seen them do much attacking yet with this new lineup. Obviously, in Highcal, very confident. Back in the day, Hysterics was a very keen entry fragger, and he's found the first kill now on that Grim. Pika goes down on this extended roam for Daystar. They are losing it. Seal is also vulnerable, lost a lot of HP, and he's exposed here at the bottom of Red Stairs. Supported a little bit by Souffle. He does manage to get back in time before he gets cut off from outside that double door. I believe that's still Hysterics there. Elevate are really starting to push these defenders back. And Highcal's got to be careful. He's sandwiched between two defenders. Just around the corner from him, he might hear Seal. Surely he can hear Seal next to him.
You'd think so. They don't hear each other at all, it seems like. They both fall back, and now he's realizing, hey, was there a guy here? Maybe? No? Okay, it's clear. Fair enough. Wait, minutes to go, though. Got a couple of trap operators in active play to Shanga as well. Means planting for Elevate should be a low priority. They need to go and try and play for a pick or two more ideally, and create enough of a manpower advantage to force this attack. If they just drop a hatch and start planting, they should be countered by the defense of Daystar.
Thankfully, they have a numbers advantage, so planting does not have to be the win condition here. I like taking dirt here, though, for Barcode on the Blackbeard. Great spot to be if you're a Blackbeard player, and he's supported by Shibe. So we've got a nade and two flashes to try and take this control. He needs to try and get active. The Tachenko takes the fight against him, but it's fine, because Shibe is there for the refrag. Well worth it, but still tough to have lost your Blackbeard. Might not matter when Yao is the only one remaining. All of Elevate turn it up to 11. The heat is rising, and Highcal caps it off. Great way to start the attack for Elevate.
And it's beautiful, right? They pretty much sacrifice the Blackbeard to take down the Tashanga. That enables the push and the plant later on. So it's a very worthy trade. On top of that, they were already in manpower advantage in the 5 versus 4. So they can happily trade 1-for-1s. And it's also so important that you don't send one solo player inside a third, because if you just lose your gunfight, now you're in a bad position. So the fact that they send Shibe with the Blackbeard changes everything for that round. NIKL, phenomenal on defense, and a great first attack round for him individually, keeping up that pressure and keeping up that firepower.
Yeah, I like that. I didn't even realize at the time it was getting that low, but Elevate clearly did, because they just synchronized. All of them did at the same time, and it's like the classic saying we always say, doesn't matter if you have the best plan or the worst plan in the world. What matters more is that you do it together. I'd rather have 5 players committing to one bad plan as a team at the exact same time than 5 different perfect plans happening disjointed, asynchronous way. And I think Elevate really nailed that just then. I think they all realized the urgency, and sometimes you just keep it simple, get it done. I love that. So they've started things really well in the second half. It's up to Daystar to change things up, but in fact they're going to go to the top floor. They will change the bomb site. Well, they change the result with it.
New mag.
Bit of blitz action now as well. Combine a blitz and solid snake, you can take a lot of map control incredibly quickly. But Clubhouse is not usually a map that's about taking the roam control, more so about the objective control, right? Like there's an extension here on CCTV catwalk rafters, but it's a gym defense. So taking downstairs control with Solid Snake doesn't give you too much value unless you have like a bug or a Deimos or a vertical operator that can be enabled after the fact. But they do get in the middle of that building. They can lock down the flank potentially, cut off some of the rotations. But they haven't shown their real attack just yet. It's going to be blitz up the red stairs.
Goes for it, but Seal keeps it at bay. Azuki's there to support. Wow, perfect defense from Daystar. They lock it all down, and Hykel finally gets in for his 11th kill, but quickly on the backstab. Pika is there to trade him back. Tolji, the last one alive, and he doesn't really have any hope of trading back Pika there. 1v3, here's the team setting up, reinforcing over that connector wall into Cash. Nice C4, shoot that out, but this is pretty unlikely here from Tolji.
So much time as well. I mean, he can slowly move his way forward, and if he gets some good gunfights, anything is possible, but he's got smoke grenades, a spare drone. I mean, he's got a little bit to work with, but Daystar would have to absolutely troll this round to lose it.
Hey, we've seen it happen before. Never say never.
Yeah.
We've seen bigger clutches than this, but for Tolji, making his returning to competitive play, this would be a big ask. And here's that wall that was reinforced mid-round, now opened up by the Thermite. Handy dandy. A little bit of a drone, but no worried about aggression. Back onto the drone. Check what's happening in Con. Knows he's got to worry about that crossfire. At least his gas pipe's already been taken down. He doesn't have to worry about that.
The laser.
But yeah, the laser and that mute jammer make things a little bit more difficult. Plus he sees the Malusi Banshee, so it's not going to be easy to walk in through office, nor is it going to be easy to make an entry through master bedroom itself. I don't think he's going to be able to get
You burn the laser, you got 8 seconds to work with before it reappears, so we gotta make quick decisions here.
Oh, he's smoking it instead. That's
doesn't hit it either.
Risky play. I don't know. I couldn't tell if he was trying to smoke the angle or take out the laser. It's a prone game. Pika's waiting for him. There's a player watching on the longer angle. Pika is there, and an easy kill for him. Daystar tie it back up again. We're at 4 apiece.
Back and forth we go. It feels like it's gonna be a little bit bump set dependent here in the success rate. I mean, obviously going to CCTV defense eventually, that is gonna feel like the weakest attempt that you have for defenders. But with Capital being banned away in the first rotation, it does make it playable. Because Capital is like the #1 catwalk clearing operator, and you could do stuff like playing the Scopos and TPing away. You can play healing operators, you can play a Rook. Probably never gonna happen, but you could play Rook. You got my Jaeger kind of set up. You got many different ways of playing that catwalk rafters position, and we see many different iterations over the many years of the game. One thing I didn't expect though was actually the Echo. I didn't see that one coming, but they did hover Echo a second ago, and that'll be locked in for this upcoming round. For now, enjoy the kill replays as we do see Pika destroying Tolji with shotgun. Bit of a hard angle to win.
Yeah, let's have a look at this Echo. Like you said, where's Souffle going to put these? Oh, he's just got droned. That's a bit awkward.
Ah, yikes.
So they're going to know about it. They actually have, for now, picked off of the IQ. They might get back onto it. No? What cell are they going to go with here? They're going to ditch the Blitz.
The Blitz.
Yeah, no more shield, which does make that Echo a little bit less impactful. Still very useful, of course. I just think lack of nades. I don't really know how you clear rafters with this lineup here from Elevate. Unless you hit a gnarly shot on Azuki, I feel like rafters should be pretty well held by defense.
Might just be a case of going for master bedroom. If I'm playing ranked and I see a Sami or my Jaeger, I'm not even gonna bother going catwalk rafters, right? I know they don't have that exact setup here because they only have the Jaeger and the Asami, but still.
But between the Jaeger, Asami, Echo, Smoke, that makes rafters very hard to clear. Even the Thorn is gonna help with it as well.
That's what I like about Echo, right? Like, you have 3 yokais nowadays. So you can easily put 2 for Garage Catwalk, 1 for Master Bedroom. And when you realize where the push is happening, you can rotate the drones over. Because no one's gonna go Master Bedroom and Gym and then rotate into a Garage attack. Because Garage is like a 4-man job. So once they show that they're having some presence here on Master Connection, or Master and Connector rather, that should be the push. They should all be knowing it now. So Echo can start rotating these yokais and getting more power towards the extension rather than Catwalk Rafters itself.
Oh, wow. Speaking of Garage, Azuki, left to his own devices, actually goes for an aggressive peek and takes down N-High-Cal. Top fragger from Elevate, dismantled very early. Daystar are putting up a real fight on this clear of Master Bedroom. And they're digging into their positions. Pika, Seal, Yao, all of them continuing to fight. Azuki has found another kill from peeking outside of Garage. Elevator in shambles, trying to go for what should be a pretty basic clear. And Daystar are happily just waiting for them to make a fool of themselves as they look for an entry. Shibe and Barco, the last two left. Good luck, I don't think it's going to happen.
This is a tough position to be in. Again, you just get destroyed on the entries. They got a triple crossfire, mattress, office, connector, even the player prodded by master bedroom. So there goes one, even just one player remaining. Barcode in a 1v5.
Wow.
Can't get a single kill. It's a flawless defense.
Love that from Yao at the end of it. The new kid on the block steps up big time for a couple of kills. And Haikal a little bit frustrated. He's had a very hot game, but a very quiet round just there. Here's the new guy for Daystar. Yao, big round as well. It forces the tactical timeout from Elevate as they, what feels like for the first time, have lost the lead and let Daystar finally back within touching distance of a victory here.
There's what to discuss. First, like, general approach, you know? Pace, tempo, how fast I'm gonna be in these rounds. Because it does feel like there's been 2 times now where the round just kind of ends in the first, 60 seconds because 2 players down the attack. Might be time to just go a little bit slow in the beginning and try and get to the end point, because Clubhouse in particular, it's like a 3-phase map. Phase 1 is going to be that initial bit of map control and, of course, discovery of operators. Phase 2 is setting up, and then Phase 3 is execute. We haven't really seen the attacks here from Elevate get to the execute phase, besides that base and rush with 10 seconds left. They're usually losing the round way earlier and not getting to the side itself with enough manpower to realistically win. So slower early, with more power alive in the end round, could net them a different result. The Grim got banned away, as did the Asami. I love the Asami ban. It's going to weaken all 3 bomb sites.
Yeah, and it's the only operator that's been picked every single round so far for Daystar on their defense. So very good move there for Elevate. Definitely the most powerful operator that they've had to deal with.
Attackers need to locate.
Losing the Grim themselves, I mean, yeah, I don't know. I'm in a funny spot with Grim. I don't deny that he's like a great operator. I just have never felt like... I don't know. Obviously, he's good in comp as well. I've never felt like a Grim ban is the biggest deal ever.
There are certainly maps and bomb sites, and I think most importantly, I think there are individual positions in the map where you hate playing against it. Here in Clubhouse, let's say you're playing on that red stairs position, a gym defense extending over, you're gonna get red pinged by a Grim the entire round, and you individually are gonna hate your life. But the guy anchoring by the bomb site in gym master bedroom is never gonna see the Grim beast because they're spent on the roam clear. So I think it's a perspective thing about the Grim and where you find him annoying and what kind of position that you play in yourself. And secondly is, what has Elevate brought all these rounds of attack that has been a problem? Not really anything in particular. The Blackbeard didn't even get a kill on that basement round victory. Blackbeard died to Tashanga, and then Shibi and Buck got the kill afterwards. So I feel like they're in a position where there hasn't been a problem on the attack, and Grim is just like a pretty good overall ban.
Yeah, I guess so. I know. I feel like I'd rather be getting...
Wouldn't mind the Thermite ban.
I was literally thinking that. I would rather be getting Grim B than Capital fired. Well, they've banned both of them. But yeah, the Thermite ban is just so huge.
True.
Like, ever since Thermite got his 3rd exothermic charge, I feel like he has just become such a king hard breacher, especially on a map like Clubhouse, because you can use him for hatches just as much as you can use him for walls. And he's got so much flexibility. You don't have to worry quite so much about Bandit juggling or Kair juggling or whatever, because you just got so many. But you never know. Obviously, Daystar themselves were happy to play the Maverick, so maybe they don't fear they think that, oh, if we ban Thermite, they'll just play Mav. It doesn't matter, but I digress. And Haikal wants to go for an entry. Here's another potential ban, the Solid Snake, which Haikal now picked for a 3rd round in a row. He hasn't been able to find a kill on that quick lurk at the bottom there. It's really time for Elevate to start getting to work, pressuring the bomb site with this vertical capability.
And speaking of the time, the clock is, there's so much time left. 1:35 in their bottom main staircase, doing verticality, breaking the hatches. This is a very quick to the punch roam clear. And that's thanks to Solid Snake and the good pre-placed drones from the beginning of the round. Daystar, they have tools. They have the ward, they can see through the smokes and the flashbangs. They got 2 toxic babes in the C4 and pocket. They actually have saved all 3 Grismod Ella mines on Seal. So he's probably waiting either for, plant denial later on and or seeing where the push is coming from and putting them down those specific locations. APL finds one and damage to a second, plus he clears the shield, so a ton of value gained from his side.
Yeah, and he's going deep as well. This is a big chance now for APL to open
triple.
the round up. You're right, they can go in for a plant triple, but a big flank! That's a critical mistake! Azuki has taken the round into his own hands. He's grasped it firmly and is about to shut Elevate out of it, Tolji. 1v4 as the Indonesian throws out his last smoke. Good kill onto Seal. That doesn't seal the deal as of yet. He's sprayed through the smoke twice now. Doesn't have any idea where he's getting shot from. Worried about a flank from above. The we know all of these Daystar players are still on the bomb site in the basement. Low HP, can't afford to get shot at through any smoke or any narrow angle anymore. Has to force that plant. Smoke comes out from Azuki. It misses the angle, but Tolji is forced off regardless. He cannot get all 3 kills here. Surely it is impossible. Souffle cleans him up and grasps match point for Daystar.
A huge clutch for Daystar as a full-man team, right? They were in a losing position and the timing switch is perfect. APL was bottom main, looking towards that blue rotate. His teammate is gonna walk in triple and go for a plant. While that happens, Sophia dropped the blue hatch simply to die and play that distraction game, enabling the plant. So Sophia drops, dies. APL flanked, dies. They get a kill on the kitchen hatch, and all of a sudden, the 5 attackers left alive became 2 attackers in like 3 seconds. It was so quick, and that's just gonna change the round outcome massively. They also had 2 toxic babes in pocket when it was that 3 versus 1. There was no way to win, but it's crazy to say that because Elevate were in the strongest position for a good while in that round. Mind you, they had 1 minute and 40 seconds left when they had full map control, besides the bomb set, of course. They had all to win, and yet lost the round. Daystar just a little bit more clutch.
Even though APL had that big entry, this was a big moment though. Azuki finding one through the feet holes at bottom main and then winning his fight onto the player on the hatch. Azuki definitely my MVP that round, even just for that one play. I gotta say, I'm seeing good things from Elevate though. This Elevate roster is a lot better than the Elevate roster in kickoff. I do feel a lot more confident, even though Hysterics and Tolji aren't necessarily looking crazy big. Obviously, it's APL who's done most of the heavy lifting. I just feel they look a little bit more organized, a little bit less afraid. But you never know. It's hard to say. We'll see as the stage continues. They got time to warm up. But Daystar have finally found their way back into this game. It's 3 in a row from them to finally get themselves into map point.
Parker back on the blitz. They've also punched out the mirror window and CCTV platform, now opened up by Seal. Can use his impact grenades to kind of trick through it. But there's no Harbinger right now trying to attempt it as of yet. Told you just popped the jacuzzi wall elsewhere across the map. Once you see that Blitz is going to be attacking from, that's going to be the main push. There's the Thermocharge denied, and so he gets the impact trick and the kill right after. Huge value from Seal. That is what we call a round-winning play potentially, because they are pretty much locked out of the building. And are they going to go and try to Thermocharge it again and get impact tricked and lose the only bit of half destruction? No, now he's actually going to go Jacuzzi. I thought he opened it earlier. That means no more extra Thermocharges. That's the only half destruction we're going to see from them. They're going to be so limited in how they can attack this round.
Yeah, that is a big red flag here for Elevate.
Yeah.
No way to breach the garage rafters either. I mean, look, there's a bulletproof camera here for Daystar. There's multiple roamers. They've got information.
They need a kill.
Yeah, they really need a kill to bring this back. I mean, even when it comes down
Mirror
to it,
window.
how
Oh
Mirror is so counterable. A million different operators counter Mirror. You know, Kali, Ash, Twitch, even Zero. There's so many different ways to deal with it. Even Capital, like there's so many different ways to deal with it. Elevate have not brought out Hibana, like there's so many ways to deal with it. They have not brought any of those tools. They do not have the flexibility to get this done. And now Yao has shut down their top fragger. Finally, Hysterics will trade. But it might not be enough. They might now have control of Cash CCTV and found a pick back, but they are still fighting from behind.
And the big question now is, how are they going to enter the bomb site? It's like office hatch drop, office soft wall, or the window and master door. They don't have any more breaching. Jumping in a window, not gonna be ideal. And mind you, timer's ticking down. They still have the yokai drones. Melusa Benji is slowing right inside of office. C4 from below also goes down. Or tossing from the hallway. Either way, they shut down the blitz in the main push. Good trip back from Toji. In a 2v3.
I need a lot more than that, though, with the blitz going down to that nitro cell. There's a gaping hole here in this elevate attack. Good chance, though, for Hysterics to get in the action. Traded back by Seal. This is the end of the road for Elevate Daystar. With a quick left, right, 4 in a row. And they make it look easy. In the second half, Elevate just could not hang. And the second best team, Asia League, is back on top again.
It's fun kind of locked in that second half. Seal in particular, that last round, I mean, he got 3 or 4 kills in Patrick Demir, though he solo changed the entire push from Elevate. Right here, it all happened. They reinforced the wall, they sacrificed Yao in that green box position, he goes 1-for-1. All the fundamentals were hitting their checkpoints there from the side of Daystar.
Now, I don't even care that Yao went negative, technically 7 kills, 9 deaths. He seemed like a really warranted addition here to this Daystar roster. Might have been technically bottom scoreboard for his team, but he had some big moments, had a lot of impacts, and Daystar are looking ready to continue battling here in the Asia League. Unfortunately for Elo, they did start strong. They had a 4-3 advantage after the first round of attack. They pretty much where their luck ended. 4 rounds in a row, they struggled to attack 3 different bomb sites, couldn't get their heads back into the game. And really, aside from N Highcal, not a lot to write home about. Every other player negative on the KD. Big day for Daystar, though. Pengu, of course, they had a bit of a disappointing performance in Salt Lake City. They did a rejuvenation. They make that range. They're looking better again. Is it going to be enough to take the fight? Potentially take the championship here in Asia. Second best isn't going to be good enough in stage 1.
No. We spot, and we have the pleasure of interview with Harambe. Is that correct?
I believe so.
The man himself.
Harambe, can I see? Give on, yeah, get the right. Welcome back, Harambe. It's been way too long. Firstly, congratulations on your win. First, I wanted to pick your brains a little bit. Tell me about Yao. Tell me about this roster change. What was the thought process going into it, and how's it been for you guys so far?
Yao was a former rival player. He works with, he used to work with Eclipse, our analyst. So, you know, Eclipse wants us to bring Yao into the roster.
It's been good.
Yeah, he's good. Yeah.
Great. Simple, quick.
Just
I
good.
like it.
Not amazing, just good. Okay. Harambe, how do you guys feel about the current meta of Rainbow Six Siege? Obviously, you have like Dokkaebi rework, and you have like a ton of different power operators. How do you feel about the current state of things? Do you like it? Do you not like it? What do you like?
I don't like how Ubisoft is really overpowering those info operators, but it changes the meta, so I guess it's alright. Because we used to have like a lot of execution operators like Ying, like Capital, like Grim. People abuse them, and now people abuse info operators because they are strong, obviously. But I think it actually brings more diversity to the meta and to the game. I think it's I won't say it's bad or good, but it's
We saw Weibo Gaming earlier today, and we saw the game, but they're playing Chalet, and they banned the mute, and they played Solid Snake every single round, they played Lion every single round, they started playing Deimos, like, it felt like so hard to play against as a defender.
1C Deimos and Zombie in your face, you're dead, bye, see ya.
That's what I mean. It's like if you're a defender right now, you start crying sometimes because you don't have many tools in your pocket. And the attackers, they get all the fun. But in Season Rambe, we get this shield counter operator. Hopefully that's gonna be good.
Guys, bring Thunderbird. Try it.
Hey, that's my boy right there. Bring Thunderbird.
It's not that bad. James? Actually, it's not that bad.
No, it's not. No.
It's got shield and shoddy. Come on.
Yeah. James, you heard that, right?
I did hear that.
It's not that bad. It's not that bad, Dev.
Okay, good. Good. He's been fighting me on this point for a bit now, so thank you very much, Robbie. I appreciate that. No, other than that, thank you so much, Rambe, for taking time to talk to us. Congrats on the victory, and hopefully we'll see you very soon. Yeah?
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
I think I'm back now. I think I
Nice.
might have disconnected for a second there, Pengu, but I'm back into it, and lovely to hear from Harambe as always. Critchay, our MVP of the day, if you cast your mind all the way back to that Team Orchid game, that feels like years ago, Pengu. He absolutely popped off. Great showing from Critchay today. Honestly, I had a great time with the show today. I feel like a lot of our matches impressed me. Obviously, Orchid giving a real show on HL Tari, Soul's Heart Fury, of course, Sycan, Weibo, and then at the end of it, Daystar, Elevate. But let's just cast our minds back to Critchay's insane performance. I love to see it. On the Glaz, on the Nomad, doesn't matter, you name it, and he's looking good.
Yeah, I mean, we had to, I mean, overall today, honestly, it felt like we had a lot of star players really showing up. You know, like we see our J, the MVP, etc. in ICAL, despite losing, had normal performance. Godsey from Weibo, like, popped off as well. I feel like we just had individual players fly high, but still having the team work right behind them very closely, enabling them to succeed, of course.
Of course, yeah, Orchid looking good. Let's reflect upon all of the games that happened today. Of course, Orchid beat HL Tauri. Soul's Heart had a good win over Fury. Even though it looked dicey for a minute, I still get those two games confused because they followed the exact same script. It was a 3-3 first half, and then Team Orchid / Soul's Heart ran away with it from there on out. They were also both tie versus tie rosters. And then we moved on to the non-tie half of the day, and Weibo really gave Sycan a run for their money. 7 rounds in a row after losing the first. Only to cap it off with Daystar, it was a 4-3 advantage for Elevate before Daystar's boys made a big comeback and finished it off. A good day overall. No real surprises though, Penguin.
The only real surprise was how we got to a 3-3 half, and then the team would just landslide a victory 7-3 all of a sudden. That's the only thing I was like, didn't see that one coming. But just like who won and who lost, yeah, I feel like we're pretty much on the money for today. So bit of a boring APL day maybe. You know, usually there's some spice in there, but we got more games to come, right, James?
There is no such thing as a boring APL day. Tomorrow we have Fury versus Sycan Company, Daystar versus Team Orchid, HL Tori versus Soul's Heart, and Elevate versus Weibo. For me personally, can't wait for Daystar versus Team Orchid. It's the kickoff lower bracket final rematch. That game that sent Daystar to Salt Lake City instead of Team Orchid. That rematch is coming to you guys tomorrow. Same bad place, same bad time. We'll see you guys there.